Blonding by EndoplasmicPanda. Chapter 15. Tell me everything. The gleam in his father's eyes said it all. This was no longer an interrogation. This was curiosity. Like stoking a smoldering fire, except Minato's fire had been primed with kerosene. There was no turning back now. Oh, well, Naruto mumbled with a small smile, rubbing at the back of his neck. It's kind of a long story. Minato looked up at him. I have time. Believe me. Naruto was about to open his mouth again, but Minato interrupted him. How would time travel even work? He asked the empty cliffside, pacing back and forth. Time isn't something that just he paused, rubbing his chin, reverses. There's got to be a catalyst. He froze, turned. Was it the Hiraishin? Minato questioned, a sense of urgency in his voice. What? Naruto said, raising an eyebrow. No. Minato let out a sigh of relief, the pleading look in his eyes replaced with something far softer. Good. That makes things easier. Naruto blinked. It does? With one fluid motion, Minato pulled out a Hiraishin kunai. Do you see this seal? He asked rhetorically, although he didn't say anything when Naruto nodded in response. He twirled it between his fingers as he spoke. I know every single detail of this seal. What each line does, how each one reacts with the others, what happens when you don't use the right amount of chakra, he shuddered, that sort of thing. I spent years of my life perfecting it. Learning every one of its small imperfections, how to work around them, and how to capitalize on them in some cases. So if the Hiraishin had something to do with it, he continued, narrowing his eyes at the knife, I doubt I'd be much help. It would imply that the science I applied to create the flying thunder god jutsu was wrong, he frowned, or, at the very least, incomplete. And I wouldn't even know the first place to start. Naruto nodded, then paused, looking at the kunai that was still held in Minato's fist. An idea. What about reversing it? It was Minato's turn to look confused. I'm sorry? Well, if the Hiraishin is a space-time jutsu, can't we use it to return to our time? Naruto asked with a shrug. It would make things easier, that's for sure. Maybe it wasn't how we got here, but it can be how we get back. Minato sighed, shaking his head. Unfortunately, that's not how it works. He took a step backwards, then a step forwards, grinding his teeth in thought as if trying to find a way to explain a difficult concept. It's like he froze, frowning at the ground. Then, he turned and looked up at Naruto, a spark in his eyes. Can I take you to my office? Naruto opened his mouth to respond, but Minato latched onto his shoulder and tugged before he could speak. He had barely a moment's notice to collect himself. 1 second they were standing on top of the Hokage monument, and the next they weren't. The nausea hit him like a boulder, his empty stomach clenching in his gut. He forced the feeling down and turned to instead focus on his father, who was swimming in the ribbons of dizziness that drifted from one side of his sight to the other. The room they now found themselves in was dark, that much was certain. And Naruto realized a moment later, after his vision cleared, that this was not Minato's office in the Hokage Tower, as he was expecting. Minato had already begun rummaging around, obviously looking for something. And judging by the room's level of cleanliness, Naruto mused, he'd be looking for a while. Judging by the way the room was laid out, and by the fact that a small photograph of Minato and Kushina sat on Minato's overburdened desk, Naruto could assume that this was Minato's private study, tucked away in one of the back rooms of his house. This room had only one long window at the back, girdled on all sides by tall bookshelves that seemed to stretch up and meet the ceiling in a strange sort of claustrophobic embrace. Papers and parchment and half-drunken cups of cold, days-old coffee lay scattered across the room, shoved into any available space or perched precariously atop of massive piles of dossiers and mission reports. The moonlight outside drifted through the slits in the curtains draped over the window, and the faint whisper of dust drifted through the air. Aha! Minato said. There was a loud bang as a small pile of books on Minato's desk toppled over, and the man himself popped up from behind it a moment later with a smile on his face, a small leather-bound book clutched in his hand. He pulled a blank sheet of paper and a pen from the drawer in his desk, and snatched a clipboard he had found from its position amidst several others near the far window at the back of the room. He walked back to where Naruto was standing, dusting himself off as he moved. "I want to show you something." Minato set the paper atop the clipboard in his hand. First, he started with a simple line, dragging the pen across the paper in one clean motion. "See this? This is space-time." Naruto raised his eyebrow. "I'm pretty sure that's a line." Minato gave him a look. "Use your imagination. This line represents space-time, more specifically, our space-time. This is the realm where the Hiraishin works, where summoning jutsus work, that sort of thing." Minato drew an arrow, connecting a point on the right side of the line to a point on the left. "Time travel is thought to work in this manner. You are locked in this one line. You can go backwards and forwards, but any events that occur in the past will directly change the events that occur in the future." Naruto blinked. "Try that one more time?" "There's a famous paradox that the second Hokage coined," Minato said. "He said that if you go back in time and kill your father before you were," Minato coughed into his hand and blushed a bit, "created, you would cease to exist." "But then who would have killed my father?" "I mean," Naruto frowned, looking down at the page. You? If I don't exist, then," Minato snapped his fingers, smiling. "Exactly. Paradox. And I don't like paradoxes." Minato tapped the page with the tip of his pen. "This is about as far as we've come in terms of our understanding of both space and time. But I think that there's another kind of space-time, one that Tobirama Senju himself was working on perfecting before he died." He waggled the book between his fingers a bit. Moving his pen above the paper again, Minato drew another line below the first, and then another, and then another. Naruto's eyes widened. "There are more than one space-times? It makes sense, doesn't it?" Minato said with a smile. "Time isn't some self-correcting entity, nor is it a means to directly change events in the future. It's just there. But each decision we make, big or little, creates entirely different paths, an infinite number of could-have-beens." Minato looked at him. "That's what you are, I think. A could-have-been." Silence overtook the room as both men absorbed the information. Naruto spoke first. "So where does this fit in with us? You were saying that the Hiraishin wouldn't work, is this why?" "Yes," Minato nodded. He pointed to the first line again. "The Hiraishin in its current form is limited to just one timeline." He scratched his head. "Well, as far as I can understand, at least." He took the pen and drew a dotted vertical line from one timeline to the same point on another. "This is the jutsu we need to use get you home, not the Hiraishin," Minato said, nibbling at the back of the pen in thought. "And we also need to figure out a way to find the right timeline you came from to begin with." Minato narrowed his eyes at the page and frowned. "The problem is, I don't know how to find either. And I don't even have proof that my theory is anything beyond just that." He sighed, and moved back toward his desk. He moved around it, then sank himself into his chair, with a sigh. "This is going to take some time." Naruto followed suit, settling himself down in one of the two wooden chairs that sat across from his father's. "Yeah, I figured." They both sat in amiable silence, allowing for the low hum of the village around them to snap into focus. The sound flowed through the room like leaves floating down a shallow brook, a dull hiss of nighttime life that trickled up from the streets. The wooden clock in the corner tick-tick ticked away each slow second, and for the first time in 3 days, Naruto no longer felt a sense of dread from the sound. Instead, it reminded him that despite his current predicament, he was safe. Alive. He and Boruto. His mouth was open before he realized it, the question on his lips far sooner than in his mind. "Are you ready?" Minato murmured in confusion. "Sorry?" Well, Naruto began, not sure why he was asking. "To become a father, I guess." Minato was silent for a few moments. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet and uncertain. I don't think anyone can ever truthfully answer that question, he said. Naruto chuckled and ran a hand through his hair. Yeah, I wasn't sure myself, Naruto said, resting the back of his head on the seat behind him, looking up at the patterns in the ceiling. Either time, really. Minato sat up a bit, eyes widening a sliver more. He looked over at Naruto. Either time? You have another son? Daughter, actually, Naruto smiled, closing his eyes. He laughed. She takes more after her mother. Minato let out a quiet chuckle, and leaned back in his chair. What's she like? Naruto blinked. My daughter? Or my wife? Either or, honestly, Minato said. I'm just amazing that this is happening. My adult son from the future has a wife and daughter. And a son, Naruto added. And a son, Minato affirmed. I just can't possibly explain how this feels in words alone. To find out that I have a family later in life? A grandson and a granddaughter? He shook his head in amazement. A daughter-in-law? You probably have a lot of questions, Naruto said. Do I ever? Minato said. Well, Naruto smiled, sitting up in his seat and leaning his arm onto the rest of his chair. Where do you want to start? When Boruto awoke the next morning, he expected to find his father next to him. Instead, he found himself alone atop the spare mattress, entangled in a mop of spare blankets and bedsheets, the bright light from a late morning sun shining through the drawn curtains right into his eyes. He leaned forward in bed and looked down at himself at the way his tattered clothes wrapped around his body from a night of restless sleep. He sat up further and twisted them back around his chest with a huff, then looked up to survey the rest of the room, yawning. His grandmother was sitting on the other bed. Good morning, she said with a cheery smile. Her hands blurred over the fabric of Naruto's dress shirt, and Boruto noted that she was sewing up the damage it had incurred over the past 3 days. He shot up straight when he realized where he was, and what she was doing in his room. Whoa, how did you get in here without you noticing? Kushina supplied with a cocky smile. PSHH. You do realize I'm a jounin, right? I would sure hope I could sneak into a room when someone was sleeping. She poked the skin under her arm with a frown. Although I can't say, I'm not getting rusty. Meh. Boruto raised an eyebrow. What are you doing here? And where's my dad? Kushina snorted. Your father's downstairs with Minato. I think they're working on some sort of way to get you home. Supposedly. Supposedly? Boruto said. Yeah, who knows with those two, she said. They both snuck out last night for a bit of a midnight gallivant around town, but now they're best friends or something. She sniffed, turning her nose up at the thought. Spends the better part of the past day not believing me when I told him your father was our son, but all it takes is a moonlit stroll through the village before he actually changes his mind. She muttered something under her breath that sounded suspiciously like trusting husband my ass, before she remembered she wasn't alone in the room and beamed a bright smile. So, she said with a sense of finality, tossing the needle and thread to the side, clapping her hands. It's just us two for now. I figured we could, get to know each other. Considering I am your grandma and all. She let out a strange sound, a mixture of excitement and glee, and something else that Boruto couldn't quite place. He looked at her, looked away when she beamed down at him, and ran his hands down his bed sheets. Well, I am kinda hungry, I guess. As Boruto disentangled himself from the bed, Kushina couldn't help but notice the way the boy grimaced at his clothes as they pulled on him. You okay? Boruto turned and looked up at her. Huh? Yeah, Kushina said, nodding at Boruto's torn shirt. You're acting like that shirt's cutting into your skin or something. She raised an eyebrow at him and sniffed. Probably pretty rancid, too. Here before Boruto could say anything on the contrary or otherwise, Kushina reached across the bed from where she was sitting and grabbed a small pile of clothes from atop one of the throw pillows. She turned, stacking arms, and tossed them at Boruto. Figured you'd need some new clothes, so I picked those up earlier this morning when I was out. Boruto turned the faded white t-shirt around in his hands, and gave the matching navy blue pants a curious inspection as well. This is for me? Well duh, Kushina said with a huff. Who else around here wears your size? Boruto blanched. How do you know my size? She smiled. Well, I just kinda guessed. So let me know if you look like a shrunken toddler when you put them on. I can take them back for you. They both stood there for a moment, Boruto next to his bed, arms filled with clothes, and Kushina by the door, hands on her hips, looking mighty proud of herself. Boruto coughed, looking away. Can you Kushina blinked twice, her mind trying to parse what it was he had just said. Oh. She said after a long moment, her eyes widening. Sorry. I'll, give you some privacy. She shuffled out the door with a sheepish smile, allowing it to click behind her with a satisfying sense of finality. He should have been surprised when the clothes fit perfectly, but somehow, in some way, he wasn't. When she heard the boy coming down the stairs, Kushina rushed to make herself busy, scuttling across the room until she found a frying pan and a small spatula in the cabinet by the refrigerator. When she turned around and saw she was still alone, she pumped her fist in silent victory, made her way back towards the stovetop and stood in front of it like a proud gargoyle, waiting. Boruto stepped into the room with a cautious hesitation, and was just about to clear his throat to signal his presence when Kushina spoke, still turned away. So. Tell me a little about yourself. Even though she couldn't see his face, she knew he was surprised. She just turned around and gave him a deadpan look. Jounin, remember? She pointed at the small table, and smiled. Wanna have a seat? I'll make you something to eat, if you're hungry. Kushina watched him shuffle his way across the room. He looked like a lost puppy, what with the uncertainty in his eyes, and the way he curled in on himself when he sat down, staring off at some faraway point in the table in front of him. She sighed to herself, knowing full well the range of emotions the kid must have been going through. He was in a new place, almost alone, without a clue on what to do or how to act. He reminded her of herself, during that first week in the Leaf Village. That first week, up until she found Minato. She blinked away memories of the past and brought herself back to reality, content to take things one step at a time. And for now, food was the first order of business. Kushina took a pair of caramel brown eggs out of a bin next to the refrigerator and split them open over the searing hot frying pan that sat atop the stove range, and the entire room was doused in the smell of scrambled eggs cooking and the satisfying hiss of food in pan that made her own stomach rumble. I guess I am eating for two now, she thought to herself with a small smile, and chiseled away at the stovetop with her rubber spatula. You have always been eating for two. Kushina jumped, having to fumble with the spatula above the stovetop between her fingertips when the fox startled it out of her grip. She snatched it out of the air, trying not to hiss when she grabbed the business end on accident, and glared into the wall. You know, I almost miss the old you. The old you wasn't so damn chatty. Even though she couldn't see, Kushina knew the nine-tails smirked at her. She snuck another glance over her shoulder. The boy hadn't moved. Got something on your mind? Kushina said. No answer. This time, she turned around and pointed the spatula at him. Come on, spit it out, she said, tapping her foot. You're not gonna feel better until you do, you know. She watched him fight an inner battle of wills, before he sighed and shrugged, admitting defeat. I guess I'm just nervous. He gave her a very small, very hesitant smile. And, weirded out, you know. Kushina paused at the verbal tick, and it was only then that she realized exactly what he meant. Yeah, you're telling me, she agreed with a snort. I just barely found out I'm going to be a mom, and now I know for sure I'm going to be a grandma too. She sighed, smiled, turned back to the stovetop to tend to her breakfast in progress. I doubt many people can say they've had a conversation with their grandkids when they're still in their 20s. Kushina froze, and then looked back over at Boruto. Hey, you wouldn't happen to know if I'm all short and wrinkly as an old woman, would you? The boy paled and turned away, eyes wide. He fidgeted in his seat. Always the optimist, Kushina assumed the worst. Ah, hell, she hissed to the eggs. That bad, huh? She pouted, and went back to her breakfast, chiseling away at it with her spatula. Alright, fine, since I'm old and gray, what about Minato? I'm sure he looks like he hasn't aged at all, the damn ageless baby. I swear, sometimes I can't tell if she froze and turned around. Boruto was gone. She raised an eyebrow, turned the stove off, covered their breakfast, and took a hesitant step towards the kitchen's entrance. Where did he make off to? She rounded the corner to the hallway, and out of the corner of her eye she spotted him, a faint glimmer of blonde on the green-gray backdrop of her back garden. She stopped, hugged the wall for a second, and just watched him. Watched as he walked to the center of the yard with his hands clenched into fists, watched as he froze, tensed, spun in a small circle, watched as he marched towards the long wooden bench that sat in the corner, nestled under one of the many tall oaks that girdled their backyard. Everything in the village dulled into a low hum, a quiet whisper. Boruto sat down with a visible huff, and pulled his legs up to his chest. Kushina couldn't help but let a small smile slide across her face. He looked like Minato, if Minato looked slightly more regal. His eyes were filled with a sharp electric fire, which was a stark contrast to the royal blue she was so used to seeing on a daily basis. And, judging by the eyes that Naruto knew her son had, it must have been a trait from his mother's side. But his personality? That was all Kushina's. She grinned as she pushed open the double doors and stepped into the garden, taking a deep breath of late morning air. Boruto jumped, surprised. You followed me? Kushina ignored him. Instead, she moved to the center of the yard, cracked her neck, and began stretching. If Boruto was anything like she was, then she knew just what he needed. She leaned over and pulled her slippers off her feet, and turned to face Boruto. Get up, she commanded with a sly smile. Boruto blinked. What? When he didn't immediately move, Kushina lunged forward with a palm strike. Boruto yelped and jumped backwards, landing with a haphazard wobble in the space behind the bench. What the hell? He yelled, eyebrows wide and disbelieving. Kushina just smirked, and took a few slow steps towards the grassy center of the yard. Spar with me, she said with a shrug. I don't get to do it often, and I think we both could use it. Boruto blinked once, twice, then made his way out from behind the bench like an apprehensive rabbit. Come on, Kushina goaded, moving into position. What, can't take a pregnant lady? Boruto growled and leapt forward, striking out with his fist. Kushina batted it away and clucked at him. Really? That's the best you can do? She stuck her foot out as he darted past, and he went tumbling down to the ground like a drunken deer. Hey! Play fair! Boruto yelled, leaping back to his feet. Pshh, Kushina snorted, ducking out of the way of a hastily thrown punch. There's no such thing as fair in a spar. That's kinda the point, you know. Boruto ran at Kushina again, and aimed a volley of jabs at her upper body. The older shinobi ducked out of the way of all of them, shirking around Boruto's hands like they weren't moving at all, laughing all the while. I haven't done this in a long time. I forgot how fun it was. She knocked him back with a foot to his chest, which sent him tumbling across the yard and into the bench behind him. Boruto just narrowed his eyes and charged at her with a renewed sense of vigilance. He aimed low, but Kushina countered lower. He aimed high, but Kushina was there too, and she took advantage of the few small imperfections in his taijutsu stance. Coughing after having been thrown back into the dirt for a third time, Boruto had nearly had enough. You don't want to play fair? Fine. He smirked, and shifted his hands into an all-too-familiar seal. Try this on for size. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Two perfect copies of Boruto now stood next to the original, crossing their arms and looking altogether far too smug. Kushina let out a belly-deep laugh. Huh. Alright, if you think that'll make any difference. The three Borutos charged, two taking Kushina from the sides, while the original met her head-on. She spun in a rough circle, slashing, parrying, ducking, weaving as the clones tried to find a chink in her defenses. Her red hair spread out on a halo around her head as she swirled in the back garden, and her green dress, which seemed awfully difficult to move around in at first glance, flowed around her as she moved in a way that seemed nearly unnatural. Kushina sighed, and popped her neck again as she flung both the clones into the trees dotting the perimeter of the backyard. They dispelled in a pair of painful-sounding poofs. "Alright, I'm getting kinda bored of playing defense all the time, you know," she said with a small smile. "How about we mix things up a little?" Boruto, who was still thinking of ways to try and get a single hit in, felt a sinking dread weave its way through his stomach at the look she was giving him. She rolled her eyes. "That means you should probably, I dunno, run or something." Boruto's eyes widened, and he yelped as a blur of red and green and violet sprinted forward and planted a roundhouse kick square between his ribs. He went flying, smashing through a flower bed. And then he too disappeared in a plume of smoke. Kushina's eyes widened. A fist burst from the ground beneath her, and she yelped, darting backwards. She let out a mental cheer when it missed her by a hair's breadth, and then she felt a second fist slam into the back of her head. Kushina fell forward a bit, dazed, and so she barely had time to process the foot of the first clone as it roared towards her. Crack! A hushed silence fell over the courtyard. Kushina blinked, surprised. She reached up with her hand, and dabbed at the pool of blood that was blossoming along her lip. She turned, wide-eyed, and stared down at him. Boruto fell backwards, chest heaving, his face wide with a victorious grin. When he saw the look Kushina was giving him, his heart froze. He looked up at her, and for the first time since they had arrived, Boruto felt truly scared. What if she had been hurt? What if he did something he wasn't supposed to? Damn it, this was why he didn't want to get attached. This was why he didn't want to do this in the first place. Kushina's shock turned to awe, and then to amusement, and then to pride. Pure, unadulterated, motherly pride. That, she breathed, her face twitching into a broad smile, was awesome. And then she fell to her knees, laughing all the while, and pulled the still surprised Boruto into a hug. He flinched away at first, as if fearing a cheap punch, but Kushina wouldn't have it. "You are amazing," she said, as the stress in her grandson's shoulders began to evaporate between her arms. "You are amazing." They sat there on the grass for what felt like the whole afternoon, laughing, and bleeding, and bonding. For the first time since Kushina had met him, Boruto gave her a real smile. And for the first time all week, he relaxed just enough to bring himself some peace of mind. Their breakfast, cold and inedible, sat on the stovetop, long forgotten. Naruto pulled the curtain back from the window frame and smiled. Minato looked up from his book, eyebrow raised. "They still going at it down there?" "Yeah," Naruto said with a quiet laugh. "It's pretty funny how well they get along." Minato smiled. Well, if there was any doubt that they were related before the curtain fell back into place, and the room was dropped back into comfortable darkness as Naruto made his way back towards the pile of books and notes that was somehow Minato's desk. He let out a long sigh as he dropped himself back into his chair, and rubbed at his eyes with his hand, yawning. "So, what exactly is the story with your hand?" Minato said as though the question had been eating away at his mind far longer than he was letting on, and when Naruto looked up, the man was looking him dead in the eye. Naruto smiled. "Now that is a long story," he said, chuckling. Minato leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. "Try me," he said with a smirk. "Well, I blew it off trying to save someone," Naruto said, wincing. He rubbed at his shoulder, as though to soothe some sort of phantom pain. "But he lost his arm too, so I consider it an even trade." "Who was it?" Minato said, no longer quite as interested in his book on seal theory. "Who did you try and save?" Naruto sighed. He was silent a moment, chewing on his lip, before he shrugged once and raised an eyebrow. "Well, since this is technically a different timeline, it won't hurt to tell you, will it?" Any chances of this world following the same path as yours went out the window as soon as you showed up, Minato agreed. Naruto shrugged. Alright. Do you know who Itachi Uchiha is? Minato blinked. Fugaku-san? That's who you had to rescue. No. It was his younger brother. Minato leaned forward and thought, his eyes lighting up when realization struck. We learned just last week that Makoto and Fugaku were expecting again. He smiled up at Naruto. I suppose that makes sense. He would be the same age as you, correct? You must have been good friends. Naruto paused. His smile strained. Yeah. Great friends. Minato folded his hands over one another, watching. I take it that you had a strange relationship with him, then. Naruto nodded, eyes unfocused, drifting across the surface of the desk. Yeah. That was a tough time. Tough for everyone, really. He sighed, closing his eyes. I had a rough childhood. Although I'm sure you can see that just by looking at me. He shook his stumped arm a bit for emphasis, the empty sleeve of his borrowed blue shirt waving in the air. He looked up, a fire in his eyes, and a small, prideful smile on his lips. But I made friends. Challenged myself. Looked up to he paused smiling, thinking. Minato blinked. Looked up to who? Well, a few people. Naruto chuckled. Old Man Hokage, for one. Granny Tsunade. His smile grew more forlorn. The old pervert. And he stopped, a sense of seriousness in his voice, as he met Minato's blue eyes with his own. You. Minato froze, feeling his heart clench in his chest in a peculiar, yet pleasant way. Maybe it was the intensity of the stare. Maybe it was the fact that they were his eyes looking back at him. Maybe it was the fact that this was a man, far older than he was, who had undoubtedly lived through his own struggles, grown up, started a family, and made a name for himself as a highly respectable ninja in the leaf village of another world. He was unique, and yet the same. A shadow of Minato himself, but with enough imperfections to become an individual. It was a strange sensation, seeing a look of admiration on a face just like his. Almost disturbing, really. But beautifully so. Minato felt loved. It was a strange sense of love like that of with an old friend. But it was far rawer than that. Far more pure. He felt idolized in a way he didn't deserve. Like he was almost guilty for it. But he wasn't. Not really. He looked at the man before him, battered, bruised, but still smiling. He was so much like Kushina, Minato almost couldn't stand it. It was like looking through a kaleidoscope at a familiar object. The pictures were distorted and off, but with a little bit of squinting. His gut gave him a solid kick when he figured it out. Fatherly pride. That was the emotion he was feeling. A select few of Naruto's words filtered their way through his brain and came out comprehensible on the other side. His giddy smile turned to a frown. Wait, you had a bad childhood? Why? Naruto smiled, and Minato realized just how quickly he had slid into overbearing parent mode. Well, that's another long story. And I don't think you'd like the end of it. Minato could read through the lines enough to understand what Naruto was hinting at. So I'm dead, then. Naruto gave a sad nod, and his eyes raised to the spot on the mountain where Minato's head lay. Yeah. Minato frowned. Well, that's a morbid thought. Silence crept into the office, the same way they themselves did not 10 hours earlier suddenly, and without a sound. Naruto traced the ceiling tiles with his eyes, weaving them around one another in a mental game of cat versus mouse. Minato shifted in his chair, uncomfortable. Since it won't matter anyway, he began with a sheepish smile, do you mind saying how? With a grimace, Naruto readjusted himself in his seat. He looked at Minato again, and sighed. Do you remember that man lying on the street in mist? The one I was talking to before you showed up? The one you let escape? Naruto shrugged. Yeah. You're right, I did let him escape. But that was because what I said to him should, hopefully, be enough to stop him from murdering you on the day I'm born. Minato's heart stopped, then started again, and then cough thumped along at an awkward rhythm as his mind caught up. Tough threads of worry of terror wound themselves through his chest, and he was beginning to find it hard to breathe. Did you? He began, licking his suddenly rather dry lips. Did you just say? The doors burst open in a crack that sounded like a bolt of lightning, and both men jumped. A blur of white whipped across the room, grabbed Naruto by the collar, slammed him against the wall. What the hell are you doing back here again? Jiraiya yelled, eyes wide. He turned, worried, towards the Fourth Hokage. Minato. Try not to struggle. I'll get you out of there in just a. He stopped mid-sentence. Another awkward silence fell. Naruto started laughing. Jiraiya froze, eyes surprised. He turned back and forth from the man under his forearm to the man watching him from behind the desk with a smirk on his face, and he sighed, reaching up with his free hand and rubbing the bridge of his nose. Oh gods. You're best friends now, aren't you? Naruto drooped forward, grabbing at his gut with his hand, trying to restrain himself. Jiraiya scoffed and let the man drop to the floor, and he marched towards Minato's desk with a mighty huff. Slamming his palms onto a pile of papers and scattered notebooks, he leaned forward and narrowed his eyes at Minato. Care to explain? Maybe you could start with why he's in your house. Naruto sighed, wiping his eyes, and stumbled back to the desk himself. He leaned into his seat and pivoted so he could watch the two men look at each other, a giant grin on his face. Minato just watched with a warm smile, and he turned to look up at Jiraiya in the same way. We were just bonding. Jiraiya turned back to Naruto. Bonding? With him? Why? He's a criminal. Minato shook his head and met Naruto's knowing gaze with his own, as if they were sharing an inside joke. He supposed they were, after some thought. Well, that may be, but he's also my son. Jiraiya's eyebrows flatlined, and he cast a knowing "Are you kidding me?" look back at Minato. Naruto sighed and beamed up at Jiraiya, winking. You might have to say that a little louder, Dad. I don't think the old pervert heard you the first time. What the dash? Jiraiya sputtered, turning an enraged finger on Naruto. Pervert? And who the hell are you calling old? You look older than I do. Minato let out a quiet chuckle under his breath, bit it back with the back of his hand, and closed his eyes. Naruto froze mid-laugh. He paused, and his eyes scanned over Jiraiya's face like a telescope searching out a faraway star. Huh. I guess he let out single chuckle and ran his hand through his hair. I guess that'd make sense. He threw his arm onto the armrest of his chair with a sense of poise, and cocked an eyebrow. I'm 37. Yourself? Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. 36. For a moment, Minato saw a pained smile flash across Naruto's face, before he replaced it with a more natural one. It was subtle, like a sleight of hand, but Minato noticed it nonetheless. Yeah, you are younger than me, aren't you? He said, beaming. Imagine that. Jiraiya crossed his arms and sat down in the third chair, next to Naruto. He scooted it back a few inches for good measure, positioned himself so he could see both the blondes with moderate ease, and looked back at Minato. So he's your son? How the hell does that even make sense? I may not be any good at it, but even I'm pretty sure that's not how math works, Minato. Minato gave an embarrassed smile, and scratched a finger at his cheekbone. Yeah. That was my first thought as well. But we had the hospital run a DNA test a few hours ago just to be sure, and my paternity is positive within 80%. He shrugged. Considering we had it rushed and taken care of in less than 3 hours, I'm willing to accept those odds. And considering the week we've both had, Minato made a pointed nod towards Naruto, I'm willing to accept it. It's strange, and probably the most unlikely thing I've ever seen or will ever see, but I'm a man of science. If the evidence points towards it being true, then I'll accept it. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Wow. Minato nodded, a meek smile growing on his lips. Yeah. I'll say. I don't know whether to be amazed or disturbed at the way you're just accepting this, Jiraiya said. He turned to Naruto. So, what does that make you, then? Besides an enormous pain in the ass? A time traveler, apparently, Naruto smiled. Minato didn't miss the way the other blonde watched Jiraiya like he was seeing a living god. Well, not exactly, he clarified, and Jiraiya shook his head in obvious exhaustion. My toads tell me that the blonde bastard here is back in town, so I rush in here to investigate, and apparently he's your son, he said as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Of course. And of course it's not exactly time travel. He ran a hand through his hair, and rose to his feet. I need a drink. Come get me when it's later. I don't know. Just come get me. Maybe dinner or something. I need time to process this a bit. He walked towards the door of Minato's office, his wooden sandals click-clacking like a metronome as he walked. As the door swung closed behind him, Minato thought he heard the sage mutter something along the lines of "Where the hell is Tsunade's booze when you need it?" He felt inclined to agree. It is time. The rain outside the cave came down in waves, patterned and rhythmed. The dull light from a gas lantern on a wooden table positioned at the center of the room flickered and flashed across the walls, dancing along with the small wickering flame. Bolts of bright white light lit up the far sky outside, shadows disappearing with each flash. A map, scribbled across the surface of a large roll of butcher's parchment, stretched across the table, books and pens and flasks of water holding it in place as a group of shinobi huddled around it. A head of orange hair turned up at the newcomer's voice, and the two others, flanking either side of him at the table, straightened. He arched his neck at the shadow in the doorway, and motioned the man inside. You may as well come in here. Don't catch a cold standing outside like that. The shadow flickered, and it took Yahiko only a few moments to realize that the motion wasn't simply a trick of the light. He narrowed his eyes, and watched the figure approach them. He's injured. Madara slinked forward, hand-clutching shoulder, and kicked a fourth chair out from underneath the table. He moved in choppy bursts, the mask hiding the grimace that no doubt laid upon his face even as he sucked in a hiss when his bleeding shoulder bumped against the side of the table. It is time, Madara repeated, pausing to catch his breath. Akatsuki must be mobilized now. It is either now or never. Yahiko clenched his jaw. You know, we already told you we would think about this deal of yours. And it's only been 2 weeks. What makes you think I've made up my mind? The masked man chuckled, the sound like steel grating glass. Circumstances are different now. Why should that matter? Yahiko countered, leaning on the table with his elbow. The paper crinkled from the pressure, but held. We have what you want. You have nothing. The kunai is in our hands. You need to sweeten the pot a little, Madara. The Uchiha said nothing. A violent flash of lightning lit the room up in a dazzling display of unnatural white light for 2-3 heartbeats, then threw everything back into the dull undulations of the gas lamp not a moment later. A loud crack of thunder rumbled through the canyon, distorted by the rain, and Madara leaned forward against the table. You are meeting with the Leaf tomorrow, are you not? And Hanzo? Yahiko blinked, then narrowed his eyes. How did you know about that? It's a trap, Madara continued. A ruse. They plan to assemble the Akatsuki in one place, not to finalize a peace treaty, but to extinguish you for good, in one place. He reached forward and pinched the flame of the lantern, dropping the entire room into darkness. The air seemed to tense up, like a coiled spring. The Akatsuki wants peace, Yahiko hissed from between clenched teeth. Why would they want to destroy us? We have the potential to change the world. Madara snorted in derision. And it is for that very reason that they will kill you all. Why they must destroy you all? You represent everything that Hanzo and the Leaf hate. He waved his hand in the air as if gesturing at something. Change. Revolution. Peace and understanding. Yahiko slammed his fist down on the table. A crack of lightning bit down on the valley outside. The paper tore. I have had enough of this. Yahiko snarled. We are not puppets. We are not children. We are Akatsuki. The rain outside dulled to a low hum. The hiss of water slamming into solid rock outside reduced to a quiet trickle as runoff dripped down the side of the mountain around them. Nagato and Conan shifted in their seats, watching as the two men narrowed their eyes at one another. The flower in Conan's hair fidgeted. It was Yahiko that spoke first. Why are you telling me this? A gesture of kindness, Madara said, as if it was the most obvious and inconsequential thing. A peace offering. Proof that you can trust me. The darkness behind Madara's mask almost gleamed. That you must trust me. Yahiko narrowed his eyes. You want something for it. I can tell. Madara said, leaning back into his chair, the hole in his mask holding the orange-haired man in trance-like suspense. And what, pray tell, did you think it is time meant? Conan frowned, reached out with a pale hand. Yahiko, no, Yahiko said. Conan pulled back. Madara froze. No? I said no, he repeated. The Akatsuki is not a puppet. We will not be doing your bidding simply because you gave us questionable intelligence. He stood, kicking his chair back, the sound of wood grating on the rocky interior of the cave echoing through the room. If our organization was meant to survive, then we must learn of these kinds of deceptions ourselves, and make our own mistakes. Not rely on a Yahiko swiped his hand at Madara, on a war-obsessed zealot from the past. Nagato watched as Yahiko gathered his things, a canteen on the table, a cloak on the wall, and made for the door. The world is different now, Uchiha, he said with a sense of finality in the doorway, framed by the backdrop of Rain Country's far mountains. He looked down at Madara's injured shoulder and smirked, raising a judgmental eyebrow. And maybe if you want to change it back to the way it was, you should do it yourself. The Akatsuki marched out of the room, and not for the first time that week Obito Uchiha felt helpless in face of the whims of the wind. Chapter 16. Live from Studio 7 in the Hidden Leaf, this is Konoha News Now. Camera swiveled on tracks around a long wooden desk, and a heavily manicured woman, sitting straight as a board, came into focus. A large display, mounted to a large bay window showing a charismatic shot of the Leaf Village bumbling about, stood behind her, and the words "Breaking News, Hokage in Jeopardy" were plastered across the entire newsroom in menacing red text. The newscaster cleared her throat. Welcome back. If you're just now joining us, we have some breaking news to report on the status of 7th Hokage Naruto Uzumaki, who fell ill immediately following the final round of the 77th annual Chunin exams. The display behind the newscaster faded from the newsroom's logo to Naruto's official Hokage photograph, white robes and white hat and bright smile standing out against the black backdrop like sunlit clouds in a dark sky. As of 6:30 this morning, Studio 7 has learned that the Hokage has been moved to a secure treatment room in the west wing of the Leaf Hospital, where he is being closely monitored. He is under intense guard, and witnesses claim that only the Hokage's greatest confidants are being granted access to see him at this time. The camera shifted angles. In a Studio 7 exclusive, with us now are some of those very confidants: Lord 6th, Kakashi Hatake, Lord 7th's top advisor Shikamaru Nara, and in a Leaf Village first, the 5th Kazekage of the Hidden Sand. The newscaster pivoted in her chair, and the camera panned out to show the 4 shinobi, seated in a row behind an extension of the newscaster's desk. Gentlemen, welcome. Anytime, Kakashi smiled. He leaned forward onto the tabletop, the whites of his robe catching under his elbow as he did so. So, let's start with you, Lord Nara, the newscaster began, reading from her call cards. Is there anything new that the Uzumaki administration can reveal at this time about what exactly it is that is going on? Shikamaru sighed and crossed his arms across his chest. Well, Yachi, unfortunately, there's just not much that even we know at this point. Our top forensic investigators are looking into the matter themselves as we speak, and as a safety precaution all foreign exam participants are being asked to remain in the Leaf until such time that we know more. The newscaster nodded. I see. Lord Gaara, you and your foreign contingent have been essentially quarantined here in the Leaf until further notice. Is this likely to strain foreign affairs between nations such as the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind? Gaara turned his steely green eyes on her, his expression emotionless. I was the one that suggested the quarantine. The newscaster blinked. A moment of tense silence drifted through the studio. Finally, she frowned, tapped her cards against the desk again, and nodded. Oh. I see. And what of the other 3, Kage? The other Kage and myself owe Naruto Uzumaki a great deal, Gaara said. We all agreed quite quickly that a quarantine, while not particularly glamorous, is the fastest way to get to the bottom of things. Do you suspect any of your shinobi to be at fault? The newscaster asked. Of course not, Gaara said. However, I am not arrogant enough to assume that everyone from the Hidden Sand is infallible. If the perpetrator is, for whatever reason, a resident from my country, he or she will be dealt with in such a way that both leaf and sand laws are upheld. And we plan on coordinating with all of the nations that participated in this year's exams in the coming days in order to ensure they get home as soon as humanly possible, Shikamaru continued. As it stands now, we have ruled out a great number of theories. At this point, all we're doing now is narrowing the gap. What kinds of theories? The newscaster asked. Shikamaru took a deep breath. Well, anything involving domestic or foreign terror. We know at very least that this wasn't an attack on Lord Seventh. This was, if anything, simply an accident. Most likely a result of some experimental technology, or a problem with an untested jutsu. Shikamaru smirked. Or it could have just been something he ate. Who knows? The newscaster chuckled, and turned to Kakashi. As the Hokage's seat is currently empty, she continued, there's a lot of confusion right now as to who's in control of the village. Yes, Kakashi said almost absent-mindedly. It'd look that way, wouldn't it? The newscaster frowned. Could you expand on that? Are you Lord Uzumaki's temporary replacement, as some of our sources have been telling us? As a matter of fact, I am not, Kakashi said. Although that is the proper chain of command. As I am currently busy with other duties, I am unable to take on the role, and have instead passed it along to someone else. The banner beneath him on the screen flashed, and the text changed to an all-white I am unable to take on the role of temporary Hokage, Lord Sixth says. The newscaster frowned. Interesting. Would you be willing to say who it is? Kakashi chuckled. Of course. Although I can tell you she's not happy with it. Shikamaru leaned forward. As of right now, until such time that Lord Seventh recovers, Lord Fifth, Lady Tsunade, will be in charge of the Leaf Village. The newscaster looked shocked. She cast surprised glances past the TV camera, as if speaking a silent conversation with someone standing just past it, before sputtering and returning her gaze to the camera itself. You heard it here first, folks. Lady Tsunade, Fifth Hokage, is the interim leader of the Hidden Leaf. She turned again, and looked back at Shikamaru. Any reason why Tsunade was chosen in particular? Lady Tsunade has experience working under intense pressure, lead the village through the most trying time in Leaf Village history, and is a war hero, Shikamaru said, as if it had been well rehearsed. I have the utmost confidence in her ability to lead, especially considering the fact I don't feel as though she'll be in charge for very long. Lady Tsunade is nearly 80 years old, and has been retired for some time, the newscaster said. Is there any worry that she would be considered out of touch? Of course not, Shikamaru said, raising an eyebrow. Lord Seventh has known Lady Tsunade since he was a child. He trusts her with not just his life, but his livelihood. His family. Every one of us. She is a fantastic medic, a fantastic person, and was a fantastic Hokage. I have no doubt in her abilities. He turned again, and this time addressed the camera directly. This is only a temporary measure. Lord Sixth and I, along with Sakura Haruno, the Leaf's chief medic, plan on leaving as soon as possible on an important ambassadorial meeting. Once this is finished, We suspect that everything will go back to normal, and we'll be able to finish the Chunin exams like we always have. And I plan on assisting in any way that I can, Gaara added. The newscaster blinked. Well then. Lord Nara, you said you were leaving soon for a meeting, did you say ambassadorial? Shikamaru nodded. Yes. Care to elaborate? The newscaster frowned. When might your party be leaving? As a matter of fact, Kakashi said with a smile, we've already left. And he disappeared in an explosive plume of white. The newscaster coughed, waving her hand in front of her face to try and dispel the smoke. What? What's going on? Shikamaru heaved a heavy sigh, grumbling something under his breath. Troublesome, he muttered, shaking his head. He wasn't supposed to dispel until after the interview is over. Well, the newscaster said, eyeing her producer from behind the camera again, I think it's over anyway. Shikamaru sighed again. All right then. It was a pleasure as always, Yachi. He looked around, watching the way the room's ventilation system attempted to suck away the smoke. And sorry about the exit. Yachi opened her mouth to reply when Shikamaru disappeared as well. Ninja, she grumbled, waving her hand around again. It was only after she had begun to flap her cue cards in the air did she realize the Kazekage was still sitting at the table. The Leaf Village was beautiful in the spring. Naruto always thought so. He stood on the crest of a small hill near the Hyuga compound, and watched as a gust of wind plucked a wave of cherry blossoms from the army of trees that stood at attention across the shallow valley. He watched them trace the currents in the air like an artist's brush, painting broad strokes of reds and whites on the perfect blue sky, and he watched the way they deposited themselves along the banks of the koi pond that stretched across the far wall of the estate and twisted out of view behind a low hedge. He watched a procession of white weave its way through the gardens below him, somber and slow, and sighed. Spring was beautiful, yes, but it was never perfect. Nothing ever was. When Naruto made his way back into Minato's office later that afternoon, the Hokage didn't even bother to look up. How was it? He said. It was a funeral, Naruto said. It went about as well as a funeral could. Minato nodded, but kept his nose in his book. Weren't you supposed to, be there? Naruto asked, leaning himself back down into his chair with a sigh. That was a private funeral. The state one will be held next week. He shrugged. It's a Hyuga ceremony, so we choose not to interfere. Naruto frowned. That's not how we do it. We've always combined them into one big funeral. It lets the village come together as one. He scratched at his chin with his hand. Helps prevent one clan from feeling too left out, No sooner had the words left his lips did Naruto connect the dots. Uchiha, he whispered to himself. Sorry? Minato asked. It was the Uchiha, Naruto said. That's why the tradition was changed. The Uchiha? Minato asked, looking up for the first time. He eared a page in his book to mark his place, and began to swivel his pen between his fingertips. Naruto could almost feel Minato's curiosity burning a hole through him. Did they do something? I guess now's as good a time as any to tell you, Naruto said, chewing on his lip. He thought about what to say for a moment, then just started with the simplest explanation he could think of. The Uchiha are gone. Minato blinked. Gone? He nodded. Yeah. It started with little things like with the Hyuga's funeral. They started to shut themselves off from the rest of the village, doing more and more things privately, and it just built from there. At first it was an honor thing, a matter of pride for them, but after a while they were so disconnected from the village, things started to get out of hand. He paused. They thought the Leaf was scheming against them, so they started scheming themselves. Minato raised an eyebrow. That's impossible. They're one of the founding clans, they can't just. He bit his lip, looked down at the table, then looked back up into Naruto's eyes, a sense of sudden realization seeming to wash over him. When you say gone, what exactly do you mean? They died, Naruto said, eyes cool as glass. They tried to stage a coup, and they were killed. All of them? All except for one, he said. By who? Minato asked. His voice sounded a bit desperate. Who killed them all? Who do you think? Naruto said, raising an eyebrow. Minato chewed on that for a moment, spinning the pen in his fingers as he thought. It was another Uchiha, he said after a few moments, and his hand stopped spinning. Another Uchiha killed the clan. He leaned forward, dropping the pen in the process, and looked at Naruto in the eye. Who? Naruto stared back. It was the first time, Minato would note later, that he realized just how tired his son looked. Itachi, Minato breathed. His eyes were wide as night, sharp as flint. Itachi, Naruto nodded with a sigh. Sasuke survived. That was the only way he would do it is if Sasuke wasn't killed that night. Who would do something like that? Why would he do something like that? Naruto couldn't seem to meet his father's gaze. It was an order. From the village government. Minato leaned backwards and fell into his chair, eyes disbelieving. He flinched, then took a deep breath, closing his eyes as if to brace himself for something. Was it one of mine? No, Naruto said with a small, sad smile. You weren't around then. This was years ago. I was only 7 when it happened. I don't remember much from before that time, but I do remember the village being very different the months afterward. The 5th Hokage, then? Minato pressed. No, the 3rd took over for you after you died, Naruto said. It was a difficult time for him. He let some nasty voices whisper in his ear, and he made the wrong choice. He shook his head, and leaned back in his chair. But I know what that's like, making hard decisions. It's tough, but they have to be made. I don't envy him, but I also don't pity him. Minato shook his head, and ran his hand up into his hair. He groaned. So it was Danzu, then. Danzu came up with that plan. Naruto nodded. Yeah. Why am I not surprised, he muttered to himself. Fugaku, he said, what did you do to deserve this? They both sat in relative silence for a few moments, Naruto resting his eyes while Minato let his mind chew on the deluge of new information it had just received. When we figure this time travel jutsu out, Minato started, which we will, I want you to write me a timeline of everything that happened in your world. All the major events and catastrophes at least, all the ones that can be prevented. He shook his head. I know it'll do little in the grand scheme of things because if I prevent one thing from happening it'll cause something else I won't know about ahead of time, but he took a deep breath. Whatever it takes to avoid the tragedies of my timeline, Naruto said quietly. Minato blinked. He smiled a soft smile, hidden behind a fine sheen of exhaustion, but a smile nonetheless. Thank you. Sincerely. The rest of their morning passed as if the conversation had never taken place, and Naruto couldn't help but feel a sense of relief, a sense of calm over something that was gnawing away at the back of his gut, that he wasn't even aware of. He looked out the window at the noonday sun, and hoped the feeling would carry over into the evening. He had an appointment, after all. How the hell is that even possible? Naruto smiled, biting his lip with his teeth in an attempt to hold back a bout of rather inappropriate laughter. It's simple. Just try not to focus too much on it. But that's the entire point of gathering nature chakra through sage mode. Jiraiya said, walking across Minato's back garden from where he was meditating and getting in Naruto's face. You're breaking a fundamental principle of how this is taught in the first place. You can't just rewrite the rulebook. Naruto raised an eyebrow and looked down at himself. I think the fact I'm doing it right now is proof I can, and that I did. You know, I'm not entirely convinced you're not just using a hinge to make your eyes look like that, Jiraiya said, furrowing his brow. He squinted, as if inspecting Naruto's face for some sort of blemish. I don't even see a single wart. Are you sure you're a toad sage? Boys, Kushina called out from the back patio. Play nice. Dinner's almost ready. He smiled when he heard Jiraiya mumble damn Jinchuriki under his breath with a huff as he turned around and walked back across the yard, and sighed as he eased himself out of his simplest iteration of sage mode. "If you want, I can show you something a little less difficult," Naruto said with a cheeky grin. Jiraiya froze in his tracks, then spun on his heel and growled at him. "Yeah? Enlighten me." He just shrugged and raised his hand. The quiet murmuring of spring and dull hum of the village around them was blasted away in a roar of pure chakra, and Jiraiya took a step back as a massive orb of spiraling orange energy came ablaze like a small sun in Naruto's hand. "Whoa, careful," Jiraiya said, leaping back. "You'll take out a mountain with that thing." "I've done that already a few times," Naruto said, smirking. "Trust me, it's as cool as you think it is." "That's a Rasengan, sure," but Jiraiya squinted, the bumpy nose and squared pupils of his own imperfect sage mode sensing something strange. His eyes widened. Is this the thing you almost hit me with? Back in the forest?" "Yeah, something like it," Naruto said, wincing a bit. "Sorry about that." Jiraiya ignored him, and approached the sphere like a cat approaching a stranger. "This is incredible. The nature chakra is completely embedded in it." He turned and looked into Naruto's eyes, surprise evident on his face. "I have to say I'm impressed. This jutsu took me over 3 months to perfect," Naruto said with a sigh, looking down at his creation himself. "I just wish it were under better circumstances." 3 months? Jiraiya gaped, looking Naruto up and down. "You?" Naruto twitched a finger, and quick as a whip the Rasengan morphed into something entirely different. "This is the Rasen Shuriken," Naruto said, watching as the spiraling disc of sharpened chakra cut into the air like a wind turbine. "It's an S-ranked technique that, unless thrown, causes irreversible damage to the caster." He winced at the phantom pain in his missing hand. "Learned that one the hard way." "Wait," Jiraiya interrupted, aghast. "Did you say thrown?" "Yeah," Naruto said. "How else did you think I almost took you and the fourth out back in that fight?" "Stretchy limbs?" Jiraiya said with a snort. "I don't know." "You know, you joke," Naruto grinned, "but that's one of my son's teammates' parlor tricks." He laughed. "As a matter of fact, it's the kid of one of your teammates." "Ah, so Tsunade finally got over Dan?" Jiraiya said, with a faraway look in his eye. Naruto winked. "Something like that." Jiraiya froze, and turned to look back at the house behind them. "Ah, so does that mean your little brat's a genin?" "Have to say, I'm a bit surprised." Naruto frowned. He raised his arm over his head, and with a blast of chakra from the palm of his hand, he sent the Rasen Shuriken careening high into the air. It burst like a firework, and the windows in Minato and Kushina's house rattled from the shockwave. "He's going through a lot right now," he said. "Cut him some slack." "Oh, hey," Jiraiya said, blinking when he realized what he'd said, and also that Naruto had turned and was making his way back into the house. "I didn't mean it like that. I apologize if I offended or anything." No, it's fine," Naruto said. He turned around and gave the man a big smile. "I'm sure dinner's ready. Let's head inside." The two made their way into the house as the sun began to dip past the imposing frame of the building's roof, and when the sliding door was slid back in place, a rock in the garden disappeared in a poof of smoke. "So, Boruto," Minato said with a practiced smile, "what sorts of jutsu are you good at? Have any specialties?" They were gathered around a giant pot of stew that Kushina had thrown together several hours prior, and the dinner soundtrack of spoons scraping against bowls as they ate otherwise remained uninterrupted. A sky of midnight blue and pastel reds was framed by the wide window above the kitchen sink, and the low hiss of an incoming storm whipping at the trees outside weaved its way through the cracks in the doors. A pair of extra folding chairs, brought in from storage to accommodate the additional company, leaned against the small table in Minato and Kushina's kitchen, and Boruto and Naruto found themselves sitting next to one another in what was quite possibly the strangest dinner arrangement either of them had ever seen. "Yeah, I'm interested myself," Jiraiya asked, as curiosity got the better of him and he lifted the cover over the mysterious dish that sat abandoned next to his bowl. He blanched when he saw the 2-day-old plate of unfinished scrambled eggs sitting underneath, and pushed it aside. So, what kinds of stuff do you do as a ninja of the future? Boruto looked up from his untouched bowl of soup and frowned. I dunno. Jiraiya rolled his eyes. Aren't we chatty? Well, Minato coughed, I, for one, look forward to a demonstration. He forced a smile, digging around in his soup with his spoon. Would you perhaps be up for a spar later? Boruto said nothing, opting to instead bore holes in the bowl in front of him. Hey, Naruto whispered in his direction, nudging him with his elbow, your grandfather just asked you something. Boruto grimaced, but remained silent. Don't be rude, Naruto said, narrowing his eyes. Again, Boruto said nothing. When Naruto twisted in his chair to reprimand the boy, Minato raised a hand and gave them an embarrassed smile. Oh, no, please, it's fine. Maybe, later. He turned back to Jiraiya and cleared his throat. So, Jiraiya, have you or the third heard any news about Orochimaru? Nope, the man shrugged. Nothing. The damn snakes dropped off the face of the earth. There's no telling what kind of putrid stink hole he's curled himself around this time. He set his spoon aside and picked up his bowl, draining the broth with a noisy gulp. It's gonna take me months to reorganize my spy network. Bastard knew where all of my contacts were, and he's sure as hell going to avoid them. Any news on the Hidden Sea Village? Naruto asked. Jiraiya rolled his eyes. Come on now. It's been what, 6 hours? Toads aren't exactly supposed to be able to swim in the ocean, you know. It's going to take a while for my scout to get there. But he'll be able to reverse summon us once he gets there, right? Naruto asked. Jiraiya corrected as if it was the most obvious thing in the world, and grunted. Yeah, we'll be fine. It'll probably take another day or so. She's my fastest summon, but even toads have their limits. Naruto sighed, nodding. Alright, good to hear. What's your plan once we get there? Minato asked, resting his hand in his chin. When both Jiraiya and Kushina turned to look at him with skeptical expressions on their faces, Minato shrugged. What? Of course I'm going with them. A brand new village we've never heard of, and we're going to just barge in there? I'd rather I went to solidify some sort of peaceful agreement with their people before we cause any true diplomatic damage. Spoken like a true Kage, Jiraiya smiled into his glass as he took a swig. Besides, you probably won't be able to get out much once things start winding down anyways. May as well get your vacation time in while you still can. Minato shrugged. Well, whatever it is, we should be packed and ready to go for tomorrow night. He raised a finger in Jiraiya's direction when the Toad Sage opened his mouth to argue in the event that things are all set up for us to leave. Jiraiya grumbled something under his breath, then nodded. Alright, fine. I'm coming too, if there's no complaints there. Minato nodded in agreement, then turned to the two time travelers. Will that work for you? Naruto chewed on his lip for a moment, seeming to be lost in thought, before he blinked and nodded with a small smile. Yeah. We'll be ready. Kushina's eyes lit up, but Minato cut her off, before she could even properly open her mouth. No, don't bother asking. I don't want you coming along. You might get hurt, and I don't want that to happen. She ground her teeth together and frowned at him, crossing her arms, but otherwise remained silent. Minato grinned, looking back and forth from Jiraiya to Kushina. You know, I honestly can't tell which of you is more the child sometimes. Kushina stuck her tongue out at him. Jiraiya rolled his eyes. Snorting, Naruto pushed his chair away from the table and stood, collecting what was left of his meal in his hands as he did so. Well, alright then. Anyone else finished? When Jiraiya and Kushina offered their bowls to be collected as well, the former with a quiet thanks and the latter with an appreciative smile, Naruto took them to the kitchen sink and began to rinse them out. He stared out the window into the backyard, where the moonlit shadows of tree limbs, dancing in the wind, flickered across the grass. A row of dark clouds rooted themselves on the horizon, and Naruto frowned. Clearing his throat, he turned back around and smiled at the group. Well, I think I'm going to go take a walk. Jiraiya looked at him, raising an eyebrow. In this weather? Yeah, why not? He shrugged with a stretched smile, and looked down at Boruto. I'll be back in a little bit. You gonna be okay while I'm out? Boruto blinked up at him, then shrugged. Yeah, I guess. Alright then. Naruto said with an air of finality, standing up straight and heading for the door. He paused for a moment when he was a few hundred feet from the home, and watched as the upstairs light in Minato's study went out and another Naruto snuck out through the window. With a smirk, the first Naruto disappeared in a cloud of smoke, the winds whipping away what little evidence remained of his existence. You're early. It wasn't so much a statement as it was a sign of strength, a power play. Naruto was all too familiar with that game. No, I'd say I'm right on time. All that mattered is that you'd show, and you have. He turned down the aisles of gravestones and watched as a cloaked figure did the same from across the cemetery, mirroring his actions as he moved. The winds twisted the long, spindly clouds in the sky around the moon above them, blotting out the light and casting dark shadows over the dusk-embalmed village. Well, Obito drawled, pausing and threading his hands over one another across his chest, for what purpose have you dragged me out here? Have you not humiliated me enough? Drop the act, Obito, Naruto said with a snort, shaking his head. We both know you're out of options. It was like this in my world, too. The boy said nothing for a moment. Your world? My world, Naruto repeated. I'm from the future, Obito. Well, he frowned, staring at the ground, one of them. It's easier for me to understand if I think of myself as being in the past, rather than being from the future. He gave a tentative smile and sighed. Well, I suppose it all depends on perspective. Don't play games with me, Obito said, his fist clenching into a ball at his side. Your name is Obito Uchiha, Naruto began, voice even and emotionless. You were killed at the Battle of Kanobi Bridge several years ago when a collapsed cave crushed you. You gave one of your eyes to Kakashi Hatake, your teammate, and then you died. He shook his head. Except you didn't. You lived by some stroke of luck, and ended up in Madara Uchiha's care. He helped you heal, helped you rebuild your strength. He paused, and Obito fidgeted. And then he tricked you. Stop, Obito growled. The wind whistled between the graves, cracking tree branches against one another and howling like a wounded dog. What is it you want, Obito? Naruto said over the wind. A world of lies? A world of fake promises and fake happiness? I want her. Obito shouted, and a crack of lightning cascaded across the sky. Grow up. Naruto said. This isn't a game, Obito. Why not? Obito said. Why can't it be a game? Because you aren't the only person on this planet, Obito, Naruto said, taking a deep breath, moving a step forward. Listen to me. I've seen it. It's happened in my world, and as enticing as it may be at first glance, it's nothing but a sham. He shook his head, and bit his lip. Madara is being manipulated, Obito. And I don't want you, at least, the you of this world, to fall for the same traps. The masked boy clenched his fist again, then hissed, falling to his knees, with a pained gasp. That's it? He bit out. That's all you plan to do? To talk me out of it? Yeah, Naruto said, completely serious. That's it. It worked before. He took a few more steps until he was standing over Obito's crouched form, and knelt down on a knee in front of him. He reached out and touched his shoulder. You're still hurt? Don't touch me. Obito snarled, snapping back with a roar of pain and frustration and confusion. I don't even know who you are. You're just some sort of freak imposter hellbent on destroying my life. The only person destroying your life is you, Obito, Naruto said, turning. He looked down at the marble gravestone that lay before them, and rubbed his fingers through the sharp, unworn edges of the name that started a war. Rin died, yes, but you didn't. The wind around them died to a low growl, and the moon disappeared behind a foray of clouds. Kakashi lost you both, Naruto said, looking up at the sky, admiring the way it marbled and swirled above them. He lost you both, and still he survived. He may be broken, but Naruto pushed off with a hand on his knee and raised himself to his feet. We're all a little broken. At least in some way. He turned, looked down at Obito, and offered a hand. We just need someone there to help us put the pieces back together. Obito fidgeted, his turn towards the ground. When Naruto leaned over, he realized the boy had removed his mask. Or maybe, Obito mumbled to himself, we can rearrange the pieces ourselves. Rebuild something newer. He turned and looked up at the one-armed man, his Sharingan eye pulsing. He smiled, his nostrils flaring and teeth glaringly white in the sterile darkness. Something better. Naruto grunted as Obito thrust a kunai through his chest. I don't know who you are, and I'm aware that you can kill me, Obito snorted in hysteric derision, but I don't care. And part of me thinks you don't care either. Naruto had just enough time to look down at him and raise an eyebrow before he disappeared in a raucous poof of white. Obito blinked. A clone? A shadow clone, Naruto said, appearing behind the boy in a burst of leaves. He snatched Obito's wrist with his own. You're wrong, Obito. I do care. I care a lot more than you'll ever know. He turned the boy around on his feet until he was staring him in the eye, blue to red. You're right that I could kill you if I wanted to, but I don't want to. Who are you? Obito repeated, his face contorted into a mixture of surprise and anguish and fear. Naruto narrowed his eyes. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I'm the son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, and I'm the past, present and future Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed asshole fox. He grimaced when he felt a prod in his chest. Working title. That's impossible, Obito said, scowling. I've been getting that a lot recently, Naruto said. I guess time travel is too weird a thing for most people to take at face value. Naruto watched his face the way the scars framed his Sharingan eye, the way it scowled in a way a child's face shouldn't. A child trying to find a place in the troublesome world of adulthood, clawing out a path for himself. He saw Boruto. Not for the first time that week, Naruto felt a tinge of guilt. For what, exactly, he was unsure. But it gnawed away at him like a hungry dog, chewing its way into his mind every chance he let it. The rain certainly didn't help either. Naruto sighed, let go of the boy's arm, and took a step back. I need your help. Obito scoffed. So you say, he said, frowning at him. But why do you need me? Your eye, Naruto said, and he met Obito's gaze with his own. You can travel through dimensions. I need you, we need you. For what? To get home, Naruto said with a hollow smile. We're stuck here, and we don't belong. You have the best odds of being helpful. He turned away, running his hand along the back of his neck. And I think it would be good. Obito blinked, narrowed his eyes. What would be good? There's more to life than chasing after something impossible, Obito, Naruto said, shaking his head. I think it would be good for you to join us. It would give you some perspective. And what you're doing isn't impossible, sarcasm dripped from Obito's lips. I'm sure. Naruto turned and shoved a finger into his chest. The boy hissed in pain, but stood his ground. Look, I know where this path leads. I know what happens. I lived it. He paused, collected himself. You succeeded in the end, Obito, he breathed, shaking his head. Everything worked out for the better when it was all said and done, but not without cost. Obito froze, eye wide and shocked. It worked? Naruto nodded, looking down at the ground. His hand was clenched into a fist at his side. Yeah. You won, Obito. You got to see Rin in the end. He turned and met Obito's gaze again, and the boy started. Then why are you here? Because it didn't work, Naruto said, leaning in close. It's a pipe dream, Obito. It's a flawed plan from the start, built on lies and deception that go far above anything either of us could have expected the first time. The first time? Yes, Naruto said, sighing in relief when he felt the boy's hesitation through his voice. Thunder, low and far away, rumbled through the village. I don't want you to make those same mistakes, Obito. Like I said. He pulled a rolled-up piece of parchment from under his coat and handed it over. Have you ever heard of the Hidden Sea Village? Obito looked from Naruto to the parchment, then back to Naruto again, and raised an eyebrow. No. Naruto pushed the paper into Obito's hands. What is this? He asked, frowning. He unrolled it and looked up at Naruto again. A map? Yeah, the blonde said, leaning over. He brushed away the raindrops that were beating across the surface and pointed at an empty spot over the ocean. This is where we're going. There's nothing there. That's because it hasn't been discovered yet, Naruto said. But it's there. And we need to go there to find answers. Like what? Like how to get home, for one, Naruto said, sniffling. And to figure out how we got here in the first place. Obito blinked, then scowled, looking up at Naruto. Well, what do you need me for, then? He rolled the map up and shoved it back into Naruto's hand. How do you know I'll be able to actually do anything? I have a feeling, Naruto said, face steeled and expressionless. Because I knew you, Obito. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, and the crack of thunder that followed was loud and wild. Obito was silent. Just come with me, Naruto pleaded. He stretched out his hand again. This time, Obito didn't shirk away. Please. What have you got to lose? He looked at the extended hand, then to the eyes, those eyes. Naruto watched the emotions play out across Obito's face, watched the way his eyes glazed over in intense thought. When he reached out and clasped Naruto's hand with a strength that left very little room for discontent, the Akatsuki Obito's Akatsuki died for good. Minato hurried his way up the stairs, and burst through the door to his study with a smile on his face. Jiraiya-sensei, hurry up. What, Minato? Did you find something? Jiraiya said, moving through the house with, admittedly, far less enthusiasm than the Fourth Hokage was. A fresh pair of eyes never hurts, Minato said, as he began moving aside the stacks of paper he had piled up in Naruto's chair in the time since the man had been gone. Lightning flashed across the sky through the window on the far wall and the lights flickered, but he paid it no mind. All right, he muttered to himself once the seat was cleared, and Jiraiya lowered himself down with a small smirk on his face. You know, I haven't seen you this excited about something in a long time, Jiraiya said, watching Minato move around his desk and assemble a small stack of books and notes and paper under his arm. Minato smiled and nodded. It has been a long time, hasn't it? He moved behind his chair and tossed the light jacket he was wearing over the back of it. We've been trying to figure out how to get this jutsu to work, but I don't even have solid proof that the theory is even legitimate. We could be dealing with parallel universes, parallel timelines, linear time travel, he huffed, and lowered himself into his own chair. It's been exhausting. You're Hokage now, the sage said. Everything's going to be exhausting. Minato leaned over his desk and frowned. Hey, that's odd. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Minato shuffled a few books across his desktop, as if trying to find something. Where did it go? He lifted up a pile of papers and peeked at a spot in the middle, then frowned and moved to the next one. I could have sworn what? Jiraiya asked, sitting up in his chair. Something missing? The map we were using, Minato muttered. I left it rolled up, right here. He pointed at an empty spot on his desk, just large enough for a scroll to fit. Maybe you put it somewhere else? Jiraiya suggested. Minato shuffled things around, digging a little trench. Maybe I just buried it on accident. You really ought to clean this place up a bit, Minato, Jiraiya said. This really isn't like you, being this disorganized. No, no, Minato said under his breath, I know where everything is like this. Everything has a place. It makes sense to me. But apparently not, Jiraiya finished, yawning. At least buy some more bookshelves. Kushina won't let me, Minato said almost to himself, and he frowned down at his desk. His eye caught something underneath a few books. He reached out with his free hand, and plucked a single piece of paper from the trough where the map once was. He froze in his tracks. The Hyuga State funeral invitation, Minato breathed. Hayashi. So how did you know Hayashi in your time? Minato asked, as he watched Naruto slip his shoes on at the door earlier that morning. Oh, yeah, Naruto said with a cheeky smile. I probably should have explained that better, eh? He tapped the toe of his sandal on the edge of the entryway to make sure they were on right, and then stood. Well, Hayashi's actually my father-in-law. Minato blinked. Father-in-law? Really? He furrowed his brow in surprise. I didn't know Hayashi was even planning on having children. Naruto shrugged, and moved to open the door. Yep. He had two, actually. Both beautiful. And he's a fantastic grandpa. He sighed. Well, was. It's a shame he won't be able to have that life now. He hadn't thought anything of it at the time. It was just harmless discussion, a simple goodbye for the afternoon that turned into an impromptu conversation. But now it all made sense. The papers under Minato's arms fell to the floor in an explosive crash, scattering in all directions. Jiraiya lurched in his seat. The hell, Minato? That's it, he said, eyes shimmering in excitement. That's it. Deep within a dark forest, nestled between the roots of a massive tree, a man waited. He sat cross-legged in the shade, mostly alone, mostly motionless. His eyes were closed, but still he watched. He watched as a caravan of men, draped in white robes, snaked their way through the underbrush. He watched the way they pulled the baskets off their backs as they approached, and watched the way they dropped to their knees before him once they entered his clearing. My lord, one man said, rising. He pulled his hood from his face, and his head, bald and smooth, reflected the glow of the morning sun. We bring you your meal. This is understandable, the waiting man said, muttering beneath his breath. He paused, turned, and looked to his left, away from the convoy. I cannot sanction this. He turned again, looking dead center with his hooded eyes, and shook his head. And what of my daughter? The bald man blinked in confusion, then sighed, smiling. Come, he said to those surrounding him, and picked up the basket with tender hands. The group edged closer, awestruck. They watched as the waiting man turned away again, as if looking, but not quite looking, at some invisible consulate. I shan't accept such an invitation, he said. Rejected at once. The bald man coughed into his hand with a gentle sense of poise, and lowered the basket in front of the waiting man's crossed legs. He made certain not to place it on any of the thin tendrils of roots that snaked up the man's legs and fed underneath his clothes, then took a long step back once he was sure the basket was in the right place. He waited for the waiting man to say something, to react, but when nothing came and the man continued to mutter nonsense to himself, he let out a quiet breath of acceptance and turned away. Hashu. The man jumped. When he turned back around again, the waiting man was looking at him. Not off to the side, not at the sky, or at the ground. Directly at him. Hashu shivered. Those eyes, those cold, dead, blind eyes. Yellow as the setting sun, empty and unforgiving. Those eyes bore right through him. Thank you, Hashu. Oh, of course, my liege, the man stuttered. He turned back to the others, and pointed down the valley. Go. Inform that they are coming, the man muttered. Hashu froze mid-sentence, and looked down at the other man once again. They are coming? He was silent for a moment, anticipating a response, but the waiting man had closed his eyes once more. Inform the village, he said with a sigh, eyes unbelieving. Inform them at once. What shall we say? One of the robed men said. Hashu turned and looked him dead in the eye. He raised his hood over his head and collected himself. "Tell them," he said, "that the Great One has spoken to us." Chapter 17. You should probably put your mask back on. Obito blinked. Why? Naruto shrugged. Because my father is going to show up any moment now looking for me, and I'd prefer to break things to him slowly rather than just letting him stumble in here and realize the enemy he's been worried about the past week is, in fact, his old student. It was almost as though Naruto could read the future, because no sooner had Obito slipped his mask back over his face did Minato appear before them in a crack of light, paper swirling around him in a vortex of pastel white. I figured it out, he said, eyes gleaming, mouth wide. I figured. He stopped, looked past his violently thrashing hair into the windy cemetery. A crack of lightning lit up the sky, and he winced as a burst of wind sent a flash of heavy, sloppy rain into his face. Minato opened his mouth, frowned, turned towards Naruto. That's when he saw Obito. A kunai was at his throat before the beat of thunder ricocheted off of the village around them. Minato glared at him, eyes peeled and colored like dull concrete. What are you doing in my village? He bit out, and a spark of rage in Minato's eyes burst into life. Naruto sighed, ran his hand through his soaked hair, and stepped forward. He reached out and gently wrapped his fingertips around the blade of the kunai. Dad. Minato growled, otherwise unmoving. What do you have to do with this? Naruto began to pull the blade away, the thin rivers of blood cut from his palm washing away in the rain. He didn't blink an eye. Do you trust me? Minato furrowed his brow and turned, glowering at him. Not particularly. Not yet. He paused. I never know with you. I need you to start, Naruto said. Their hands began to shake as the battle for dominance grew, Minato trying to pull the knife out from Naruto's fist, but his son was not having any of it. Naruto, stop, Minato said, sighing when he saw the rivers of blood run deeper, dripping down his arm. He's not your enemy, Naruto said, motioning towards Obito with a tilt of his forehead. Please. You need to trust me on this. Obito watched from the side, motionless. Why? Minato bit out, suddenly finding it harder and harder to pry at the blade. Who is he to you? To me? Naruto frowned. Well, he's the savior of the world. One of them, at least. He saved my life, and for that I respect him. Minato let the kunai go slack in his hand, and left it sitting there as if embedded in stone. He what? He turned, looked at Obito with a disbelieving frown, looked back at Naruto. Him? Him, Naruto repeated with a small smile. Who is him? This is Tobi. He's the leader of the Akatsuki. Naruto sighed, closing his eyes. And in early October, he releases the 9 tails from Mom and indirectly kills both of you in the process. Minato pulled another kunai from his pouch and forced it up against the thin flesh of Obito's throat. Then tell me, he hissed, why I shouldn't end his life now and save us all the trouble. Because that was my future. Not this one. In this one, Tobi won't do it. He has no reason to. Isn't that right? The boy shook underneath Minato's kunai, but said nothing. Please, Minato, Naruto said, and the Hokage jumped at the use of his proper name. Let him go, and I'll explain. Enough of this. Obito said, voice raw and furious. He shot his hand up to his face, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, and Minato reacted on instinct. The kunai sliced through his neck, running across flesh and bone and blood, and came out the other side, unblemished and unstained. Minato blinked, surprised. Obito's hand continued to move. You actually were going to kill me, he said with a bitter edge. Minato's hand shot back. And I thought you didn't have the nerve anymore. Minato froze, turned, locked surprised eyes on the black and orange mask before him. What? Obito lifted his hand, grabbed at his mask, and plucked it off his face. Wait, Tobi, Naruto said, reaching out in shock, eyes wide. It's only been a year, Sensei, Obito bit out, just as his Sharingan red met with Minato's blue and the man's heart stopped. It's been a year, and you've already gone soft. Obito? Minato breathed, voice hidden by the rain. What has being Hokage done to you? Obito said with a scowl. What happened to the man that could lay waste to an army of men in a matter of seconds? Silence, a lull in the rain. Minato reached out, tears brimming his eyes. Obito. He shot forward, arms outstretched, and enveloped the boy in a hug. The fourth got an armful of air. It was Obito's turn to react on instinct. What? Minato whispered, as he pulled himself out of the space his student glowered at him from. What happened to you, Obito? I grew up, Sensei, Obito said, more annoyed now than angry. I realized what was wrong with the world. He frowned at how close they were, and took a hesitant step backwards. Where have you been this whole time? Minato said. The wind whistled through the trees, and a brief break in the clouds let the quiet light of the moon to dance across the gravestones. Why didn't you come home? Obito was silent, but Naruto could tell by the way the boy's lone eye darted back and forth from one blonde to the other that something was eating at him from the inside. You really are his son, he muttered to himself, his voice far away. I can see it. In your eyes. The moon dipped beneath the clouds again, and a burst of wind brought with it the return of the rain. A sudden thought seemed to cross through Minato's mind, and he squinted his eyes. So that was you we ran into when we were in the hidden mist, he said. What were you doing there in the first place? He was running it, Naruto said, letting the kunai in his hands drop to the floor, blood and all. Minato frowned. You were Mizukage? He shook his head in obvious confusion. But, why? Because the mist is the reason Rin died, Obito muttered, his face a mask of pure stubbornness rather than hardened wood. They were a cancer on the shinobi world, and deserved to be punished. Silence. The low hiss of rain began to grow, water droplets cascading from the sky like small bombs. They were all soaked to the bone, but none of them moved an inch. It was like a standoff, a duel of ideologies. Minato furrowed his eyebrows in discontent. Who are you, really? Obito blinked once, twice. I don't understand. No, I mean it, Minato continued, taking his kunai and twisting it between his index and middle fingers. He turned and began to pace, taking shallow steps between the aisles of graves. Who are you? Because you're not Obito. You're not my Obito. You're right, Obito said, crossing his arms. Your Obito died the same day Rin did, the day Kakashi shoved his fist through her heart and ended her life. That's not what happened, Naruto said, shaking his head. Minato ignored him. You knew it was a sensitive subject. You knew Kakashi would never do something like that unless he had to, which is why I didn't come back, Obito said. The Leaf Village doesn't matter to me anymore. Naruto smirked. Then why are you here? Obito froze. Ah, Naruto said with a knowing smile. I figured as much. Your plans have fallen through, haven't they? Minato turned and looked at him. What do you mean? If I remember correctly, then this is around the time of the formation of the Akatsuki. The proper Akatsuki. That missing nin group you mentioned? So soon? No, Naruto said, shaking his head. Akatsuki was far more than that when it first began. It started in the Hidden Rain. The old pervert's first students were its founding members, actually. Jiraiya-sensei? Minato asked. You mean, the group of kids he helped during the Second War? His eyes widened. The one with the Rinnegan boy in it? His name was Nagato, Naruto said, sighing. Yes. In my time, at around the time of the Nine Tails attack, the Akatsuki tried to overthrow Hanzo and the rest of the Hidden Rain's government. Obito's eye widened. How could you have possibly? It didn't work, though, and Yahiko, their leader, died. The Akatsuki was pretty much finished at that point. Naruto pointed at the Uchiha. But Obito went in and was able to twist some strings. After Yahiko died, the new Akatsuki began. He sighed, ran his hand through his hair, and shook out the water that was dripping through it. I always wondered when it was supposed to take place. Minato frowned, turned back and forth from student to son. He noted the way Obito was tense and coiled like cornered viper, but refused to do anything but stand before them and simmer in the rain, unmoving. He noted the way Naruto seemed to roll his shoulders forward, and the way he pursed his lips in thought, just like how Kushina battled her inner thoughts. A crackle of lightning lit up the sky, and Minato frowned. "Why don't we take this elsewhere?" he said, raising an arm and noting how his clothes were soaked through and clinging to his skin. "I'd rather we get out of the rain." He turned and offered a small, kind smile to the student he thought was long since dead. "Obito, your past is your business. We've all made mistakes." But, he bit his tongue as he chose his next words carefully. "But your present and your future don't have to be like this." He saw Obito furrow his brow and open his mouth to retort, and raised a gentle hand to stop him. "I know I don't know anything about your life these past few months. I don't know what you've been through, and I don't know why it is you find the need to do the things you do." He let the smile drop, and turned to look down at the ground in contemplation. He watched the way raindrops melted into the puddles that lay uneven and splotchy at their feet, and shook his head. "But I can emphasize, Obito. You know that. I've had my fair share of challenges in life, and you'd be surprised at how many things I've lost." He turned again, looked up and met Obito in the eye. "That includes you. And Rin. And Kakashi, to some extent." Minato shifted on his feet, stepped in a puddle, but paid it no mind. Naruto stood at his side, the smile on his face minute but proud in a sense, and he felt a strange sense of validation at the unspoken praise. But Obito was his main concern. "You know, I've always considered you to be like a younger sibling. You're not a child, Obito. You're a shinobi. You deserve to be treated like one." He reached out with a waterlogged hand. "Please. Come home with me. I want to hear your story." "Why are you laughing?" Minato asked, as they walked home in the rain, Obito in tow. Naruto smirked, and shook his head. "You know, for the longest time I've always wondered where I got my negotiating skills from. I always thought it was Mom, because she seems the type, but I guess it was you all along." Minato smiled, and the small bud of pride blossoming in his stomach began to bloom. "Oh, really? And why's that funny?" Naruto snorted. "Because I had almost the exact same conversation with Obito barely a moment before you had even showed up. 3 had never ridden in a flying machine before. Transportation was a luxury in the hidden sea. The island, while impressive in size, did not have much of a footprint, something she discovered for herself as a child, but had confirmed by the leaf when they surveyed the lands from the sky and printed vast, detailed maps. Which was why 3 had pressed herself up against the cold glass of the Zeppelin's window as close as she could manage, her eyes scanning the flickering ocean rushing beneath them with wide eyes and a dropped jaw. She didn't realize that such things even existed, were even possible. When she had traveled to the Leaf the first time, they had taken a hastily assembled pontoon boat and braved the waves as best they could. But this? It was amazing. "Enjoying yourself?" It was the pink-haired woman, the doctor. 3 remained glued to the glass, but rolled her forehead against it in an affirmative gesture. The sea shifted color, twisting and turning from a shade of blue to a dark green, the waves dancing about like a forest of trees. Lights flickered across the horizon, and splotchy currents of something bizarre and hypnotic drifted in front of her eyes. Then she blinked, and it all went away. 3? The girl frowned, stared at her reflection looking back at her through the glass. A heartbeat of silence passed, before 3 realized the woman was still there, and turned around. She cleared her throat. "Yes." "Glad to hear it," the woman Sakura, she remembered, smiled, sitting up just a tiny bit straighter, and smoothing out the blemishes in her clothes. Three took a look around the tiny yet cozy seating area they found themselves in. 2 rows of wooden chairs, each facing the other, sat in the middle of the room, and Sakura was sitting in the one furthest from her, fumbling with a small bright rectangle every few moments as if nervous about something. Sakura followed her gaze and smiled when she realized what Three was looking at. "Oh, this? This is a telephone. It lets me keep track of the 2 we left behind back in the leaf. My nurses are sending me updates." She paused, shook her head, and her smile grew wider. "You know what? That doesn't matter right now. What matters right now is that you tell me a little bit more about yourself. How about it?" Three bit her lip. "More? Sure, why not?" Sakura said, waving her over to one of the seats. "Tell me about the hidden sea. Have any friends? Siblings?" She waggled her eyebrows. "Love interests?" "I had a brother," Three said, as she lowered herself into a chair like a newly christened boat kissing the water for the first time. "And a few friends." "Well, that's good," Sakura said, crossing her arms across her chest and her legs at her ankles, stretching out. Three smiled, her eyes watching the way Sakura's foot absent-mindedly tapped out a rhythm in the air. "We would go into the forests the day the fishermen returned from the deep ocean, and sit in the trees. They always had lanterns on their boats, and when they began to appear. I bet that looked beautiful." Sakura smiled, and her eyes glazed over in thought as well. "I can remember the festivals from when we were kids. They would sell these little lanterns." She gesticulated in the air, the general shape of the object. "About so big and so wide, and we would light the little candle that sat inside and gently toss them into the air." Three blinked. "They would fly?" Sakura nodded. "Yup. The heat from the candles would let them float, and they'd drift through the air." She pointed up at the ceiling. "That's how the Zeppelin is floating right now, as a matter of fact." Three looked up at the roof with a renewed sense of awe. Somehow, understanding how it worked made it all the more mysterious to her. "Anyways," Sakura continued, fidgeting with the hem of her dress, "it would be beautiful. It looked like the stars were falling. And everything was always so quiet." She sighed. "Not like today. Now, there's nothing but noise and lights, and people always on your case about something or another." She flipped her phone out of her pocket as if to prove a point, and began to scan through her messages with a frown on her face. "You're never free." "The hidden sea isn't like that at all," Three said, her voice quiet and respectful, her eyes still not meeting Sakura's. "It's quiet and peaceful, and everyone has a place. We all live together, and have our jobs, and it's so calming." "You all live together?" Sakura said, frowning in surprise. "Like, in the same house?" Three blinked, then let out a quiet laugh when she realized what Sakura was asking. "Oh, no. I mean that we all live in one corner of the island in a little community. Our village is small, but we are more than happy." "Why only one corner?" Three furrowed her eyebrows. "Because the forests are not ours. They are one's." Sakura's expression steeled, and she leaned forward ever so slightly, perhaps without even noticing she had done so. "One owns the forest?" "Well, not really," Three said, "but the jungle grows so quickly because of him, that we don't bother. The paths we cut through the trees cover themselves up again after only a few days." "A few days? Interesting," Sakura said mostly to herself and leaned back. "Well, the hidden sea certainly is different." Three smiled despite herself. "Your leaf village is different as well." "Well, I can't wait to see it," Sakura said, winking. "It sounds beautiful." The door to the rear of the ship opened up, and the other 2 members of their party stepped out. "How did it go?" Sakura greeted them. "Rather well," the 6th Hokage said, a smile on his face. Until the clones dispelled, the bearded man muttered from behind him, his hands shoved into his pockets. Kakashi looked at Sakura, and winked at her. "Oh no," she sighed, shaking her head. "What did you do?" "Nothing at all, why do you ask?" Kakashi said. The bearded one Shikamaru, 3 recalled, grumbled something under his breath, then threw himself into the chair opposite her. Well, whatever. It's done now. The media's been taken care of. And the Kage Summit? Sakura asked. Taken care of, Kakashi said, threading his hands into the sleeves of his cloak and lowering himself down a chair away from 3. They know what's happening, and that we may be gone for a while we try and sort this out diplomatically. Once again, 3 felt a knot of guilt twist in her gut. She kneaded at the fabric of her pants, watching the way the 3-leaf shinobi spoke. It was momentary, but 3 saw Sakura steal a glance at her out of the corner of her eye. She tensed, expecting the woman to ask her what was wrong, but Sakura simply turned back to Kakashi and continued to discuss the events of the meeting they had held in the other room. Shikamaru seems to be convinced that the village is going to riot at the news Tsunade is in charge, Kakashi said. But I'm not so sure. Well, you could have been more subtle with the way you announced it, Shikamaru said, pulling a bent cigarette from his flak jacket pocket and shoving it into his mouth. Kakashi gave him a sickeningly sweet smile. You know, I don't think I've seen you relax a single moment since the day Naruto took the hat. You don't say? Shikamaru said, responding with a fake smile of his own. He slouched back in his chair, threw his arms behind his head, and stared at the ceiling. It's Naruto. The village would have collapsed the moment he sat at that desk if there wasn't someone there to do the busy work. Sakura snorted. Oh, please. We all know you steal naps in the copy room when you think nobody's around. Shikamaru went still as stone. 3 laughed, bringing her sleeved hand up to her mouth. Sakura smirked. Oh, and the fact you stash the lunches Temari makes for you in the dumpster out behind the building every morning and order takeout from that place downtown quick as lightning. Shikamaru leapt up and covered Sakura's mouth with his hand. Okay, we get it. Kakashi shrugged. What? I wanted Sakura to get to the part about how you use shadow clones to do your paperwork, but scold Naruto when he uses clones for his. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes. Don't think I don't know what you're doing. Kakashi blinked like a doe. Whatever do you mean? The Nara rolled his eyes and harumphed, leaning himself up and onto his feet. He walked to the door towards the rear of the ship, propped it open, and pulled a lighter from his pocket. This Zeppelin isn't filled with hydrogen, right? Nope, Sakura said, pulling out her phone and smiling. But that doesn't matter. You're not supposed to smoke in here. Too late, Shikamaru said, as he lit the cigarette and disappeared behind the door. If we blow up, I'm beating you up in hell. Sakura called out after him. 3 laughed harder, and slumped down into her chair. Sakura watched her from the corner of her eye and gave a pleased nod. So, how far out are we? Kakashi said. He pulled a phone of his own out of the rolls of his robes. Sakura deadpanned when she saw the way the man. Do I even want to know? What? Kakashi said, waving the device a little in front of him. I'm just reading mission reports. Gotta keep up to date on the goings-on of our future generations of shinobi, of course. Yeah, of course. 3 turned and looked back out the window, smiling as the two bickered. She watched the way the currents of the ocean drifted past them, a brilliant blue, and blinked. We are close, 3 said, eyes tracing the horizon. She found a speck of emerald green, and smiled. Yes. We are very close indeed. Minato, if you keep bringing strangers home, we're going to run out of places to put them. The 4th blinked from the doorway, turned his head towards the end of the hall. He found Kushina leaning there, arms crossed and brow furrowed. Hi. How did you know? I could see from the window upstairs, Kushina shrugged. The lightning was pretty sumi. Naruto stepped forward into the doorway behind Minato, shaking out his soaked cloak and leaning it over the rack next to the door. Here, Kushina said, throwing a bundled-up ball of fabric at them. Minato caught it, and shot Kushina a quizzical look. They're towels, she said, rolling her eyes. Dry off a bit. Don't want you leaving puddles in my house. She made her way through the hallway and stepped into the kitchen, the harsh fluorescent light from the fixture in the other room casting bright, crisp shadows in the darkness of the hall. "I'll put a kettle on." Naruto turned to Minato, and the man shrugged. "All right, thank you. We'll be up in my office. Don't make too much noise." Kushina all but yelled. "Boruto's asleep." Minato raised an eyebrow. Naruto snickered. They heard the door close gently behind them, and watched as Obito made his way inside, looking altogether uncomfortable. "Come on in," Minato smiled, turning and gesturing forward. "Let's get upstairs." He met Naruto's gaze. "I think I figured out our problem." "Hayashi?" Naruto breathed, leaning forward. "You mean?" "He was the missing link," Minato said, leaning back in his chair and folding his hands together underneath his chin. "His death proves it." "I don't understand," Obito said. He shifted in his seat and winced. "Why does he matter?" "Well, honestly, it could have been anyone," Minato said. "But what's special about Hayashi in particular is the fact that he's your father-in-law." He turned and pointed at Naruto. The Jinchuriki blinked. "Really?" "Yes," Minato said. He was planning on getting married in the coming months, once clan politics had been sorted out. He and his fiancée had been planning the wedding for months. "What are you saying, exactly?" Naruto asked. "He's from the Hyuga family," Minato said. "Traditionally, they do not," he coughed, "consummate out of wedlock." Naruto blinked. "Wait, are you saying what I think you're saying?" "You married his daughter," Minato said. "But now, his daughter will never exist." He narrowed his eyes, and leaned forward himself. "And yet your son still exists." "The paradox you were talking about," Naruto said, eyes wide. Is Boruto in trouble?" "So long as he keeps eating Kushina's cooking without much of a fuss, I'd say so," Minato smiled. "Relax. It never would have been possible for Hayashi to die in the first place if my theory was wrong. But now we know for sure that it isn't." Obito frowned. "So this means what, exactly?" "I can keep working on my jutsu prototype," the fourth said, shrugging. "I'm almost there anyway. Now I know my work this past week hasn't been in vain, and I can keep making progress without worrying that it'll be useless." "No," Obito said, narrowing his eyes. "What does this mean for me?" "We need you, Obito," Naruto said, turning to look at his father's student dead on. "Your Sharingan has an ability that may be the key to all of this." Obito blinked, and reached up with a hand to his lone eye. Something crunched in his shoulder. He bit back a snarl of pain. Minato jumped in his chair, and was at his side in a flash. He touched Obito's cloak, and the boy shivered under his touch. "This is still soaking wet," Minato muttered, and furrowed his brow. He turned and looked up into the boy's eye. "Obito, why haven't you taken this off?" "Because he can't," Naruto said. Minato looked up. "What do you mean?" Naruto's face was a soupy mess of emotion. His mouth was slightly open in shock, and his eyebrows were pursed across his forehead. He leaned out of his chair, and carefully began to pull away at the fabric on Obito's left side with his fingers. The boy hissed. "I injured him," Naruto said, frowning, shaking his head. Back in the hidden mist. He leaned down onto one knee and looked Obito in the eye. "Why haven't you gotten this looked at yet?" "Because I don't have anyone," Obito said, teeth clenched. "Not anymore. Not after what you've done." "Well, you have people now," Minato said, standing up straight. "I'll go get the first aid kit. Wait here." He didn't bother to use the door. Naruto stared at the floor for a few moments, a frown stretched across his face. He sighed, then sank back into his chair opposite Obito's. The two remained silent for a brief heartbeat. Only the subtle rustling of paper from the room's draft was audible. A far-off rumble of thunder from the retreating storm drifted through the night sky, and Naruto took a deep breath. "He cares about you, you know." Obito blinked, but remained otherwise motionless. I mean it, Naruto continued, leaning back in his chair until his neck rested on the low sitting cushion where his back should have been. He does this because he loves you. Not because he's planning anything. He paused. Nor because he doesn't mean it. He does. Obito frowned, but remained silent. Several more moments passed before he stretched his neck and turned toward Naruto. How did you know? What, that you were thinking about that? Naruto smiled. Well, I have a friend. Let's just say he's also an Uchiha and leave it at that. He shook his head. I know what he tends to worry about, and it's always the dumb stuff. So don't worry about the dumb stuff or try and overthink things. He shrugged, the motion coming off as an awkward shuffle across the fabric of the chair. Besides, when has your sensei ever lied to you? Quite a bit, Obito mumbled. Well, okay, but when have you not been able to tell he was lying to you in the first place? Obito was silent. The door smashed open. What do you mean our guest is injured? Kushina growled, storming through the open entryway with a white box under her arm and a spark in her eyes that just begged someone to challenge her. Why didn't you say anything? Because I didn't realize it at the time. Minato said, hot on her heels, trying to pry the box out from under her arm. Please, Kushina, he's my responsibility, let me hush, she said, elbowing him in the ribs. She waggled the kid under her arm and frowned at him. Do you really think I'd trust you with this thing after what you did to Chiza when he was hurt? That was 7 years ago, Kushina. Besides, I really don't think relax, she grouched, and spun on her heel towards Minato's desk. I'll handle it. She turned towards Obito, blinked once, then twice as realization settled in, and froze. The box dropped from her grasp and flew open at her feet with an explosive crash. It wasn't until the next morning, after Kushina had recovered from the shock of seeing Obito in her house, and after Minato had recovered from her subsequent overjoyed rampage, that Naruto felt like they actually had a chance of getting home. He sat in the kitchen, leaning against the countertop and peering out the window above the sink to watch the sun rise. A pot of coffee sat half-empty next to him, and he was bringing his mug up to his lips for another sip when he heard a quiet rap against the hallway entrance. Hey, Kushina said, a gentle smile on her face, a soft, sherbet orange robe wrapped tight beneath her crossed arms. She was leaning against the wall, watching him. Hey, Naruto said with a small wave, returning her grin with one of his own. Nice robe. I like the color. Heh, she snorted, pushing off with her hips and strolling into the room. You like orange, eh? It's a good color. She gave him a goofy smirk. Nothing beats red, though. Naruto chuckled, and moved out of her way with practiced grace as she yawned, reaching for the coffee pot. Could smell it from all the way upstairs, she muttered, smacking her lips. She opened the cabinet above her head, reached around blindly with a hand until she found a mug that suited her fancy, and began to pour something out for herself. Never fails to drag my lazy ass out of bed. Naruto shrugged. Can't say that's ever happened to me. I'm not a morning person at all, period. Kushina laughed, swirled in a few scoops of sugar with a spoon she nonchalantly tossed back in with the other silverware, and slumped down into one of the seats at the table. Busy day today, eh? She said. Yeah, Naruto said. Lots to do. We leave for the hidden sea today. He paused, frowned, rolled his eyes. At least, if the old pervert actually does what he's supposed to. Kushina smirked. She gripped her mug between her hands and blew inside, sending a soft cloud of steam every which way. You know, despite being from Whirlpool, we never heard of the Hidden Sea Village. And I wonder why that is. Naruto frowned in confusion, taking another sip. No idea. What's their village like? Must be strange, going to a place so disconnected from the rest of the world. I have no idea. I've never been, only heard stories about it from the diplomats that were sent with the Chunin exam participants. Kushina frowned, pulling on her inner lip with her teeth as she swirled a swig of coffee around in her mouth. Well, she said, once her mouth was empty, that's a bit worrying. Naruto looked at her. You think so? She raised an eyebrow. You're teleporting into a completely unknown place that you've only ever heard of, in a world that you've been in for a grand total of. She pretended to check her non-existent watch. Oh, I don't know, 20 minutes? Give or take, of course. Naruto laughed. Well, I can safely say that I've done far stupider things and come out fine on the other end. Oh really, Kushina said, narrowing her eyes at him. And just what was it, exactly, that my son was getting into? He smiled, moved toward the table and sat down at the seat next to her. Well, let's see. There was the time I went charging after a group of genetically modified missing nin in order to save a friend, then had said friend run me through with a fistful of lightning. He frowned, turning introspective. There's the time I went berserk on Orochimaru and destroyed half a forest when Kurama decided he wanted to come out and play. Then there's the time I went on a 3-year training trip with Jiraiya of all people. He beamed at her. There's quite the list. Kushina laughed despite herself, shaking her head. If it was me that was your mother, I would have probably pummeled you into the ground. She raised her glass at him. And that's just for going out on your own with Jiraiya. Naruto smiled but went quiet, and they both sat in relative silence as the sun began to cast bright yellow light throughout the room. You know, he said after a long moment, cupping his coffee in his hand, I've been trying to figure out just what, exactly, I am to you too. If I'm actually your son, or if I just kind of fell through the sky into a world where I'm not exactly necessary. He frowned, rubbed a thumb over the warm porcelain. After all, you're going to have your own little Naruto to deal with here pretty soon. Kushina smiled, and subconsciously ran a hand down her belly. But I think I've come to terms with the fact that you are my parents, Naruto said. You're my mother. You may not have raised me, and we may not have spoken for more than 15 minutes at most in my time, but stop, Kushina said, her voice quiet and soft. You don't have to say anything. Naruto looked up at her. I couldn't place it, she continued, her face a stoic mask. When I first saw you, way back when you fixed my little fox problem, I felt something. Like I knew you. She met his eyes and smiled. And I mean really knew you. Like you were me, in a sense. Just tall, and blonde and older than you? Naruto said with a lopsided grin. Pshh, you're not that old, Kushina said, waving him off with a bat of her hand. Besides, it wasn't just looks. You hold yourself in a way that. She paused, struggling to find the words. Like me. Like Minato. He said the same thing, Naruto mumbled, a strange feeling not at all foreign, but still just as abstract careening in his stomach. Of course he did, Kushina said, proud. He's my husband. He should know things like that. I wouldn't have married him if he was dumb. Naruto laughed. But anyways, Kushina said, if you're worried about whether or not you're unwelcome with us, don't be. Her grin grew sincere, and she reached forward and gripped his wrist with a gentle tug. Your family, Naruto. Just because you're not my Naruto doesn't mean you're not my Naruto. She blinked, frowning. If that made any sense. Naruto was quiet, just watching her. He smiled, relaxed into his seat further, and let out a quiet sigh. Thanks, Mom. Kushina paused at the honorific, surprised. But her face melted into a pool of emotion the next moment, and she beamed at him like he was the most precious thing on earth. Of course. A clock chimed in the living room, and Naruto stretched up in his chair to look past his mother towards where it came from. Damn. Already 7. This is why I hate mornings, you know, Kushina grumbled, taking her glass and downing it in one massive gulp. You blink and you miss it. Naruto rose from his seat, gathering up their glasses as he did so. Are you kidding? Mornings are slow. Guess we'll just have to agree to disagree, she said, leaning an elbow against the tabletop as she watched him empty his half-drank mug into the sink. He ran them under the tap for a moment, then rubbed a clean rag across them to dry them off. I don't know if it's my place to say or not, Kushina said suddenly, as he was turning back around, but Boruto looks up to you. Naruto froze, and knitted his eyebrows together. Uh-oh. What did he do this time? I never said he did anything, Kushina shrugged, crossing her arms, but I do think it might be a good idea if you went and talked to him. He seemed she swiveled her head back and forth like a bobblehead, frustrated yesterday. Especially during dinner. Yeah, Naruto sighed, draping his arm over the back of his chair. I don't know. Maybe it's just because he's a teenager, or what, but he's awfully moody sometimes. He smiled at her. But thanks. I'll see what's on his mind. Poor kid's had a rough few days. She watched him push himself off the back of the chair, and make his way out of the kitchen and back upstairs. She frowned, worried. Haven't we all? Boruto knew it was coming. The moment he stood from the table, just after his father left for his walk. The moment he began to storm his way upstairs. The moment he glanced back around to see his grandmother give him that look, and the moment he turned away to avoid it. He'd seen it before far too often. He sat up in his bed, watching the shadows dance underneath his door, and waited. The thunderstorm outside grew fierce, shaking the village like a castle under siege. Lightning flickered through partially drawn curtains, and all it served to do was give Boruto an unpleasant reminder that he was alone. He curled his legs up towards his chest and cradled them in his arms, using his knees to rest his head and watch the rain leave streaks down the glass of the window. Even the rain was real. That was the heart of things, wasn't it? Boruto didn't feel like this world was real. Everything, and he meant everything, felt out of place, out of sync, but then something as simple as an ordinary rainstorm would roll through and he would spend several agonizing moments in blissful ignorance, forgetting just where he was. Forgetting who he was with. He didn't realize he had fallen asleep until he felt fingers on his forehead, brushing his hair out of his face. Boruto leapt out of bed with his heart racing like a steam engine, and for a moment, his eyes darted around the room looking for his missing teammates. Whoa. Oh. Right. He wasn't with his teammates. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to freak you out like that, you know. At least his teammates didn't coddle him. Boruto narrowed his eyes. You're finally back? Naruto blinked, raised an eyebrow. Finally? I was gone for barely an hour last night. He looked up at the clock on the wall. It's morning already. Humph, Boruto said, and he rolled himself all the way out of bed, casting aside the knot of sheets his hasty awakening had summoned up. He began to roll up his clothes into a small pile, refusing to look at his father. When are we leaving? Naruto blinked again. He lowered himself down onto the edge of the mattress, and ran his hand down his pants to clear it of imaginary lint. Boruto. The boy stopped packing his things, but kept his focus downwards. I know you're probably mad at me. A pause. But I don't know why. Boruto snorted. I really wish you would just tell me, Naruto said, sighing. He sounded tired, like this was an afterthought for him. A necessity. Do you actually care? Boruto said. Or are you doing all of this because you feel like you should? Naruto turned, eyes a tad wider, and looked at him. Boruto, you always do this. If it's not, the boy frowned, Grandma, then it's Mom. Someone's always gotta tell you to be a dad. Now that's not true, and you know it. But it is. Boruto threw a balled-up shirt on the ground and stood, glowering at his father. Even since we've gotten here, you've just been acting like a Hokage. Like a ninja. But even then. He frowned. It's like you're doing the worst at both. You're being a bad dad, and a bad shinobi. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Okay, I think you've said enough, and now what? Boruto said. We're just gonna go off and try and go home? Are we even going home? Of course we're going home. It sure doesn't look like it. He crossed his arms. Ever since we've gotten here, it's like you've been happier than you've ever been. Like you'd rather stay here than go back to our family. Naruto stood, his hand a fist at his side. Don't you dare talk to me like that. Or what? Boruto said, leaning forward, a challenging spark in his eye. You'll make my life miserable? He scoffed. It's too late, because I already am. Enough. Boruto stopped talking, but stood his ground. You know, I'm sorry you're miserable. I'm sorry you hate it here, and I'm sorry you think I don't want to leave. Naruto narrowed his eyes, and jutted a finger into his son's chest. But don't even for a second think that I'd abandon you and your sister and your mother for a world that isn't ours. Then why are you so happy? Boruto breathed, his voice constricting under the scrutinous stare of his enraged father. The frown on Naruto's face evaporated like a puddle on a sunny day. Because, he said simply, you're here with me. Boruto's beating heart shifted. What? What? He whispered, eyebrow raised. I said, Naruto began again, running his hand up from Boruto's chest to his shoulder, that the only reason I'm so happy is because I've got you. I don't understand. I've almost lost you more times this week than I ever want to think about ever again, Naruto said, a weak smile on his face. You've been in too much danger. He cupped Boruto's cheek in his hand. You're my only son. If I lost you, I'd never forgive myself. Boruto grit his teeth. You're doing it again. Naruto frowned. Doing what? Being all. He shook his head out of his father's embrace, preachy. Boruto, you know that's not my intention. Naruto rose to his full height again and ran a hand through his hair. Why do you think I'm so weak? Naruto froze. What? Boruto was turned around, now staring at the unpacked mound of clothes behind them. You think I'm weak? You don't have to say it, I already know it's true. He shook his head. You just said it without realizing it. Saying I can't defend myself. Saying I need protecting. Naruto shook his head, despite the fact Boruto couldn't see him. That's not true. You're my son. I would never say you're weak. And then there's that. Boruto spun back around again. His eyes were red. I heard you talking to Jiraiya earlier. He called me weak, and you didn't say anything. You were in the garden? Boruto grimaced. Just because I'm the stupid Hokage's son doesn't mean I should be anything. I don't want to be something just because my last name is Uzumaki. He bit his bottom lip, enraged at himself for being unable to just spit it out. You want to be your own shinobi. Boruto blinked, his vision blending into a kaleidoscope of light and color and images. He looked up at the disjointed figure of his father, blinked again, then wiped at his eyes until he could see. You know, Naruto said, I really wish you would have just said that the first time, you know. He sank backwards, falling onto the foot of the bed with a creak. Being the son of the Hokage isn't easy. He looked over at his son, and the smile he gave nearly made Boruto's heart burst from guilt. I know that, because I'm the same way. Realization struck. Boruto stood and watched his father play at the edges of the bed's mattress between his fingers, and remained silent. I always grew up trying to be a part of something. Be a ninja, be in a family, be Hokage. Always. That was always my dream. He shook his head, and bit his tongue in thought. I never had the experiences you're having. I never had to worry about having a dad that worked more than he should, because I didn't have a father at all. Dad, but just because you're not as powerful as I am physically doesn't mean you're not going to be someday. He smiled when Boruto made his way over and sat next to him, a careful few inches away, but close enough to show he cared. You're still just a genin, after all. You've got a ways to go. Besides, he shifted on the bed, there are other ways to be powerful. Other, better ways. Better ways? Well, there's being a good person, Naruto said, tilting his head, staring at the wall in front of them. And learning how to talk rather than fight. He turned and looked down at Boruto, draped his arm over the boy's shoulder and pulled him in. So please, don't tell me you're weak. Because you're not. But I haven't done anything but get in the way since we got here. Well, Naruto shrugged. I will admit I've been sheltering you a bit. But that's because I was scared. Scared? Boruto turned and gave him a look of doubt. Still am, honestly, Naruto smiled. I have no idea what's going to happen next. He ran his hand through Boruto's hair and shook it out of place. You've surprised me with how brave you've been. Boruto ducked from underneath his father's hand, fighting a smile. Dad, I'm 13. There was a loud crash downstairs, and both blondes turned towards it once they heard Kushina's angry voice chewing out an overly excited Jiraiya. Sounds like the Toad Scout came back. Naruto pushed himself to his feet and took a step towards the door. We're not out of the woods yet, he said. We've still got a lot of work to do. He winked at Boruto. And who knows, maybe you'll get the chance to save the day by the time we get home. They made their way out of the room toward the commotion downstairs, confident in the future. Little did Boruto know just how right his father would be. Chapter 18. 3 never went to the village square. It was far too out of the way. For one, her home was close to the edge of the town, near the tall, arching trees that draped halfway towards the ground and looked like they were bowing to her as she left for her day's duties. The square was on the other side of the hidden sea, surrounded by the ocean and the docks and row after row of densely packed houses. The square was where they held their festivals, where the villagers sold their goods and interacted with one another, and it was a loud, noisy, crowded place. 3 never felt a need to go there. Not until that day, at least. It was strange, the feeling that overcame her that fateful morning. She woke in her bed, the sun drifting through the shade of the branches high overhead and casting bright swaths of light across her room, and the unfamiliar sensation of dread met excitement settled over her almost as soon as her feet touched the wool rug on the wooden floor. Her small, 2-room home bottled her up, making her uneasy and restless and all around far too uncomfortable, and for a brief moment she considered making the unpleasant trek up the mountain pass to see her grandfather. She squashed that thought as soon as it crossed her mind, and instead slipped her bamboo sandals under her feet and walked out into the village for the first time in a week. 3 scratched at her bald head as she entered the village proper, and tried not to shrink away from the looks of surprise and worry the others gave her. She could see the questions in their eyes. Perhaps she was sick? Perhaps she was training, or working on her skills as a ninja, or something else entirely? Was that why she hid herself away by the edge of the forest? Some of the fishermen, large bags of something foul-smelling and heavy slung over their shoulders, gave her rather different looks of disapproval. Was she lazy? Why didn't she bother working in the village, earning an honest living and being one with her kind, like her father had done not so long ago? 3 breathed a deep breath, crossed her arms across her chest, and kept walking. The town washed past her in a blur, and the faces of surprise bled to faces of indifference. She let out a sigh of relief, and some of the tension in her shoulders faded away. The square approached her as the hill sloped downwards, toward the massive blue mirror of light that girdled their village. She counted 2 dozen small fishing vessels sailing on waves of reflected sunlight, some drifting out of her range of vision and across the horizon towards the fertile fishing grounds she knew from school laid just outside of the bay. The village square welcomed her with the same somewhat shocked, somewhat unconcerned looks she had encountered on her journey down the hillside, but she paid them no mind. The square was just as bustling as always, a blur of motion and activity and noise. 3 made her way towards the center, where the cobbled concrete gave way to the wooden boardwalk and she could hear the waves of the ocean lapping at the support beams. She stood at their junction, one foot on one surface and the other on another, and waited. For what, she was unsure. But she waited nonetheless. Minutes passed, hours, and 3 just stared up into the gemstone blue sky, watching thin ribbons of clouds blur past their island in the heavy winds. The villagers floated past her, leaving her alone on her island of transfixed lethargy. Some cast her looks of confused concern, but 3 was of the family of mystics, and thus was left to her own devices. As it had always been, and as it would always be. 3? 3 blinked, winced when she realized her eyes were dry and achy, and turned towards the voice of the person she had somehow expected to meet her there. "Hashu?" she mumbled, frowning. "Why, are you here? Why are you here?" Hashu asked, casting aside his hood and wiping away a bead of sweat from his own hairless head. "Good heavens, child, it's hotter than a bonfire out here today." He frowned, pressed his palm into Three's forehead, cursed under his breath. "Now look, you've burnt yourself. How long have you been standing here?" Three opened her mouth to respond, but looked up into the sky and narrowed her eyes at a glimmer of something bright approaching off the horizon. "I don't." Hashu bit his cheek and looked up at the sky. "What? What is it?" "I see something," Three muttered, shaking her head. I feel like I'm supposed to wait for it, but..." "Wait for what?" Hashu raised a hand to his forehead and squinted, trying to block out the blistering sunlight and, for the most part, failing. "I don't see anything, child." "Are you sure you don't have heat stroke?" "It is, after all, a rather warm day." "Please, come into the shade, drink some water, eat something." Three tuned him out, watching the shimmering cloud of reds and blacks and blues and apprehension drift through the air. She blinked, took a step towards it in thinly veiled excitement, and it disappeared. "What?" she muttered, rubbing at her eyes and straining again. It was right there." "Three." Hashu hissed, and he reached out and grabbed her shoulder with a gentle sort of force he only reserved for the rare occasions he felt he needed to actually do something. "Child, you are going to hurt yourself." He frowned, thought of something, and began to tug Three off the boardwalk. "You know what? That does it. We are going to go see your grandfather right this minute. You have been acting strangely all month, what with locking yourself in your cabin for weeks on end and only eating those nasty roots from your garden, and it's affecting your judgment. We need spiritual guidance. I can't have the next one be left in such an unruly state." Hashu. The man blinked, froze, immediately let go of her arm. Oh dear, I was rambling again, wasn't I?" He ran his hands together underneath his cloaked sleeves in quiet worry. I feel as though I have overstepped my bounds, Lady Third. Please, in the future, do not hesitate." "Hashu, please," Three said, shaking her head and smiling in exasperated amusement. "You are acting quite strangely indeed. What's gotten into you?" The monk sighed, eyes wide, and walked off towards a quiet alley in between two buildings on the corner of the square. Three followed. "I do apologize. It is just that the other monks and I have noticed some rather peculiar incidents as of late." Three blinked. "With my grandfather?" Hashu nodded, his mouth pursed into a fine line. "It would seem so. Until just this morning, Lord First acted in much the same way as you would expect, in the same way all ones have acted upon assuming the mantle." Three felt a bubble of acidic anxiety surface in her gut, but she fought as hard as she could to ignore it. "But at this morning's prayer, Hashu stopped, shook his head. "He spoke to me." Three blinked, leaned forward, suddenly quite concerned. "Hashu? Did you say he spoke to you?" "Yes, and it wasn't simply his meditative hours." I know, such an instance occurs at most once, maybe twice for each one after they fuse with the tree, but Hashu, did you say my grandfather spoke to you?" Hashu nodded. This time was unlike all the others, with all the other monks. "He looked right at me, met my eyes with his, and said something." He licked his lips, running his tongue over his teeth in worry. "I can't quite remember he spoke to us," Three said, eyes wide and skin paling. "Why in the world would he speak to us?" She froze, a sudden realization striking cold worry through her body like a winter breeze from the northern seas. "I wonder." "You wonder what, child?" "Hashu, Three paused, chewing on the words that ran through her mind. "I've been seeing things." The monk cocked his head to the side and looked at her. "Seeing things?" "Yes, I can't quite explain it, but these things keep appearing in front of me." She shook her head. "They started out as blurs, and they would bumble about in the forests and across the fields between my cabin and the village, and I never understood what was going on. Hashu's pale brow paled further. Is that why you have locked yourself away these past few weeks? I can't explain it, 3 said, wincing, rubbing at her forehead. Now I'm seeing them everywhere. A sudden realization hit her, and she felt a knot of unease sink to the bottom of her stomach like a stone. Hashu, how many boats are in the harbor right now? Hashu gave her a very confused, very surprised look. Why do you want to know that? Because, I want to know if what I'm seeing is true. The monk opened his mouth in thought, and counted on his fingers. Well, I can't recall more than just a few from this morning's assembly, but I would say no more than 5. Hashu, I counted 38 this morning. The bald man froze. Oh, he muttered. Oh dear. And then, as a cloud blotted out the sun, the villagers started to scream. The hospital was never a particularly pleasant place to spend the night, injured or not. Hinata knew that firsthand. It all started with her teammates, and Kiba's seemingly ceaseless ability to end up bedridden and borderline comatose after every challenging mission. She brought flowers on those occasions, posited them alongside the others on the windowsill, and waited. She would curl up on the chair closest to the door with her jacket draped over her shoulders the wrong way around in a makeshift blanket, watch in tense silence as the sun dipped past the window and her eyelids drooped down her face, and fall asleep in an awkward huddle that left her sore and achy, and far too uncomfortable the next morning when Akamaru would jump in her lap and start licking at her exposed hands. Then Hinata started dating Naruto, and her visits to the hospital grew both in frequency and duration. She still brought flowers, still slept in her chair, but it was Sakura who would shake her awake instead of Kiba's dog, and it was the rising of the sun that would put her to sleep, not its setting. And then they had kids. And Hinata never wanted to see another hospital room again. And yet here I am, she thought to herself, as she half leaned, half lay across Boruto's bed. She sat beside him, twirling his hair between her fingertips, watching the way his chest rose and fell with each slow heartbeat. Sakura had gone. Tsunade had left to take on other duties. As to what those were, exactly, Hinata was unsure, and Shikamaru and the 6th had disappeared as well. She was, for all intents and purposes, alone. Himawari muttered something in her sleep from the cot in the corner, and Hinata remembered just how untrue that statement was. She sighed, leaned up and settled onto her feet. The sun had risen, it had seemed, and left the rest of them asleep behind the dark embrace of drawn curtains and shadowed doorways. With a quiet breath of feigned confidence, Hinata began her day. She brushed her teeth in the small wash closet attached to their room, assembled an outfit that, at the very least, made her appear collected and presentable should the need for her to go out arise, and patted her way around the hospital beds to open the blinds and let fresh sunlight in. The small clock on the wall read a number far earlier than the one she was expecting, and she did the mental math to determine just how much longer she had until the nurses made their morning rounds. She had been locked out of time for over a week, just waiting for something to happen, waiting for anything to happen. She felt weak. A machine on the wall beeped, and Hinata jumped. Nothing out of the ordinary, she reminded herself, when she forced her erratic mind to accept that fact that it was just the clock. Or the heart rate monitor. Or something of that nature. The silence was deafening. Her subconscious continued to unravel around itself in anxious worry, and she sighed, sinking back down into her chair next to her son. Back where she started. Himawari stirred behind her. Mama? Hinata turned in her chair, leaned up, and cast her daughter a weak smile. She tried to speak, cleared her throat when nothing but a muffled croak came out. Yes, sweetheart? When're Boruto and Daddy gonna wake up? Hinata's heart didn't skip a beat so much as it stumbled around one. Well, we don't know. She smiled again, just as fake. But the doctors and Auntie Sakura are hard at work. They'll figure something out. Himawari frowned, twisted her fingers together in her lap across her blanket, and nodded. All right. And then she was up, walking through a daily routine of her own. Hinata watched Himawari move about, fascinated. It never ceased to amaze her just how much her daughter had grown in recent months, how much she had matured. Their family had never been particularly normal, she had admitted that to herself many years before, but was that really such a bad thing? After all, whoever said families had to be normal? The Uzumakis were normal in their abnormality. And that was something Hinata could take pride in. The machine on the wall beeped again. Hima, she called out, make sure you brush your teeth this time. I know you didn't last night. I know, Mom, Himawari drawled from the bathroom, and Hinata felt satisfied her lazy parenting had been effective when the tap sprang to life in the other room. She turned to the side, pulled a handkerchief from the tote bag she had somewhat hidden underneath her husband's bed, and dabbed the end of it in the glass of water one of the nurses must have set out for her after she had fallen asleep the night before. Come back to me, she muttered, running the damp cloth across Naruto's face. The machine on the wall beeped again. Naruto's eyes shot open, wild and unfocused. Hinata lurched, leaped back onto her feet. Her chair fell backward in an explosive clatter, and she stumbled over it as she took a step back. What the army of machines in the room began to scream and wail, and Hinata barely noticed the frantic tugging on her shirt, the way her daughter was yelling Boruto's doing it too. Boruto's doing it too. The machine on the wall beeped again. Or was that her heart? No, it was the nurses, swarming into the room like an angry hive of bees. Another tug, another shout, but still she stared, watching the way Naruto's misshapen pupils flickered across the blue of his eyes. They were flipping him over on his side, and the eyes were gone again, shielded by blond. We need to clear his airways. A nurse said, and Hinata snapped to attention. Mama! Himawari wailed. Beep. Lady Hinata, a nurse said, pulling on her arm. We need you to leave, please beep. Naruto was awake, gurgling spittle onto the floor, the alarms in the west wing of the hospital flaring red and shouting like an enraged child, and Hinata was just standing there beep. Boruto felt like he was floating. They were all standing in the middle of the kitchen one moment, Jiraiya picking at his nose without a care for who saw it, his father smiling that big, bold smile of his that kind of annoyed him, kind of made the bubble of doubt in his gut shrink just a bit more, his grandfather running a finger across an old scroll and frowning at it, his grandmother squeezing his shoulder and telling him that if he never came back she'd track him down in the afterlife herself, because like hell would I let a decent sparring partner like you get away from me like that. And then Minato touched his shoulder, and he was alone. Alone in a sea of pearl-white nothingness. He blinked, saw the fuzzy outline of a ceiling, saw a crowd of people huddled around him and heard the hiss of static, a crack. A flash. A whirl of wind and sound and confusion. Boruto blinked again, and he was no longer alone. The screaming started moments after they arrived. The Hiraishin, to all of Minato's credit, was as silent as a breath of wind. 1 second Naruto was waving his mother goodbye, the next he was shielding the sharp sunlight from his eyes and trying not to choke on the bitter sea air that hit him like a slap to the face. But while the Hiraishin may have been inconspicuous, the motley crew that had arrived in the village hidden in the sea was anything but. Look! Minato said, not skipping a beat, his sandaled shoes clambering across the wooden platform of the boardwalk the instant an opening appeared in the waves of civilians muddling about around them. Is that mountain volcanic? Is that why this island is so reclusive? It would certainly explain the lack of geographic constructs that may have hinted at something like this, and he vanished into the crowd, swept away by an army of dueling voices. Perhaps it was Minato's strange accent. Perhaps it was Obito, with his dead eye and scarred face. Perhaps it was Jiraiya's bizarre appearance, or Naruto's missing limb, or the fact that they were the only ones with hair for what seemed like miles in every direction. The market erupted into chaos. Minato was at their side again the instant the crowd began to move. Children were bundled up by parents, the vendors in the stalls ducked underneath goods-packed countertops, and all the while the leaf shinobi stood still, just watching and trying not to make any sudden movements. I'll handle this, Jiraiya said, puffing out his chest and taking a step forward. They want an introduction? I'll show them an introduction. No, sensei, Minato said, forcing an arm in front of the man, narrowing his eyes at the shadows between two buildings on the far side of the market. We don't want to do anything brash. Naruto blinked, followed Minato's eyeline, hummed when he realized what was happening. Yeah, he said. Wouldn't want to ruin our first impression. Obito let out a sound that sounded suspiciously like a snort, but was otherwise silent. You can come out, you know, Minato called, voice carrying through the warm air, across empty boardwalk. We mean you no harm. Naruto watched as the arrowhead pointing around the shadowy corner became an arrow, and then a bow, and then an angry bald man in long, flowing beige robes. What are you? The monk called out, bow taut and eager. What are we? Jiraiya scoffed. Now that's just rude. We come peacefully, Minato called out, voice steady and firm. Naruto smiled. Any remaining doubts in his father's abilities to lead and project strength through his voice alone were all but wiped away, and he quickly remembered just why it was that Minato was chosen as the fourth Hokage in the first place. Please, Minato said, we apologize for disrupting your marketplace. But this was the only way we could travel here. Jiraiya mumbled something that sounded like, wasn't my fault. The toads placed the seal in the middle of the street. The man's bow turned at the sound, and the toad sage rolled his eyes. Oh, please. I'm not trying to cause any trouble here either. Your voices, the monk said with a frown, are not from here. Our voices? Boruto asked. I think he means our accents, Minato answered, not breaking eye contact. What business do you have in our village? With each passing step, Naruto noticed the way the bow trembled and swayed. Your village has access to an ability, Minato said. We came here in hopes of discussing peaceful, diplomatic ways that we might go about being able to use that ability to solve a problem we have. Jiraiya sighed, crossing his arms. Forget it, kid, he's not going to just let us walk in here all willy-nilly. Dad. Boruto said, tugging on Naruto's loose sleeve. I know, he said, still eyeing the shadowy corner. The monk traced their lines of sight, and his pale skin grew paler. What are you looking at? He asked, turning the bow on Naruto. The arrow shook like a leaf, between the man's fingertips. Naruto raised his hand into the air and took a gentle step forward. You can come out, he called towards the buildings. We know you're there. But like we've already said, you have nothing to fear. Stop talking. The monk said, eyes wide. Please, just leave. Never return. Hashu, it's obvious they know I am here. And I do not think they mean to harm us, as they have said. A second figure appeared from the shadows, arms crossed and eyes curious. Is that? Naruto said, furrowing his brow. 3? Boruto blurted out. The monk jumped, and the arrow flew. Metal rushed through air with the shriek of a banshee, hanging suspended in the salty air for what felt like an eternity. Naruto blinked, watched the projectile soar towards them. Several things happened at once. Minato appeared at the monk's side the instant the arrow was released, his fingers wrapping around the upper limb of his bow. A cloud of smoke rushed into the village square, revealing Jiraiya standing atop a steel-covered toad, armor-plated backside blocking the shot. Obito remained motionless, but his lone eye was wide in surprise. But it was Boruto, kunai raised and level with his face, that Naruto saw first. The arrow, bent and disfigured, lay in a heap at his feet. Boruto blinked, looked from his hands to the floor to his hands, turned towards his father. Did I do that? Naruto smirked. I'd say so. We have 3 S-class ninja and a missing nin that once ran an entire village in our group, and we can't even block a simple arrow, Jiraiya said, palm rubbing against his forehead. The toad disappeared from underneath him in a confused croak. Typical. Minato pulled the bow forward, up and out of the grasp of the gaping monk. His free hand wrapped around the man's arm. I am willing to let that slide, he said, voice cool as steel, if you listen to what I have been trying to say since the start. But that Hashu floundered. That wasn't supposed to happen. His hand slipped, 3 said, walking up to them. I could see it from where I was. Please. We mean you no harm. Hashu was just being cautious. It is necessary in such trying times as these. Naruto spoke up. Trying times? How so? 3 bit her lip. Hashu shuffled in Minato's grasp, looked over his shoulder, opened and closed his mouth like a fish out of water. 3. I think that they're trustworthy, 3 said. How? Hashu twisted, winced when Minato narrowed his eyes and gripped his wrists tighter. Please, child, you must use your head in times of peril such as these. You should know this by now. 3's demeanor shifted from calm but curious to rigid and fierce. Now is not the time for a life lesson, Hashu. Hashu froze, let out a controlled breath, pursed his lips across his face. 3 frowned, took a step forward. Her leather sandals ghosted over the waterlogged plank of wood, and she paid them no mind when they caught on the splintered edges of a frayed board. She stopped in front of Boruto. You, she said, cocking her head to the side and raising a brow. Do I know you? Boruto turned, looked up at his father. Naruto shrugged. I mean, kinda? Boruto said, running a hand down his neck. It's, complicated. Hashu, 3 murmured, taking a step back. You were asking me why I was standing in the sun, staring at the sky? She smiled. It would appear that I've finally found your answer. Boruto wasn't quite sure what to make of the hidden sea. The village itself was small, but the sparse buildings and dense foliage weaved up and into the mountainside like the web of an erratic spider. What little there was of the hidden sea was confined to one minuscule corner of the island where the trees were thinner and the land was somewhat level, and as they climbed through the underbrush, it shrank behind them like the evening sun. The forest grew thicker with each passing turn of the mountain, and after the 4th branch smacked him across the face, Boruto prodded his father on the waist. How much longer? I have no idea, Naruto smiled, nodding ahead. I'm just as bored as you are. It's hot, Boruto said, wincing as he pulled his arms away from his sides and felt the wet, sweat-soaked fabric of his new undershirt cling to his body. Why are we going all the way up here anyways? We must visit one, Hashu said from the front of their party, looking back over his shoulder, still hacking away at the foliage with a large blade. Is it always this dense? Obito said, voice quiet and resigned from beside Boruto. Naruto blinked in surprise, but shrugged and redirected the question at Hashu when he was certain the man wasn't going to hurt himself with his machete. The forest grows like a child, Hashu smiled, and sliced through a dense patch of dangling vines. It is unruly. Difficult. But because of that, we know it is alive. The forest is the heart of the village, 3 said. She was quiet, almost reluctant. If it dies, we die as well. Dense forests signify a hardy future for our people. Fascinating, Minato said. More like frustrating, Jiraiya grumbled, ducking underneath another low-hanging branch. Do you know how difficult it is to navigate through this, when you're the tallest person for miles? He walked face first into a massive spiderweb and growled. Let me burn a hole through this place. I'll do it, Minato. Just give the word. While I'm honored you're asking your Hokage for advice rather than just doing it anyway, I'm afraid I'm going to have to say no, Jiraiya-sensei, Minato smiled. This jungle is very important to these people. It would be like if a foreign emissary asked to blast a hole through the Hokage monument purely because he had to walk around it. Would you take kindly to that? Jiraiya muttered something under his breath, but otherwise remained silent. We are almost there, Hashu called out from the front. I can see the clearing up ahead. I can't, Jiraiya said. Boruto had to agree with the Sannin. When they arrived at the top of the mountain, the forest was as dense as it had been on their journey there, perhaps even worse. But Hashu continued chopping away at the wilderness, until a reasonable space had been cleared, and they could stretch out more. Hashu led them through a dense thicket of tall grass, and they were suddenly standing on bare earth. The low hum of the forest around them dulled to a whisper. A massive tree, larger than any Boruto had ever seen, arched high into the sky above them. And sitting at the base, nestled between the roots, was a man. Boruto strained his eyes through the low light. One was old, that much he could see. He was bald, like the rest of the hidden sea, but Boruto couldn't tell if it was because of tradition or simply because of age. The roots of the tall tree, thicker than he himself was wide, seemed to grow over and across one's crossed legs, and a dark moss, black as pitch, grew up his body like a bizarre garment. "I will approach," Hashu whispered. Boruto looked up at his father, expecting his father to be as surprised as he was. Instead, Naruto's face was steeled and stoic. He had seen that face before. He'd seen it far too many times. "Dad? What's wrong?" Naruto blinked, and his Hokage face, as Himawari had dubbed it, receded. He looked down and met Boruto's gaze, smiled, and sighed. "Sorry. I just remembered something from my childhood. That's all." Boruto wasn't convinced, but pursued the matter no further. Hasha dropped to his knees and bowed low, muttering something quiet underneath his breath. One spoke back. Three gasped beside Boruto, and Hasha jumped up in shock. "Was that not supposed to happen?" Boruto said, turning to three and raising an eyebrow. The girl shook her head. Hashu scrambled to his feet and beckoned the leaf meme closer. "He wishes to speak with you," the monk said, eyes wide. This hasn't happened in over 600 years. A voice low and gravelly, like stones skipping along a riverbed underneath a strong current, called to them. "Can you speak?" Naruto opened his mouth, closed it, and took a step forward. But Minato beat him to it. "We can." "You are one?" "I think he's in some kind of coma." One's eyes remained open, but fixated on some faraway point. "He's unresponsive." Minato pursed his eyebrows across his forehead. "I'm sorry?" "Here, let me check his vitals," one said. His voice changed pitch slightly as if he was speaking from another mouth. The first voice again. "Are you sure that's okay?" The villagers down at the base of the mountain talked about this man like he was some sort of god. Naruto frowned, turned to Hashu. What's he talking about?" The spark in the monk's eyes faded, and he sighed. "Oh. It would appear I was mistaken." "Mistaken?" "Yes," Hashu said. "One is simply in meditation. He speaks in tongues, quite frequently. His heart rate is a bit erratic," one said, in the more effeminate voice. "But otherwise, he feels fine. I have no idea what the black stuff is, though. It's like solid bone." Minato took a step forward. "I'm sorry, did he just say black stuff?" "That's what I heard," Jiraiya said. "Now, correct me if I'm wrong, considering we have been here all of a few hours and I don't know much about their culture, but does that sound like anything these people would say?" Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. "You're right. It would appear he's fused to the tree," one said, in a third voice. "Yeah, that's what it looks like." The feminine voice again. "What's he doing?" Boruto asked. "It's like he's having a conversation with himself." Minato leaned down onto his knees and leveled his gaze with one's glossy stare. "That's what it seems like." Whoa. "Seriously? You're going to light up here?" "Come on, Shikamaru, this is a holy site. We're not exactly here on holiday." Naruto and Boruto both jumped. Minato raised an eyebrow. "Shikamaru? As in, Anara?" "Look, I can't think straight right now," the first voice said. "I'll be careful." "Sakura," the third voice said, and Naruto stood stock still. "What else can you see?" "Well, it seems like he's listening to us," Sakura said. "But his eyes aren't responding to light stimulation, and he's not moving other than just to breathe." One sighed in a very short huff. "I don't know, Kakashi-sensei. This looks like a dead end." "Kakashi-sensei?" Minato parroted. "I'm sorry, what?" Is anyone else? Naruto said, thinking what I'm thinking? It's impossible. Statistically impossible, Minato said, eyes still locked on one. Well, for the sake of Naruto and his son, let's hope it isn't, one said. Okay, that's something, Minato said. Obito took a step forward, Sharingan active. This tree, it's chakra. All of it. He squinted, still clutching at his arm. It's moving. What? Where? Naruto said. I don't know, Obito muttered, frowning. It's there 1 second, and then just, not the next. He growled in frustration. It's confusing. He winced and rubbed at his eyes with his empty hand. And it hurts. What's going on? Boruto said, confused. I think, Minato said, shaking his head, that we're listening in on a conversation occurring in your universe. He let out an amazed chuckle. If this is possible, then there might just be a way for us to connect our two worlds after all. Talk about lucky. The fact we're here and this is happening, Jiraiya said, shaking his head. If that isn't a sign, a bubble of excited butterflies burst in Boruto's stomach. Naruto smiled, pulled his son in at the side for a quiet hug. We might have a better chance of getting home than we thought. Chapter 19. Boruto sat on the porch of Hoshu's home and watched the sun set over the ocean. He watched the horizon, watched the way the water blinked over the edge like stars in a cloudless purple sky. The boardwalk crawled with life far down the mountainside, dragged the boats in from the harbor, and cleaned the sea, slowly, one vessel at a time. He looked down, kicked his legs in the air off the wooden balcony. A swarm of mosquitoes prickled at the skin of his legs, and Boruto just watched them land, do their business, and leave. He thought of his father, and his grandfather, and all of the other members of their strange group sitting in the dining room of Hoshu's house behind him, poring over maps and plans and books with words in them 10 times longer than anything Boruto had ever seen before. They were making progress, and he was sitting outside in the cool humid air, doing his best to avoid it. That's what they were, he thought, drawing his legs up into his chest and planting his chin across his knees. That's what he was. A mosquito. A parasite. A vagrant traveler, stuck out of place. Everyone seemed to have everything else under control. There was the revelation with the man under the tree, the conversation with the others from the time they belonged in, and now a plan to get them home seemed to be coming together like the corners of an incomplete puzzle. Boruto scowled and tightened his grip around his legs. Introspection was not his strong suit. He, like his father, preferred action over caution, which probably explained a few things. He wasn't dumb by any sense of the word, but he did opt to work with his feet and hands over his brain, and that had its consequences. So why was he worrying? Why did he care? Part of him knew he would be making it home alive. Another part wasn't so sure, but was still optimistic, as much sense as that made. Maybe that was why he felt drawn to his father, especially now. Another Boruto, a younger, less forgiving Boruto from an age when his father had only just become the 7th Hokage, would have bolted at the first chance he got. That Boruto had a point to prove, had a lesson to teach. His father scared him only because Naruto's life was one he didn't want. There was no mistaking that their time together had improved their relationship, no matter how trivial. His father represented everything Boruto despised, and a deep, unrepentant part of him worried that Naruto's choices would infect his own and turn him towards a path that led nowhere but as a face on the side of the Hokage mountain. The rebellious teenager raging within Boruto made him anxious. And anxiety bred fear. Fear of loneliness, even from a distance so little as a few yards, from as far away as a pair of walls and a doorway. Fear of change, because change brought pain. Fear for his place in the world, and fear that when he found it, it wouldn't be something he liked. He didn't want to be Hokage. He didn't want to be like his father. He wanted to be something different. He heard a shout behind him, and his rumination shattered. Footsteps prattled across the wooden floor, and Boruto lurched to his feet just in time to see 3 blast past, jump off of the ledge, and dart down the wooded village streets. Boruto blinked. He watched the back of her head disappear behind the gentle curve of the road, and chewed over a decision in his mind. He was wasting time sitting around, locked up inside his head and running in aimless circles. In the end, he shrugged, and chased after her, paying no mind to the blur of the forest around him. Perhaps, Boruto thought, as he ducked around trees and pumped chakra into his legs, this journey could change everything. Perhaps he would discover what it meant to be an Uzumaki, perhaps he would discover what it meant to be him. He grinned, bit at the humid night air with his teeth. Change was coming, and it was in his hands this time. His confidence bloomed, his determination soared. He worked best on his feet, after all. What was that all about? Jiraiya asked. He frowned, watched as the wood-framed door jostled shut against the side of Hashu's house and Three's shadow disappeared into the fading sunlight. Hashu smiled, eyes pulled too tight. I would not worry about her. She is temperamental. Jiraiya stared at him for a moment, eyebrow raised, but kept quiet. Back on topic, Minato said with a gentle edge. Do you think we will be able to make it up the mountain tomorrow morning? I am not sure, Hashu said, cupping his mug of tea and staring into it like a man on trial. The underbrush has surely regrown by now. If we were to summit the mountain again, it would certainly take hours, much like it did today. That's fine, Minato said, waving a hand and turning back to his small stack of notes in the same motion. I just needed to make sure we were allowed up to the top. Hashu blinked, eyelids coming down like anvils. Are you not concerned about the time it could take? Minato winked at him. Nope. What did you tag? Jiraiya asked with a roll of his eyes. I'm not sure that the people of this village will appreciate you leaving your messy seals on everything you touch, Minato. The underside of a leaf, Minato said. Fitting, Naruto said. I thought so, Minato said with an easy smile. Hashu frowned. I am not sure I follow. We'll be able to make it to the mountaintop instantaneously, Naruto explained. Don't worry about wasting our time. The monk deflated, his bluff called. I see. What more can you tell us of this one individual? Minato asked, propping his pen between his fingers and leaning across the table to meet Hashu's eye. Lord First? Hashu blinked. Lord First is our leader. He is the being through which all of our important village decisions must be passed through. And he communicates with you? Hashu opened his mouth, paused, let out a breath. He speaks in tongues, yes, but it can be cryptic sometimes. It is the duty of the monks to process his teachings and make them into law. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, propping his elbow up on the table. So you're saying the monks are in charge here? He gave Hashu a pointed stare. You're in charge here. Hashu chewed on his lip. In a manner of speaking. I suppose you could make the case. That's why you went to one before you allowed us to speak with him, Minato muttered, nodding. You were asking permission. Yes, of course, he said. As I say, Lord First is the true leader. I am merely his mouthpiece. Does Lord First ever have moments of clarity? Minato asked. Were he speaking to you directly? Hashu's gaze dropped back to his tea, and Naruto watched the way his eyes widened. They were on to something, that much was certain. What is it, the monk asked, that you intend to do here? Naruto sighed. We're here because we don't belong. Hashu gave him a confused frown. My son and I, Naruto continued. We aren't from this world. We're from a different one. We think, Minato said. We think, Naruto corrected. Another world? Hashu said. He raised an eyebrow. Naruto leaned back in his chair. Yep. And we think it might have something to do with 3. Hashu paused, took a breath, and forced the tension in his shoulders out his nose in a huff. That poor girl, he said after a moment, tone shifted and voice cool and careful. She doesn't deserve any of this. Jiraiya blinked. What? I am sorry, Hashu said, stilted smile stretched across his face, But it seems that I have forgotten about my other duties for the evening. You will have to excuse me. He rose from the table, pushed his tea towards the center, and threaded his arms through the sleeves in his cloak. He made a quick exit through the kitchen door, footsteps light but deliberate. The birds chirped an uneven tune from outside the open window, and Naruto pursed his lips. That, he frowned, was weird. I think we made some decent progress here, Minato said with a shrug. This went better than I expected, all things considered. Naruto smirked, pumped his shoulders, and mimicked his father. Well, I guess so. He rotated in his chair, threw his arm over the back and raised an eyebrow at Jiraiya. So what's the plan? We need to get more information out of him. Obito appeared from the corner of the room like an ethereal afterthought, disregarded by the tension of diplomatic conversation. The edges around Minato's frown softened. Who do you mean, Obito? That man, the boy said, curling his lip. He played with the twisted fabric at the end of his tattered sleeve. 1. He's playing us. I can see it. Obito, you can't know that. I saw it, he repeated, turning his cold black eye on his sensei. That tree. It's not normal. Naruto watched the way he fidgeted in his seat. How so? Chakra, Obito said, but his eye was fierce. The whole thing was a giant chakra bomb. That's some strong language, Jiraiya said. You said it was moving? When Obito nodded, Minato jotted down a few notes in the margins of his paper and bit his lip. That's strange. It was all funneling into him, Obito said. He lowered his voice and looked around the room. I narrowed. He was controlling everything. I know he was. Minato's eyes widened. You don't think? Naruto spun in his seat. What? Wait here, Minato said, as though the others had a choice in the matter, and disappeared in a whisper of wind. His pen hadn't even hit the table yet when he reappeared, another stack of books in his hands. Jiraiya pulled the top one off the pile and read the cover. He snorted. Minato, this is basic chakra theory. What good's it going to do? When in doubt, start with the basics and work your way back up, the fourth said, taking the book from Jiraiya with a smooth flick of the wrist. Look here. Naruto leaned over the table to get a better glance at the page Minato had flipped to, and raised an eyebrow. What's that? A map of the human chakra system? Minato's smile was sharp and knowing. Exactly. I'm not sure I follow, Jiraiya said. When Obito said the chakra was flowing, I had an idea, Minato said. Chakra doesn't really flow. At least, not in most things. It's gotta be a living thing, and have a developed chakra network, Jiraiya agreed. Exactly. Minato traced a vein in the drawing, following the light blue line across the body of the diagram. Nature loves to copy itself, after all. If you've seen something in one place, you'll probably see it again somewhere else. He jabbed a finger into the figure's heart, the symbol for the 8th gate. Maybe what we're seeing here isn't a tree, but a living thing. A massive source of chakra, with veins and gates and everything we're used to. Obito frowned. And one? Minato's smile was layered with the fine fringe of victory. One is the brain. He's the one controlling everything. Naruto opened his mouth, closed it, then opened it again. Why would it need a brain? Jiraiya asked. It's a tree. Why can't it just use whatever a tree uses? Trees have nature chakra, after all. Minato shoved the book to the side and leaned over the table, eyes bright. That's because this is no ordinary tree. Naruto frowned, but nodded. The voices we heard. Minato snapped and pointed at his son. Exactly. I don't know why it exists, or how it happened, or who did it, but that tree can communicate between universes. That's why the chakra disappeared and reappeared, Obito said, eye-wide. It was going somewhere. That's it, then, Minato said, chuckling. The connection point we've been looking for. And if one is the brain? Naruto smiled. Then we can talk to it. Hey! Hey, wait up! Boruto huffed, leaves catching on his clothes as he leapt over a wall of solid branches, chasing after the girl that had caused him more problems in his recent life than anybody else. Save for, maybe, his dad. She froze when he spoke, spun around, and cornered him with a stare that meant pain and certain death if he said something she didn't exactly agree with. He saw it many times over with his friend Sarada, and on his mother enough times to know she was serious when she needed to be. You're not like the other three, he blurted out before he could help himself. Three frowned. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Whatever that means. She turned and marched away, pace slow, but steady. Boruto kept up easily. What's wrong? He asked, tucking his hands into his pockets and following her down the dusty roads into town. Leave me alone, she muttered. I left for a reason. I wish to be by myself right now. He was silent for a moment, watching the trees around them dwindle and the buildings reappear. They were making their way through the village, towards the outskirts on the other side of the island, walking at a pace so excruciatingly slow Boruto felt like tearing his hair out. We're probably gonna go back up the mountain tomorrow morning, he said, once he couldn't help himself anymore and the silence began to hurt. I dunno why we've gotta be up there, but my dad's gonna make me go anyways, because I know him. He forced a laugh, winced at how cheesy he sounded. I am not hitting on you or anything, he felt the need to say, after Three continued to ignore him. I promise. Three froze in her tracks. She turned, stared at him, and raised an eyebrow. I beg your pardon? Boruto blanched. Shit, I'm 16, she said, shaking her head. Besides, I'm not allowed to bear children. I never said anything about children. Boruto said, sputtering and jumping in front of her. I was just worried about you is all, you know. People don't just run off like that. You're not very good at this, are you? Boruto's confidence sank like a torpedoed steamboat. No. Three laughed, brought her hand up to her face to hide it. I can tell. She walked around him, but when Boruto followed, stubborn and determined, she didn't ask him to leave again. Where are you going? He asked, catching up and matching her pace with a pout. It's getting kinda late. Isn't that Hokage gonna get mad at you or something? I know my dad will probably be mad that I left. Hashu isn't my father, Three said, her voice biting in its politeness. Then what is he? Boruto said. A caretaker, she said, narrowing her eyes at the street in front of her. A family friend. My father trusted him. He sure seems to worry about you, Boruto said. He shouldn't, Three said. They crossed the village in relative silence, until the tall, arching green wall of the far jungle began to split apart into individual trees. Farmland, as sparse as it was, came and went, and before long, Boruto was standing on the front porch of a small cottage near the edge of the forest. He turned, looked down the slow slope of the mountain to where it dropped off into the ocean, traced the road back to the center of the village and blinked. Is this where you live? Boruto asked. Yes, Three replied, and closed the door in his face. He frowned, threaded his fingers into his pockets, and made his way back just as the last light of the day disappeared behind the wall of water on the horizon. Why is she so far away? They arrived in a hurricane of wind and nausea and disorientation. The mountaintop clearing looked the same as they had left it, and while Three clutched at her chest and Hashu emptied his stomach behind a nearby tree, the blond man with whiskerless cheeks moved forward with a fire in his step and a fierceness in his eye. I need to speak to one, he said, crouching onto his knees and leaning forward. He reached out, made to pull at one's eyelids, to see if he was awake, and Hashu ran forward with a yelp, stumbling over himself. Three flinched. Her grandfather stood still as stone. No. Hashu shouted, pulling Minato away. You mustn't. You mustn't do that. Minato took a few steps back and let himself be pulled aside, out of arm's reach. What? Not even the monks may touch Lord first. Hashu said, teeth clenched. I'm sorry, Minato said. I didn't mean to disrespect the chances of anything happening today. The group lurched at the flint-on-iron sound of one's voice, booming over the field from his rooted position under the shade of the tallest tree. Few and far between, one said again, softer. At least, that's what I'd wager. Well, Sakura, one said with another voice. You never know with these sorts of things. The monks down at the base of the mountain seemed cautiously optimistic, at the very least. They're here again, Naruto said, turning to Jiraiya and Minato. That's them. Minato launched into inspection mode, taking quiet, careful steps between the raised roots along the forest floor. His eyes were wide and calculating, his mouth thin and pursed. No change from yesterday, one said again, this time with the woman's voice. He's still unresponsive. How can you be sure? The first voice asked. You're not even touching him. The monks gave us very specific instructions, the second said. Not touching him was the highest rule on the list. Minato continued to circle one, eyes narrowed. Obito, he said after the conversation paused, do you see anything with your Sharingan? The one-eyed boy took a few steps forward. He blinked. Nothing different, he said, voice quiet. Chakra keeps appearing and disappearing. It's just like it was before. Let me know if anything changes, Minato said. Three stared at her grandfather's silhouette nestled between the roots of the holy tree and watched his breathing pulse with the wind. His mouth moved like a marionette's, tick-tick ticking along with each careful word. She felt a tickle at the back of her gut and passed it off to nerves. We don't have all the time in the world, you know, the first voice said. I've got to be back in the leaf in 3 days for a summit. And with Naruto gone? The third voice murmured in agreement. It's probably best to keep things short. Besides, we didn't exactly arrive in a pause, diplomatic fashion. Minato blinked, turned toward the man he called his son. You sound important. Naruto raised an eyebrow. You could say that, he said with a smile. I guess I can run another diagnostic jutsu, the woman's voice said. Maybe we'll find something. Silence fell, and Minato leaned close. Hashu bit his lip. Wait. Obito blurted out, eye wide. I see a lot of green chakra. It's all over him. He's glowing, almost. Why is he glowing? He wasn't before. Amazing, Minato murmured. He can channel chakra between dimensions? That must be what's going on here. Three frowned. The bubble in her gut grew. Wait, one said in the first voice. Who said that? Wasn't me, the female voice said. Kakashi-sensei? Could it have been one? Kakashi-sensei said. Did they hear me? Minato said, raising an eyebrow. It was one, the female said. He just said something. Sakura? Naruto jumped forward, eyes wild. Can you hear me? A pause. How do you know my name? The blond man nearly dropped to his knees, grin threatening to split his face in two. It's Naruto. One went silent. Naruto exchanged a glance with his father, eyes wild. Naruto? Sakura said. Yeah, it's me. I've got Boruto here with me. Are you, she started, skeptical, trapped inside of this man? No. Look, I'm here with my dad, and the pervy sage, and 3, Naruto said. It's a long story. You're with Minato-sensei? Kakashi said. What? Kakashi, it's Minato, the man said. Listen, I know you're probably skeptical, but we might need your help in this. The fact we're able to communicate at all is promising. He paused, looked at Naruto and Boruto, despite the fact that the others in the other time wouldn't be able to see it. If we want to have any chance at all of getting Naruto and Boruto home, then we need to work quickly. I have no idea how long we'll be able to communicate through one. You're communicating through him too? The first voice Shikamaru said. Where are you? How is this even possible? We're at the Hidden Sea Village, Naruto said. Sakura, is everything fine? How are Hinata and Himawari? They're fine, Naruto, Sakura said. They're both at the hospital, with you. Naruto furrowed his brow. The hospital? What do you mean with me? After the conclusion of the Chunin exams, Shikamaru said with a sigh, you and Boruto were found unconscious in the middle of the Hokage's office, barely breathing and not responding to anyone or anything. I called Sakura in from leave, and she brought you both to the hospital. A pause. She's the only reason you're both alive right now, Naruto. 3 watched the gears in the blond man's head twist and turn against each other. After a moment, he sighed, ran his hand against his face, and shook his head. Thank you, Sakura, he said. His eyes moved to Boruto, and stayed there. The bubble in her gut grew. That's an interesting development, Jiraiya said, crossing his arms. You're both still in your own time? Universe, Minato corrected. His eyes widened in realization and he turned back to 1. We think that rather than travel through time, like it would have seemed at first glance, Naruto and Boruto instead hopped universes. We don't know how, exactly, but that's the current working theory. You're operating off of the multiverse theory? Shikamaru said, and Minato lit up like a bulb. Yes. Exactly. All signs point to it. And if they're still technically in their home dimension. He pulled a notebook from his flak jacket and began to scribble away on a weathered page of notes. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. This may be simpler than I thought. Troublesome, Shikamaru said, sighing again. This proves an entire branch of mathematics obsolete. The hairs on the back of 3's neck stood on end. She turned, took a step back, and the world vanished in a haze of black and gray. She yelped, leaped backwards, brandished the knife in her pocket. Her eyes were saucers, her heart a beating drum in her ears. The others froze, turned, gave her confused glances. 3? Hashu said, quiet. Child, what's wrong? She bit down air like a drowned child, scanned the clearing like a baited rat. Shadows. She saw their shadows. What's going on? Shikamaru said through 1's voice. 3 watched 1's shadow, a ghoulish black gash on the sunny spring sky, as it circled around her grandfather. Are you? Minato narrowed his eyes. Kakashi? Are you there? He crouched down in front of 1, stared at the man's expressionless face. Silence. Are they gone? Naruto said, frowning. Minato sighed. It would seem so. Damn. He said, clenching his lone hand into a ball and smashing it into the air at his side. We were this close. We may get another chance, Minato said, finishing a note in his pile of paper. We may not, Jiraiya countered. 3 watched the leaf shinobi gather towards the end of the clearing, then turned to observe Hashu thread his hands into his sleeves. He tried to hide the shake in his fingers, but 3 knew him well enough. There will be time tomorrow, he said, smiling through taut lips. We can always try again tomorrow. As they circled around Minato and clenched their guts, 3 turned, stole 1 last look at her grandfather. When they made their way back to Hashu's study in a blur of soundless chakra, she held her stomach for a different reason. 3 stared through the gaps in her thatched bamboo roof and watched the stars blink by. The black of the night sky was reassuring, a calm reminder that darkness was natural in the world. Even still, the space between stars left 3 with an unsettling feeling in her gut, and she gnawed on it for hours until the sun came up and washed it all away. She made her bed, prepared for another day with the leaf shinobi, and shrouded her thoughts of darkness with the anticipation of work. But her grandfather worried her. She remembered his smile, remembered his laugh. Remembered the days they would go out to the sea in his long, ornate fishing boat and catch all they could eat, far from the village and wrapped around behind the side of the mountain. He knew all the hidden spots along the ragged coast where no other man would dare, but one was not like the other men. She remembered staring up the slope of the island, sitting back and watching the sea of jungle sway in the ocean breeze. She would lay across the boat's center beam and think about the man at the base of the holy tree, all alone, trapped in nature, and worry for the day that was sure to come. When one assumed the role, she lost her grandfather. He looked the same, had the same slope of the shoulders and lines under his eyes. Yet the man sitting under the tallest tree, rooted in place by village tradition, was not the man she once knew. Three's head hurt. She remembered the day prior, with strange shadows and unheard voices. She remembered staring at her grandfather, a man she had forgotten, and forgot him even more. Darkness. Shadows and darkness. She shivered, clenched her eyes. The image stuck. When she made her way into town, the sun beating down on her back and beating sweat across her brow, she ran from the darkness that met at her feet. Three traced the outline of the sunless spot before her, followed the details of her body with her eyes. Shadows were natural, yes. But no man should have 10,000. The next day proved fruitful, but only just. Shikamaru frowned, running a hand through his loose, unkempt hair and tying it up again. Do you think he'll speak again today? It's a possibility, Kakashi said. But I'm more worried about if we'll lose contact halfway through the conversation like yesterday. I can't believe it, Sakura said. We come all this way only to meet them here. Here, of all places. Shikamaru wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead and looked at the high midday sun. Well, we might as well get a move on if we want to make it up the mountain by around the time we were there yesterday. Don't want to make all this effort only to just miss them. He chewed an unlit cigarette between his teeth as he spoke. Kakashi watched him. Well, no use taking breaks then, Sakura said. She picked up her blade from where she left it leaning against a nearby tree, and continued hacking away at the jungle. Kakashi followed, clearing the cuttings and tossing them back into the forest from where they came. He turned behind him, watched Three as she took up the rear, twisting her shirt between her hands and staring up the mountain summit with something akin to curiosity in her eyes. Shikamaru, he called, what felt like hours later, when Shikamaru's internal monologue was breaking through by way of the scowl taut on his lips. What's on your mind? The Nara frowned, plucked the cigarette from his mouth with one hand and lopped away another tree sapling that hadn't been there the day prior with the other. This is all too easy. Kakashi hummed. Yes, I was thinking the same thing. Sakura snorted, slicing through another wall of bamboo with a chakra-infused burst of power. I'll say. No, Shikamaru said, I mean this whole situation in general. He frowned. When has it ever been that our first hunch has been right? Or our first lead at all? It's too easy, Kakashi agreed. I smell a trap. The rest of the journey sped by at the hand of Sakura's wild and erratic swordsmanship. The clearing was just as barren and just as quiet as before, and one just as lonely. He was already speaking when they arrived, eyes latched shut and yet somehow just as piercing. Naruto, Shikamaru said, calling out when he was within reasonable range. Can you hear me? Oh, thank God, one said, voice meandering at the telltale clip of their seventh Hokage. We were worried it was a fluke or something and we'd never hear you again. Well, I'm glad that doesn't appear to be the case, Kakashi said. This is all far too convenient, one said, and it took Kakashi a brief moment to realize that it had been Jiraiya of the Sannin, a voice he hadn't heard in over 2 decades, who spoke. I'm sorry, Minato, but I just don't know if we can trust this. Funny, Shikamaru said, we were thinking the same thing. Silence. Kakashi assumed that they were discussing something amongst themselves on the other side. There's something you're not telling us, another voice said. Kakashi's heart flipped over in his chest. Please. Tell us. We need to know. Is this a game? Jiraiya said. What are you playing at? They're not talking to us, Shikamaru muttered under his breath, and Kakashi silently agreed. No. One said, this time in a manner Kakashi was unfamiliar with. Please, this is not a deception. I assure you. To assume of such from Lord First would be scandalous. Then what's going on? Naruto said. Kakashi felt movement behind him, and turned just in time to see 3, eyes white and lip quivering, stumble past. Hashu? She whispered. Is that you? Oh, child, would you look at that? Hashu said. It would appear you have a doppelganger on the other side. Is that you, 3? She fell to her knees before her grandfather. Hashu? She repeated. Sakura furrowed her brow, reached out with a hand. 3? Kakashi wasn't facing her, but he could sense the tears nonetheless. Hashu, 3 said, you've been dead for 10 years. More silence. More questions. Kakashi looked at Shikamaru, Shikamaru looked at Kakashi. Sakura leaned down and rested a hand on 3's shoulder. We can go if you'd like, she said. No, 3 said. This is important. I'm not sure I get what's going on, Naruto said through one's lips. What the hell is happening? Jiraiya said. Did you say dead, child? Hashu repeated. When my father passed, 3 said. You died when he did. Trying to save him. Kakashi shared another look with Shikamaru. Sakura raised an eyebrow at the two of them, frowned, and leaned down on one knee beside the troubled girl. You don't have to talk about this if you don't want to, she said, voice calm. Kakashi blinked, and saw the flash of a young Sarada, crying at his doorstep, with a similar-looking Sakura leaning over her in much the same manner. It was fitting, to say the least. This is amazing, Minato muttered from the other side. Obito, any changes? Kakashi's heart lurched again. Obito? I don't see anything different, a new voice muttered. Same as yesterday. A pause. When are we going to see something happen? What's the point of all of this? The 2-bit terrorist is right, Jiraiya said. Pardon my blatant and insistent skepticism, Minato, but I just don't see the benefit of something like this. Well, no, the Fourth Hokage said. Kakashi could almost make out the image of his late sensei standing next to him, hand over lips, brow furrowed in that way that Kushina would always make fun of. We already learned something valuable, their bodies are still on the other side. That's a good point, Sakura said, crossing her arms. I don't know how much longer I can keep you two in decent condition. It seems like every few hours you have violent seizures and send all of my equipment into mass disarray. Your bodies can't take that much strain for very long. The other side of the connection fell silent in a surprised hush. Shikamaru coughed. Naruto. Are you still there? Seizures? Minato said. That's interesting. Any idea as to what might be causing them? Well, honestly? Sakura sighed. No. I have no clue. Strange, Jiraiya murmured. One moment, Minato said, and Kakashi turned when he heard 3 yelp. Whoa. Obito said from across the link at almost the same moment. She said, pointing a finger to their right, I saw him. You saw the Fourth Hokage? Shikamaru asked. He looked at Kakashi, they shared another glance. What did he look like? Blonde, 3 murmured, twisting her hands into her shirt. Wearing a white coat. Blue eyes. She frowned. He looked like an older version of the boy I fought in the ninja competition. Boruto, Sakura breathed. What's going on? Minato said a moment later. Did something happen? When Yuhira shined back, Obito said, the chakra exploded. It looked like lightning hit the tree. And 3 saw you, Kakashi said. She saw me? 3 nodded. 3 nodded, Kakashi relayed. Hang on a second, Minato said. So when Hira shined back to the leaf, you saw me? Kakashi opened his mouth to speak, but his old sensei beat him to the punch. Is it something we can recreate? Another beat of silence. 3 gasped again. He was there again. What did you see, 3? Minato asked. What did you? 1 fell silent. For the first time since they had arrived, his shoulders sagged and his skin paled. Grandfather? 3 blurted. She was at his side in a second, ghosting hands over his flesh. She looked over her shoulder, shot the three of them an anxious glance. He's cold. Far too cold. I don't understand what is happening. What did they do to him? 3, Sakura said, voice gentle like the drifting wind. He passed out. Probably from overexertion. It can't be easy to maintain that kind of connection for that long, if that's what he's doing. The girl opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. We need to let him rest, Sakura said, cupping her shoulder and guiding her back to her feet. We need to rest. I'm sure the others will be back tomorrow, same as us. I want to help. 3 furrowed her brow and cut daggers into the earth in front of her. I want to. I know. Sakura stood, brushed off the dirt from her dress with her gloved hands. We all do. That's why we're here, after all. On the way back down the mountain, Kakashi saw 3 smile for the first time since they'd arrived. Obito stalked across his rented room in Hoshu's home and waited for the sun to come up. 3 days had passed. Each morning, they would climb the mountain on the back of his old sensei's coattails, and each evening they would return having accomplished nothing. One had gone silent. Minato hit a wall. Everything had come to a screeching standstill, and the Leaf Village party was becoming increasingly restless as the days wore on. Morning number 4 began with the birth of the new day's sun, and Obito's patience broke. His plan had failed. His father was patronizing. The entire world seemed to be laughing in his face. What would Madara say now? He seethed in his own mind, replaying the events that took place in the hidden mist village over and over like a broken tape. Naruto had taken him down without so much as a bead of sweat. He had failed. No. It wasn't just that. Obito had failed so spectacularly that he could have just as well not lifted a finger at all and would have suffered the same fate. His action had been meaningless, his strength had been trivialized. He was made a pet, chained to Naruto with invisible rope, forced down a path that left him powerless. He wanted them gone. Both the man that had done him in, and his whiny brat of a son. One would speak. Obito would make sure of it. His plan may have failed, but his sanity would not. All right, team, Minato said, voice far too chipper and far too tight, let's make today productive. Take a book on chakra theory, and a book on transdimensionalism, and start digging. Are we not going up the mountain today? Naruto asked, taking one look at the books stacked on Hoshu's dining table and paling. Because, I'm not really sure I can be much help here, you know. I already went up the mountain this morning before I started, Minato said, nursing a cup of coffee and turning the page on his increasingly protuberant notebook. No change. We may as well not waste time and work here for the time being. Assuming that's okay with you, of course. Hoshu jumped when Minato laid a hand across his shoulder, then smiled. Oh. Well, I suppose it's not a bother. We have never had guests from other villages before. Maybe there's a seal we can use, Kushina asked, folding one leg over the other and tapping it mid-air to some unspoken tune. Why are you here again? Jiraiya said, bumping into her as he walked past to grab a pair of books for himself. Can it, frog breath, she said, tripping him as he walked by. He recovered, just barely, and shot her a smirk. Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm here because I know Minato, and I know he'll forget to eat if I don't remind him. She looked over her shoulder at the man and raised an eyebrow. Especially when he's like this. Minato sniffed and looked up from his notes, eyes blank. Huh? Kushina turned to Naruto. See? Boruto laughed despite himself, and Kushina smiled all the same. Well, if you're gonna sit around and take up valuable book space, you may as well read something too, Jiraiya said, tossing her the books in his hands. She caught them and scoffed. Or we could use a seal, she said. Probably. Probably not, actually, Minato murmured over the lip of his mug. He took a swig, set it aside. That's not how this works. At least, not how it should work, if everything I've been reading is any indication. Alright, so what do we do? Kushina said, tipping her chair back down onto all fours and leaping to her feet. I don't exactly work best in this kinda environment. Neither do I, Naruto muttered. Let's go outside, Kushina chirped, pulling Boruto out of his seat as she meandered by. No use taking up valuable book space. Footsteps approached. Lord Hashu. The monk jumped in his chair. Minato put his notes down and frowned. Expecting company? The wicker door was cast aside in a hurried frenzy, and two robed men, bald as anyone else in the village and dressed much the same as Hashu was, scrambled into the cramped den. Lord Hashu, one of the men said, panting. Something's wrong. Speak, Hashu said, eyes wide. What ails you? It's Lord First, the other man said. He's dead. He's dead? Shikamaru asked. It sure seems like it, Sakura sighed, leaning over the man's body. She flicked her wrists and the green medical chakra receded back into her skin. His body went into shock. And judging from the state he's currently in, I would say he's been dead for a few hours already. This happened last night? Sooner, probably, Sakura said, standing. She adjusted her clothes, crossed her arms. Now what? Shikamaru said. It's not like we were making any progress anyways. Now we have to tell the village their leader is dead, Kakashi said. He turned a lazy eye on the body, then back down the mountain path they had hacked their way up once again. And I'd be willing to bet we'll be blamed for it. Of course we will, Shikamaru said. Politics. Troublesome. Three's heart sat in her throat. She stood still, watched Hasha shout and holler and pull at his hair. She watched the congregation of monks make their way up through the jungle from Hasha's porch, could feel them assemble around the perimeter of the great tree like silent specters. I never should have trusted you, the bald man seethed, turning on the leaf shinobi. You were nothing but trouble the instant you arrived. We had nothing to do with this, Minato pressed for what felt like the 1000th time. I promise you, this was not our fault. And how should I trust you? Hashu said, getting in Minato's face. You have the power of a god, chained to you like a beast. But what happens when the chain breaks? What happens when your control fades, and you're left with a wild, untamable power in your mortal hands? Are you insinuating I am incapable of being a leader? Minato said, raising an eyebrow. Hashu turned, pulled his robes tight with such force that his hood snapped against his neck and folded in an uneven angle against his back. Come, Lady Third, he bit through clenched teeth, striding past three towards the door. It is in our best interest to leave the presence of these uncouth heathens. Three's stomach twisted in her gut. She leaned to her feet anyways, fought back the wave of light-headed panic, fell sideways against the wall of the house. Child, please, Hashu sighed, tapping his foot at the door. I don't have time to deal with your theatrics now. We are in a state of disarray. Tunnel vision. She saw their faces, saw their blonde hair, one surprised, one resigned, one angry. She couldn't tell which was which. She turned away, followed the blur of her mentor, through the doorway and down into the jungle. Hashu was like a moving statue in front of her, gliding over the pressed earth pathways and through the silent city streets. All the boats had been called in, every civilian lined the edges of the village and watched her with quiet respect. They cut across the boardwalk, and three looked up into the clouds. The sky was blue and beautiful. She couldn't do it. She had a future, had a life she wanted to live. She refused to be chained to the earth for the rest of her life like a slave. When Hashu began the final march towards the monk's chambers, three bolted. Her future was calling her, but she refused to call back. Chapter 20. You need to leave, Minato said. It's not safe here anymore. Kushina opened her mouth, began to say something, then snapped her jaw shut like a cupboard and pouted. Fine, she said, gathering up the dishes she'd brought with her and moving to stand in the middle of the room. You go ahead and get yourself killed out here by an angry mob. I'll be sure to put in a good word for your replacement. Naruto snorted. You'll have to find her first. Kushina let out a confused, muffled huh, but before she could finish the thought Minato met her halfway and they both disappeared in a soundless flurry. Alright, what now? Jiraiya said, peeking through the creaky wooden blinds in Hashu's home and down into the village below them. Everyone's lined up outside. I don't get it. It looks like some kind of ceremony, Minato said, reappearing. Their leader just died. It makes sense that they have a cultural tradition that dictates what they do next. Is it just me? Boruto said from the doorway, frowning, or is the jungle browner than yesterday? Naruto made his way to his son's side and took a look for himself. You know, it sure looks like it. We need to get back up to the mountaintop, Minato said. We were so close. I'm sure of it. There's a chance that even though one died, we'll still be able to figure something out. Naruto gave his father a skeptical look. What about these people? What about them? Minato blinked. We can't just come here, take advantage of whatever abilities they have, and then leave, he said, shrugging. That's just not right. It wasn't. Naruto didn't need to reflect on his personal history to know that. He bit back the sour feeling in the back of his gut that sullied his opinion of his father, gripped his son by the shoulder in a show of solidarity, and watched the trees shift in the wind. Well, at the very least, we should definitely try to do something, he said, not ignoring the way Boruto leaned into his touch. There's a congregation of monks up there now, Minato said. We'll have to wait until they clear out before we can really do much of anything. Where's Obito? Jiraiya muttered, walking across the room and peering into the seating area attached to the opposite end of the kitchen. Did he run off somewhere? That's a good question, Minato asked. Here, Obito said, voice thin and wiry, frayed like rope. He came around the corner of the house, ghosted past Minato, and sank into one of the empty chairs strewn around the table that had served as their base of operations. He stared at the wood graining with his lone, coal black eye, and waited. What's wrong? Minato asked, blue eyes alight with fear. Where were you? He's dead, Obito mumbled. He grabbed at his shoulder, clutched at some phantom pain. What? Minato reached out, made to grasp the boy's shoulder. Obito shirked out of the touch with a hiss of air. Just, go. You did something, didn't you? Jiraiya said, eyes steely and unforgiving. It wasn't a question. Someone's coming, Boruto said, pointing down the sloped pathway leading through the dying jungle. Naruto peered through the door again, saw the outline of a white-robed monk marching up the hill. It's Hashu. Naruto grimaced. He doesn't look too happy. I'm sure these are trying times for him, Minato said. Yeah, and who do you think caused it? Jiraiya said, crossing his arms. The sound of sandals on wood echoed through the tight-knit weave of the cleared forest around them, snuck through the open windows of Hashu's cottage like cobras. They carried with them just as much venom, and when Hashu himself burst through the door, ears beat red and brow furrowed further than Naruto had ever seen before, the entire congregation of Leaf Shinobi flinched. All of you, Hashu said calmly, steady like the eye of a storm. Get out of my home. Minato opened his mouth, stopped mid-breath, and instead bit his lip. Naruto stepped forward. We're sorry, he said. If that matters for anything. We didn't want any of this to happen. Take your cursed souls, Hashu said, and leave this island before you taint another one of our kind with your foreign ideologies. Minato had already begun gathering up his books and notes, disappearing intermittently to return them to what Naruto could only assume was some underground library bunker 10 stories tall. Hashu stalked through to the other room, disappeared into his study, and didn't return. What does that mean? Boruto asked, after Hashu slammed his wicker door shut. Taint another one of their kind? Minato said, reappearing with empty hands. 3, Naruto said, and thought of the distraught, panicked look of the child not 20 minutes prior. She looked terrified. Why did she look terrified? I have a sneaking suspicion, Minato said, that there's some obscure village tradition, Hashu's, not letting us in on. You have to what? Sakura said. It's a village tradition, 3 said. She frowned. I don't see how this is an issue. It's an issue, Sakura started, paused, then started again, because it's not fair. Not fair to you, or your childhood, or your village, or anybody else. She huffed a breath, furrowed her brow. What about your dreams? Don't you want to be a ninja? That's why you came to the leaf in the first place, right? Sakura, Kakashi said. His voice was calm but powerful, like the breeze above a riptide. This is their tradition. We have to respect it. Well, I'm not going to, she said, standing straight. As ranking medical officer on this mission, I determined that this. She made a wild gesture at the tree. Procedure is unfit for human participation. I won't allow it. I can't allow it. It's not your choice to make. Sakura gave him a pleading look, one packed with enough kindling to start a fire. Kakashi stared at her right back, and after a few moments of silence, where even the wind seemed to silence itself, Kakashi turned away. Walk with me, he said. It wasn't an order, it was an invitation. He nodded to Shikamaru, who was watching the exchange with quiet complacency, and turned back towards the mountain path out of 3's earshot. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura said, once they rounded the corner and the bushes taller than either of them, please tell me you understand this is wrong. I know, Kakashi said. But that doesn't mean we have any say in what happens here. Sakura frowned. What if there's another way? For her to fulfill this role? So what if there is? She sighed. That girl is a child, sensei. She's not any older than Sarada. She has a whole life ahead of her. She shouldn't have to sacrifice herself for some sick, perverted, outdated village tradition. Doesn't she? Kakashi said. Sakura deflated, lowered herself to the floor, rested on an exposed root that was big enough to sit on. Let me ask you a question, Kakashi said, taking a step forward. He walked a little further down the trail until he was eye level with her sitting and him standing. What do you think will happen when Naruto dies? Sakura lurched up from her slouch, eyes wide and fierce. What? She growled. Why would you say something like that? What will happen when Naruto dies? Kakashi said, and the Leaf Village needs a new Jinchuriki. We don't need another Jinchuriki, Sakura grit out. The tailed beasts are free. That was part of Naruto's deal. He wouldn't so easily go back on something as important to him as that. If he's dead, he won't be around to make that decision, Kakashi said, blunt as a dull razor, but still sharp enough to cut. If the 9 tails goes rampant, which is a possibility, we have to be ready. Sakura stewed on her thoughts. I really don't see how this is relevant. Tell me, Sakura, he said. What do you see when you look out into this forest? Sakura ran a hand through her hair, tilting her head to get it out of her eyes. I don't know, sensei. I'm not really in the mood for one of your cryptic life lessons. Ah, but they usually are cryptic for a reason, Kakashi smiled. With a huff, Sakura stood, dusted off the dirt on the back of her dress, and peeked over the wall of grass to look out towards the sea of jungle. I see green, she said. Orange. Red. It looks like fall is coming. But is it? Kakashi asked. Not only is it not the time of year for this kind of change, we're in a jungle. Jungles don't change leaves like the forests in the leaf do. Sakura's eyes widened. And on our way up here, Kakashi continued. We didn't have to cut away at anything. The path was clear from yesterday. Sakura frowned, rubbed at her chin. It's like the jungle is frozen. It's like the jungle is dying, Kakashi corrected. He looked back up the mountain towards the tree. Splotches of emptiness between the branches let the sunlight through, and the tree itself rattled with dry leaves in the wind. Why do you think that is? Oh God, Sakura said. It's not like that, is it? I think it is. Kakashi took a step back up the trail towards Shikamaru and 3 and a devastating decision. He kicked away at the loose leaves that had gathered around his sandals. Sakura, you should know that as Hokage, I was tasked with something I was not happy about. She said nothing. Kakashi continued. Each year, at around the end of spring, I had to choose a new Jinchuriki. In case the worst-case scenario happened. Wait, late spring? Sakura asked. She scowled, eyes wild. Kakashi, those hospital records were supposed to be for census recording, and that alone. That's the only reason I gave them to you. I made sure to check with the families of the child I chose, of course, Kakashi continued. Since Naruto was such a star, they all said yes. Couldn't help but jump at the opportunity to have the baby boy or girl share a list with someone as powerful and important to the leaf as the 7th Hokage, I suppose. And the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox are an exclusive enough group as it is. Sakura seethed. What are you saying, sensei? Every parent was the same. Every family was just as naive as the last. He ran a hand across the scar on his eye. They didn't know what Naruto had been through, didn't understand the sacrifices he had to make. Being a Jinchuriki was never something Naruto asked for, but he took it in stride. He's not going to live forever, Sakura, Kakashi said. I think he of all people understands that. And if something were to happen, and the fox did do something dangerous after all, you needed a backup plan, Sakura said, voice quiet. She took a deep breath. That makes sense. It's awful, but it makes sense. He looked her in the eye, saw the fury and the passion of a fiery, doting mother. But he also saw the eyes of a young girl, no younger than 3 herself, trying to make her way in a team full of impossibilities. Kakashi saw the eyes of a ninja, of a medic, of someone who understood sacrifice in the eyes of morality. It wasn't something I wanted to do, Kakashi said quietly. Believe me. But bad decisions have to be made sometimes. Sakura turned away, stared off to some unseen place, and nodded. Her face was grim. That's what this is. Kakashi pointed up the hill. That's what she is. She's the village Jinchuriki. She's the village Naruto, and the village replacement. She may not truly have a choice in the matter, but that's not stopping her from tackling her future with a sense of pride. He smiled. She really is like Naruto in a lot of ways. Back when he was younger. Sakura's jaw worked under her skin, but she simply sighed. You're right. Maybe that's why this is difficult. She made up her mind, Kakashi said. She had been angry before, but now she looked tired and stressed and far more human than Kakashi had seen her in months. It may have been a superficial decision, but it's important that she take her destiny in her own hands. At least give her that, Sakura. I'll give it to her, Sakura said, looking up the mountain, but I'm afraid I'll never get it back. I'm going to go get my stuff, Boruto said, pointing to the part of Hoshu's house where they had slept, and walked out of the kitchen when his father nodded back. This was entirely unlike him. He felt the palms of his hands tense up, felt them grow clammy and cold. Marching down the hallway towards Hoshu's study was like walking into a den of hungry lions. He'd seen the man's demeanor, he'd seen the man's rage. It was understandable, sure, but anger so physical and untethered meant it would latch onto anyone and everyone that dared block its way. Boruto clenched one of his sweaty palms into a fist and rapped it against Hoshu's door. There was a horrible, sickening, gut-turning moment when Boruto's confidence evaporated into dust and left him stranded in the dark hallway with nothing but his wide eyes and taut gut. He tasted copper on his tongue, slackened his jaw when he realized he was biting his lip, and used what little strength sat behind his jittery nerves to force himself still. He heard a chair pull back from a desk, heard bare feet tap on wood. The door slid open with a sigh, and Boruto looked up into the tired eyes of their host. "Oh," he said, "I thought you were one of the monks, come to fetch me." He turned, walked back into the room, and left the door open an invitation. "Close it behind you," the monk said, after Boruto had crossed the threshold and Hoshu had thrown himself back into his chair. Boruto did as he was told, stepped towards Hashu's desk, and realized, far too late, that he had no idea what he wanted to say. "Well?" Hashu asked, leaning back in his chair and rubbing at his eyes with a sigh. "What do you need?" Boruto floundered, eyes darting across the room to try and find some sort of anchor that would remind him of what he came there for. He found it in a painting hung above the window. It was gray, and old, and folded in a few places, but Boruto recognized the figure behind the matted glass just the same. "3, Boruto said, and turned his eyes back to Hashu. "What did you mean back there? You said we tainted her?" Hashu furrowed his brow. "You will have to forgive me. I was acting without peace of mind and spoke out of line." "No," Boruto said, taking a step forward. He couldn't believe he was doing this, approaching a de facto village leader challenging him. "I want to know what you mean." 3 as Hashu paused, a difficult child to understand. She is headstrong, and curious, and wants to do right. But she is also afraid. Boruto blinked, and connected the dots. She ran away again. Hashu ran a hand across his bald head. "Nobody has been able to find her." "Really?" "It seems she has begun to have cold feet," Hashu explained. "Unfortunate. Truly unfortunate." Boruto shuffled in place on Hashu's mat. Why is it unfortunate?" The monk gave him a glassy stare, then snapped his mouth shut. "Oh, my apologies, I forget that you are not from here." He stood, pushed aside his chair with far more grace than before, and beckoned Boruto to join him at the long, sweeping window at the back of the study. The wooden shutters we cast aside with a dusty rattle, and the jungle came spilling in, sounds and smells, and heat cooking him like a tropical oven. Hashu leaned forward over the bookshelf in front of the window, paid no mind to the crumpling of scrolls under his weight, and took a deep breath. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" Boruto took a hesitant step forward, maneuvered his sandals around some dislodged paper that had found its way onto the floor, and mimicked Hashu's action. "Yeah, it is," he said truthfully. "It's worth protecting," Hashu said, biting his lip. "This village isn't cut from the jungle, it's made from it. We are the jungle." He reached out, ran a hand over the waxy leaves of a plant that reached back. "This is our home. We are nothing without it." Boruto watched Hashu take the leaf and pluck it from its branch. He brought it close, lowered it so Boruto could see. He pointed at a small yellow spot, no larger than a Rio coin. "Do you see this?" "Yeah," the blonde said, raising an eyebrow. He leaned close, inspecting it. "It looks sick." "Indeed it does," Hashu said, voice tinged with something equal parts proud and sad. "This village is dying now, child. You can see it for miles." As if to emphasize his point, Hashu turned and looked back out the window. Boruto followed his lead, and sure enough, the forests were turning red and orange and fading away. He had been right, it wasn't just his imagination. "It's because of one," he said, and it all made sense. "Lord First is the anchor," Hashu agreed. "He is what ties this village, and, indeed, this island, to the gods. He is what gives the forests their life, and what gives us the strength as a people to exist. He keeps us strong, keeps us safe, and keeps us aware." Boruto turned, gave Hashu a lopsided frown. "Keeps you aware?" "Oh, yes," Hashu chuckled. "As I said previously, all village decisions are sent through Lord First, and he is, naturally, our leader. But he has warned us of things, unprompted, many times in the past." He frowned. "Although I must note that he did not warn us of you." Boruto felt his mouth dry out, although he wasn't sure why. Perhaps it had something to do with the way Hashu spoke, perhaps it was the way he glared out the window into the dense foliage like it was some sort of charging beast and Hashu was its champion. Regardless, the monk sighed, "We are lost without his guidance. And it will only be so long before our village crumbles to dust around us." A sudden thought came to Boruto like the crack of a widowmaker. Had there been more than one, ones? Hashu stood a tad taller. "Indeed there have." "What happened to them?" They became part of the trees themselves, Hoshu said, but we do not forget them, nor do we take advantage of their sacrifices. Part of the trees, Boruto thought, and the image of the tall, misshapen roots at the top of the mountain sprung to mind. He shuddered at the thought each one of them had been a man at one point. Hoshu licked his lips, taking a few long, sweeping steps around his desk and pulling a dusty bin off a shelf Boruto hadn't seen when he first walked in. He swept his way back, set the bin down on his desk with a quiet clatter, and pulled out a few old frames of glass. This, Hoshu said, was Three's great-grandfather, one's father. He held the glass painting in front of him, and Boruto took it with hesitant hands. He saw a bald man, sitting tall, eyes closed under a tall tree. He looked young, from as much of the painting Boruto could decipher from the age and degradation, and the black moss that had grown across over half of one's body had barely climbed up his legs. "What is that stuff?" he asked, pointing, before he could think. "The tree," Hoshu blinked. "What else could it be?" He took the plate back from Boruto and handed him another. And this was the one before him. Boruto knitted his eyebrows across his forehead, intrigued, and accepted the second painting. It was a woman. Boruto's eyes opened in surprise. "Is this a girl?" he asked, and turned to Hoshu. He looked again, just to be sure, and raised an eyebrow. There was no mistaking the sharp angle of the woman's jawline, or the gentle slope of her shoulder blades. "Of course," Hoshu said. He threaded his hands into his robes and watched Boruto's face. "She looks like Three," Boruto breathed. A spark, a sudden realization. Boruto turned on his heel and stepped forward into Hoshu's space. "Wait a second. Is this," he took a breath, shook his head, "is this what Three is supposed to do?" "Yes, of course," Hoshu said. "What did you think she was to become?" Rage bubbled up in Boruto's gut and crested like a crashing wave. "She trusts you." Hoshu frowned. "I beg your pardon?" "She trusts you." Boruto roared, clenching his fists at his side. "And you go and betray it like this?" "Watch your tongue, boy," Hoshu said, narrowing his eyes. Three knew this was her fate. Three has known all along. "She thinks of you like a father," Boruto said, shaking his head, voice waxing and waning like the quiver of a violin. "And the first thing you do instead of be there for her when her grandfather dies is tell her she's about to become a tree slave." "You are out of line," Hoshu said, smashing a fist against his desk. The door flew open behind them, and Naruto appeared in the empty frame. "What are you doing?" he bit out, hand gripping indentations in the wood of the door. "You are supposed to be getting your stuff, and leaving our gracious host alone." Boruto fought back a growl. "Nothing. I was just leaving." He tossed the painting of the girl onto Hoshu's desk, and it landed on a pile of paper with a soft thump. "Boruto," Naruto began, but the boy just shot him a look, dipped through the doorway, and sidestepped him by going under his outstretched arm. "I'm leaving," Boruto said, and did just that. "Are you sure," Sakura said, "that this is something you want to do?" She returned Kakashi's reminding stare and turned down to Three, who stood before her, draped in white and surrounded by an order of monks several scores wide. "I'm sure," Three said, nodding. "This is my birthright. It is an honor to serve my village in this manner." The monks around them moved like a lazy tide, drifted through the clearing, and lined the perimeter of the clearing like a wall of angels. One's body, just as stationary and just as quiet as before, sat across from them, tucked neatly behind the imposing frame of the large tree. "Just checking," Sakura muttered, sighing. Three smiled up at her. "Thank you, Sakura." "Truly." Kakashi moved forward and put a hand on Sakura's shoulder. "We'll come to visit," Shikamaru said, for once without something hanging out of his mouth. He tipped his head in respect. "You and your village will always have an ally with the hidden leaf." "It's time," one monk said, and directed Three away from them. They walked the clearing, taking care to step over each twisted root, and Sakura watched with tense apprehension as the silence screamed in her ear and the minutes bore on. She traced an unmarked path, wound her way around the tree, searching for something. Here, 3 said. She paused, turned, looked through a gap in the trees towards the far side of the island, away from the village. She nodded. This is the spot. The monk at her side nodded. She has chosen. He stepped away, moved towards a gap in the other's formation, and melted into the crowd. The monks shuffled to the earth in one uniform motion and folded their robes in their laps. Sakura frowned in surprise. She turned, looked down, and saw Kakashi following suit. Best to be polite, he whispered with a shrug. Shikamaru and Sakura took seats beside him, and soon 3 was the last one standing. She paused, took a deep breath, turned in place. The village was behind them, compact and dainty, but full of life and promise. The village's future was bright with 3 in charge, Sakura was certain of it. 3 took an uneasy smile, closed her eyes, and turned back to the sea. Boruto would find her. He knew he would. In fact, he knew exactly where she would be, despite not knowing himself how to get there. He stopped running through the village after his lungs couldn't stand the hot, humid air a moment longer, and leaned over onto his knees to catch his breath once his sandals struck the wooden beams of the boardwalk they first arrived at. He turned his head, stared through his sweaty bangs at the sea, and winced as a ray of sunlight bounced off the flickering ocean and bit into his eye. The village was quiet, but not dead, not like it had been in the morning. Boruto heaved a massive breath, stood tall, and marched to a stall vendor on the far side of the square, peering over the man's stack of mango with determination flowing through his blood like a disease. "Excuse me," he said, startling the shopkeeper out of his reverie. "I need to know something. Can you help me?" The flustered man panicked, looking over his shoulder to find someone else that Boruto could have been speaking to. Upon finding no one, he sighed, rubbed at his robes with his dirty fingers, and traded Boruto an uneasy smile. "Certainly, child." A pause. "Are you one of the new ones?" "New ones?" Boruto said, frowning. "What?" "One that is," the shopkeeper elaborated, "not of our kind." "Oh," Boruto said. "Yeah, I'm from the Leaf Village." He looked around the square, saw all the eyes staring at him, and asked, "Do you know where 3's dad is buried?" The vendor shrunk back like he had been slapped, and it was only then that Boruto realized that he probably should have worded the question less bluntly. "The cemetery of the noble family is not for village visitation," the man said, frowning down at him. Boruto's eyes lit up like lanterns, and he winked back. "Didn't say anything about foreigners, though." It took 3 more inquiries with villagers on the streets before one child around his own age pointed toward the cemetery's general direction, and the sun was starting to set when Boruto finally stepped foot through the arched wooden gateway and found himself in the hidden sea village's royal burial grounds. It was remarkably overgrown, considering what Boruto had expected, but if it was as sacred as Boruto assumed it to be, given the reaction of the others in the hidden sea, it made sense. 3 saw him before he saw her. "What are you doing here?" she asked, voice hollow, as he rounded another corner of prickly bushes and forced his way through some tall grass. Boruto jumped, turned, and grinned. "I knew it. I knew I'd find you." 3 grimaced and curled in on herself even more. "You don't have to yell," she said. Oh. Boruto winced. "Sorry. I forgot this was a cemetery." He stared over at her, watched the way she sat huddled on the ground before a stone obelisk with a name carved into it so faint Boruto couldn't make out the characters. The cemetery was far quieter than anywhere else in the village, which Boruto guessed was either because of the village's intense commitment to tradition, or because the quiet spot was why the cemetery was built there in the first place. "I shouldn't have to do it," 3 said out of the blue, eyes glossed over and staring at nothing. "I should have a choice." Boruto's jubilation from finding her faded and left him only feeling guilty and empathetic. He frowned, walked over to her, and tossed himself onto the grass beside her. It bit at his back, but he paid it no mind. The pink-blue sky opened up before him, long strings of wispy clouds drifting through the air like festival lanterns. He understood now why 3 had come here. I don't want to, she continued, unmoved. I want to fish like my father before me, and have a family, and do all of the things I was supposed to do. She sniffled. The things I wanted to do. Boruto hummed. He reached forward, plucked at a weed, and began to work the leaves off the stem without thought. I know I'm being a coward, she said. I know I am. But I don't know what else to be. You're not a coward. 3 blinked, looked over at Boruto properly for the first time since he'd arrived. What? I said, Boruto repeated, you are not a coward. 3 sighed through her nose. And you know this how? Because. Boruto froze mid-sentence. He had an answer, but couldn't vocalize it. It was more a feeling than anything else. So he told her as much. It's just a gut feeling. I don't know you really all that well. 3 raised a hairless eyebrow at him or, really, at all, yeah, but. He sighed, tossed the weed aside, fell to his back. I don't know. You just seem like a good person. 3 frowned, watched a light breeze pick up the discarded plant and carry it along the ground by an invisible leash. I feel like I wasted my life, 3 muttered. What? Boruto said, surprised. What do you mean by that? I wanted to become a fisherman, 3 repeated. I wanted to buy a boat and make an honest living for myself. Do what my father did when I was a child, and what my grandfather did before him. She huffed. Instead, I locked myself up in my cabin because I was scared. I never did anything. Boruto stayed silent. But now, 3 continued, I'm out of time. I used it all up. I can't become a fisherman. I can't buy a boat. She sniffled. I worry my father would not be proud of me. Whoa, Boruto interrupted, what? You can't possibly think that. It's what I believe. Well, I don't, Boruto said. Not at all. He shrugged. I think my dad is as dumb as they come, but I'm still proud of him. 3 raised an eyebrow at him. It's true, Boruto said. He propped himself up with his hands. He's the leader of our village, kinda like what your grandfather is to yours. Well, he frowned. Was, technically, I guess. He ran his fingers through the dirt. I don't really think pride, or love, or any of that has anything to do with what you do. I do a lot of stupid stuff that gets me in trouble all the time, but my dad still loves me. And he tells me he's proud of me so much it makes me sick. He snickered. It's just a thing dads do. You really think so? Yeah. Boruto smiled. He turned, looked at the monument next to them. We're both in kinda weird situations with our parents, so I know what you're feeling right now. At least a little. A pause. I think your dad would have been proud of you. Boruto shuffled upright, carefully pulled himself to his feet. I think that's all that really matters, right? 3 watched him push his hands into his pockets, watched him saunter out of the cemetery with a quiet smile on his lips. Wait. She called out, standing, and Boruto paused. 3 took a deep breath. Wait for me, she said. So he did. Is there something you can do? Hinata asked. Gaara murmured in thought, cupped the bottom of his chin with his finger. I can try. The hospital hummed around them, but Boruto and Naruto's occupied beds were as silent as a hushed whisper. Hinata turned when the door to their room opened, and a trio of staff marched in. Ma'am, one of the nurses said, handing Hinata a clipboard full of paper with notes scrawled across them in hasty red ink. Here's the report you requested from the chief nurse on staff. She accepted the paperwork with a nod, flipped through the first 5 pages and shook her head. Gaara slowly stepped aside and let the other 2 medic ninja do their jobs. He looked at Hinata's clipboard. Will that suffice? I think so, she said, and tore off a pair of papers from the top of the stack. The clipboard protested with a loud crack, but she paid it no mind. Do you have a pen I can borrow? A passing nurse stuck one out for her as he passed, and Hinata took it with a blink of surprise. Thank you, she said. A shame, really, Gaara said, that they are out of cellular reception. It's understandable, Hinata said, scrawling out a note in the margins with her neat, pennywise handwriting. They are a long way from home, after all. Too far for my sand, he said, frowning. I may have to call in a favor. Ask on Naruto's behalf, Hinata said, folding the papers in two and handing them over. He has enough favors to call on to start a small army. Gaara cracked a sliver of a smile. Indeed, he does. He accepted the note. Hinata sighed, sank back down into the chair at her husband's side, and ran her hand down his arm until her fingers were locked with his. How much longer, Gaara said, do you think this will go on for? Hinata's smile was a farce. Not for much longer. At least I hope not for much longer. Gaara nodded, a minute twitch at the neck. I will do whatever I can, he said, and took measured steps as he left the room. Hinata believed him. What happened? Jiraiya asked. He cocked an eyebrow, watched Naruto slog back into the room. He ran off, Naruto huffed. He threw himself down into the chair next to Jiraiya's. Again. Seems to be all the rage today, Minato said, cupping his hands over his notebook and leaning forward in his seat. Any idea where he went? He could be anywhere, Naruto said. He was talking to Hashu when I found him. Hashu? Minato said, eyes widening a sliver. Really? That's entirely unlike him? Naruto finished. Yeah. You're telling me. He picks now of all times during this trip to get a rebellious streak. Speaking of rebellious streaks, Jiraiya said, and nodded to the corner where Obito sat, head resting on the tabletop and shoulders slumped. The boy stirred at the sudden quiet, raised his forehead, swiped away the piece of paper that stuck to his skin, and frowned. What? When nobody answered, he slid back in his chair. Why are you all staring at me? Because you're acting suspicious, Minato said. Where were you this morning? Walking, Obito said, word shielded and delicate like a late summer flower. Through the woods. The woods? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. The woods, Obito repeated. His posture tightened. Naruto didn't know Obito. He understood the boy, for certain, but there was still something underneath the surface, something cryptic that left Naruto's mind blanking and worries ringing. He heard a clamor outside, looked through the open window to see a group of white-robed monks meander by. His eyes widened. Obito, he groaned, running his hand through his hair. You didn't. Please tell me you didn't. Didn't what? Jiraiya asked, raising his voice and sitting up in his chair. What's going on? It wasn't something I did on purpose, Obito bit out through clenched teeth. He just died. Minato gasped. Oh no. What happened? Naruto asked. He narrowed his eyes. We need to know what happened. What difference does it make? Obito said, nostrils flaring. He's dead anyways. Nothing is going to change that. What you did, Naruto said, choosing each word very carefully so as not to lose his edge, may have cost us our only chance of getting home. You don't need any other reason to tell us than that. Silence. Obito, Minato said. Naruto perked up at the commandeering tone. Explain. Now, the Uchiha darted from shinobi to shinobi. He was afraid, Naruto could tell, by the way his pupils dilated and his eyebrows quivered. Finally, Obito sank in on himself, exhausted. I went to try and get him to talk again last night. I thought he might if it was just me. A pause. I touched him. Why? Jiraiya asked, shaking his head, jaw slackened. Why on /earth/ would you do that? I don't know. Obito yelled. He slammed his fists into the table. Minato's notes rattled. I don't know, okay? I just did it. I didn't realize anything bad would happen. I just... He shook, grit his teeth together. Alright, Naruto said, voice soft. That's enough. Minato sunk into his chair, folded in on himself, held his forehead with his hand. I'm sorry, he muttered. What? Naruto asked. I'm sorry I asked to bring him along, Minato said, voice level. The Uchiha froze in Naruto's peripheral vision. It's not your fault, Naruto said to his father. He turned away, leaned across the table, towards Obito. And yes, while you may have caused this, Obito, I'm not angry at you. You're not? No. He shot the boy a small smile. Accidents happen. Obito's eyes widened, and he stared at the pile of papers in front of him. Oh, he said. Seriously? Jiraiya gaped. He kills a head of state and you're letting him off easy? Yes, Naruto said, because it's not my decision to make. He pointed at Minato, who had slid back in his chair with a sigh. I'm not the Hokage here, after all. We'll talk when we get home, Minato muttered, shooting Obito a tired frown. That being said, Naruto began, rising to his feet again, don't run off like that again. It's not just Minato and the reputation of the leaf that's on the line. We're all in this together. Minato nodded. Agreed. I think it's in everyone's best interests, including the hidden seas, if we can get you and Boruto home as soon as possible. Speaking of running off, Naruto sighed, shaking his head. That boy. I don't know where he gets it from. I have some idea, Minato said, and if it hadn't been so true, Naruto would have laughed. Boruto was walking ahead, mighty proud of himself and confident that he'd done something good for a change when three rushed past him, grabbed his arm, and dragged him off down a side road. Come on, she said, and it wasn't a request. The village around them settled in for the night, windows shuttered and lights dimmed. The streets were quiet at night in the hidden sea, but they were also bright. The moonlight bled through the humid air like paint dripping across canvas and stained the roads with the shadows from the trees. The island came to life in an entirely different manner once the sun set, and as three pulled him down a gravel slope towards an abandoned dock on the coast, Boruto realized how safe he felt. What are you doing? Boruto asked, and watched as three began to tug at the mooring lines of a splintery-looking fishing boat. Get in, she said, nodding over her shoulder. When Boruto frowned at her and stood his ground, she turned from her work and gave him a microscopic smile. Please? Why do I get the feeling you're going to float me out to sea and leave me there? Boruto muttered, and three laughed. What, afraid of a little open ocean? She taunted. Boruto flustered. And no. He said, crossing his arms over his chest. I am not a very good swimmer, you know. Three untied the boat and it snapped away from the dock when she kicked at it, front end rotating out towards the sea. She climbed aboard, and Boruto hesitated only slightly before he swung a leg over the edge of the boat and leaned into it. He stumbled in, stuck his hands out to keep himself from falling into the water as the boat shook and swayed. Three smiled at him. Sit down, she said. The boat will rock less if you do. The ocean current pulled them out to sea like a toddler tugging at her mother, and once the dock was no more than the size of a matchstick on the island's coast and the hidden sea came into full view for the first time, Boruto felt like it was trying to show him something. It's so small, he realized. The island. The forest of trees dissolved into a thick, indistinguishable blob of green, and Boruto could see the splattering of wooden wicker houses and village streets dotting up the mountain. Even from as far out as they were, he could still make out the massive tree at the highest point of the mountain. That's where I'll be, Three said, as though she had been following his gaze. That's where I'll be until I die. Boruto's eyes widened. You mean you'll be stuck there? You can't even get up and leave every now and then? Forever, Three sighed. That is what each one does. They become one with the trees, and the forest, and the village. It requires sacrifice and strength of character, for the job is great. She found a coil of rope at the bottom of the boat, tied it to the edge, and tossed the anchor at the other end into the water. The sea quieted. 3 pursed her lips, sighed. I don't think I'm ready. Boruto felt like she dumped a great deal of her shouldered stress overboard alongside the anchor. He chewed on his words for a moment, leaned to the side and watched the ocean waves lap at the boat beneath him. The moonlight cast bizarre shadows over the water, and he watched the way his reflection twisted and folded in on itself from the surface of the murky black sea. I don't think I'd be either, Boruto muttered. 3 watched him. Really? Yeah. He shifted in the boat, folded his hands under his thighs, and leaned from side to side with the boat. Dealing with stuff like that would be hard on anyone. A thought. Do you think your grandfather was afraid at first? Boruto asked. That, 3 said slowly, I do not know. Boruto shrugged. I dunno. I would be scared too if it were me. I know my dad would probably be scared. He tilted his head to the side. Probably even Hoshu. 3 went silent. They were caught in an ocean current. The slow, meandering pace of the water's pull dragged them off to the side and around the other end of the mountain, towards the boardwalk. This boat was my father's, 3 murmured, once the dim lights of the gas lanterns dangling above the village center came into a dull focus. He used to use this to fish. He earned all of his money by fishing with this boat. She bit her lip. Everything I have now, my home, my food, my good graces, all of it was my father's. Boruto smiled. Ah, see. I was right. 3 frowned at him. I'm sorry? Do you really think he would leave all of that behind for you for no reason? Boruto leaned back in his seat. Nah. He gave you that stuff because he loved you and wanted you to be happy. Was I happy, though? 3 asked. Boruto raised an eyebrow at her. I dunno. Were you? I guess, 3 said, smiling, I guess I was. Where the hell is he? Naruto muttered, pacing. Of all the days of all the times, Naruto, Minato said, raising his arm gently, you should sit down. You're wearing a hole in the floor. He'll be back soon, Jiraiya said, yawning. He kicked his feet up onto the tabletop and threaded his fingers together, behind his head. In the meantime, I'm going to take a nap. It's getting late. Which is why I'm worried. Naruto sighed. I'm going to speak with Hoshu and ask him to reconsider. I don't want to be a burden, but I also don't want to leave when Boruto isn't around. He's what? Naruto blinked, looked at Hoshu, who was standing in the doorway to the living area, with his arms threaded through his sleeves. He ran off, Naruto said, running his hand through his hair. Back when he was talking to you. Humph, Hoshu said. He stepped through the room, made his way to the kitchen. Would you care for some tea? He asked, pulling a weathered kettle down from the rack. Please, Minato said. He folded his book, stacked it atop the rest, and watched Hoshu move about like a stilted ballroom dancer. Hoshu, would you mind telling us what's wrong? The monk froze for a moment, then continued shuffling about. I'm not sure there's anything to tell. Nothing is wrong. At least, nothing significant. Naruto blinked. Really? Hoshu sighed, and leaned his hip against the countertop. I admit that I was hasty to jump to conclusions earlier. I was rude, and I apologize. He worried the edge of his lip with his teeth, stared at the floor for a moment. His eyes met Naruto's, then Minato's, then Jiraiya's. This is nothing out of the ordinary. 3 is a child, for certain, so this is more difficult for her than the others, but the others? Naruto asked. The other ones, Hoshu answered. The ones that came before the man who passed this morning. He frowned. This is a rite of passage for ones to be. Each has a moment of denial, and then a moment of acceptance. It may not be written tradition, but it is tradition nonetheless. You're saying, Minato started, that 3 running off was expected? Oh, of course, Hoshu nodded. Although I will admit that your young one, following her, was unexpected. Is it bad that he went with her? Naruto asked. He felt a bubble of concern rise in his gut. No, Hashu smiled. 3 is more fiery and independent. She will take time to come to a decision, and I do fear it will be too much. The village will suffer for it greatly. And Boruto? The front steps struggled under the weight of heavy footsteps, and the ninja turned in unison to the doorway with mild intrigue. She's made up her mind, Boruto panted, leaning a hand across the doorframe, bent over his knees. She's made up her mind. Hashu's eyes widened. 3? Boruto nodded. He looked up, met Hashu's stare with his own. She's waiting for you now. On top of the mountain. Chapter 21. The first thing 3 noticed was the way the colors changed. It all hit her at once. The sights and the smells and the sensations, everything compounded on itself. She could feel a bird perching on a branch a mile away, could sense the schools of fish weaving in and out of undersea caves that nobody ever knew even existed. She felt each footstep, each twitch of the wind in the leaves of the trees, could feel the heat and warmth from the sun just as much as she could feel the gentle hum of the earth beneath her. Then came the others. They were like whispers in her ears, like 1,000 voices, collapsing into one. She could feel the world, but she could also feel something else, and it sent a shiver through her spine and into the ground. She felt the same sensation hundreds of thousands of times over. She opened her eyes. Shadows walked across the clearing before her, swirling in a roaring tide of indistinguishable voices. A blitz of panic rumbled through her chest as she realized she was now alone in a sea of strangers, but then she felt the same fear through the tree and somehow, some way, it calmed her. Focus proved difficult, but manageable. She remembered her home, remembered the trees and the sea and the ocean breeze in the late fall that came in from the south and brought with it the sense of faraway lands. The brine, the foam, the quiet hiss of waves as they lapped at the bottoms of the piers during the midday rush. Each thought cut through the thicket of specters, pulled apart the shadows until all that remained was Hashu, a crowd of monks, and the 3 blond men. The colors. She opened her eyes wider. The trees came through of the shadows, burst through the fog like the sun breaching monsoon clouds. Reds and golds and silvers and grays, the jungle swallowed up the wounds right in front of her, healing itself as she watched. 3 could feel each breath of the forest, each vine tendril and dangling branch and sun-starved stalk of bamboo buried deep beneath the foliage. The same awe, the same reverence flowed through her from countless other minds, each experiencing the world through their own pairs of eyes. It all made sense. Everything made sense. The voices, the conversations, the strange manner in which her grandfather lived, speaking in bizarre riddles and tongues. Before, she thought him mad, but now, with hundreds upon hundreds of other 3s from hundreds upon hundreds of parallel realities reaching the same conclusion at the same moment, she understood. He wasn't rambling. He was talking. Communicating with other realms. When he spoke to no one, smiled at an empty space, he wasn't doing so out of some patronizing, twisted self-indulgence. When he looked 3 in the eye, told her something foul and terrible that made her heart stop and soul ice over, it wasn't meant for her. One wasn't crazy. One was connected. All 10,000 voices, linked together in one mind. She looked out across the clearing and down to the sea. She could see the docks from there, could see the place where she had haphazardly tied the fishing boat from the previous night's excursion back to the pier and left it spinning in lazy circles as the tide rolled in. She expected she'd feel sad, expected she'd be trapped and locked away and unendingly claustrophobic. But instead, with the comforting hum of a million minds alongside her own, she felt free. The forest whispered to a halt, damage repaired and canopy healthy and green. She smiled. The world lived. Sakura, Kakashi said, we really should be going. We're not finished here yet though, she replied. I don't want to leave. Not yet. Kakashi stood still. The tree swayed in the breeze. 3's body, silent and unmoving, sat amongst the roots in their periphery. Sakura, the village needs us. He looked her in the eye. Both of us. Yeah? Sakura shrugged. Well, the village needs Naruto, too. And Boruto. Hinata needs them, if anything else. She turned away, looked back out at the seascape that stretched forward from the gap in the trees before them, and traced the place on the horizon where ocean and sky met in a blur of clouds and humidity and distance. You go, she finally said. I'll stay here. Maybe something will happen. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. How will you get home? With a shrug, Sakura turned back to the tree, and ran a chakra-infused hand down the trunk. I don't know. Maybe you can send someone back in a few days to get me? She knew it was fruitless. She had performed the same diagnostic jutsu dozens of times over the course of the previous week. First it was 1, then it was 3, then it was the tree itself and anything else that may have held some sort of clue. Is that actually working? Kakashi asked, as if having read her mind. She sighed. No, she answered honestly, shifting back to her feet and ignoring the way her knees popped in protest. I remember our conversation with the others through the link and they had mentioned something about chakra appearing and disappearing, but I wish I still had my Sharingan, Kakashi muttered. No you don't, Sakura said with a small smile. Kakashi shrugged. Yeah, you're right. What about Shikamaru? Sakura asked, turning away and pulling a pair of green field gloves back on her hands. What's he doing? He's talking to the locals now, Kakashi said. We are trying to work out some sort of peace agreement, but apparently politics somewhere as isolated as this island is just as frustrating as it is in the Leaf. Would he be interested in staying? Sakura's pocket vibrated. She frowned. That's odd. I don't have cell reception here. She pulled her phone from her pocket, fussed with the screen for a moment and frowned. Land of Lightning Hidden Cloud Village, Department of International Affairs for immediate release relayed via satellite message is as follows. Naruto and Boruto seizures increasing daily, have stopped today and yesterday, but nurses worry that it will cause damage if they continue. Staff notes attached. She waited a moment, and her phone vibrated again as a photograph of several documents appeared on her screen. A satellite message? Sakura frowned. I thought the Hidden Cloud decommissioned their satellite after the incident with the moon. Something to worry about later, Kakashi sighed. What does it say? Their seizures are getting worse, Sakura said. That's what I was afraid of. After a certain point, the body can't take that much strain and things start to go wrong. What can we do? Nothing, Sakura sighed. Without a way to talk to the others, there's not much I can do at this point. Three's eyes shot open. She turned her head, looked Sakura right in the eye. You need to talk to them again? She asked. I might be able to help. Look. Hashu cried. The monks murmured amongst themselves, spinning in circles. The trees are growing again. Boruto watched the canopies. Yeah, they are. Minato reappeared beside him, fresh notebook in hand, and looked at Naruto. This is interesting. Do you think 3 had anything to do with it? Naruto asked. I don't doubt it. Hashu took several gallivanting steps around the clearing, lifting leaves with his hands and smiling like a child. It worked. It worked. Does it not usually? Minato frowned. Oh, yes, of course, Hashu scoffed. But sometimes, there is an adjustment period. He smiled. 3 sat before them, stationary, legs crossed and eyes closed and arms resting carefully in the confines of her lap. It looks as though that won't be necessary this time around. Well, that's good to hear, Minato said. They stood in silence, watched as the monks scattered into the woods for one reason or another. Boruto didn't understand them, but like most things in the hidden sea, strange rituals seemed to be quite the normal occurrence. So what now? He asked his father once Hashu announced he needed to leave in order to spread the good news. I have no idea, Naruto said. He twisted his lips. We wait, I suppose. Minato chewed at his lip, and Boruto watched him mull over his thoughts. If you have to, his grandfather said, boy slow and careful, you can stay in the leaf. I'll make the necessary arrangements. Naruto turned, eyes wide, and let the smallest of smiles bloom on his face. Thanks, Dad. I appreciate that. It means a lot. Not so fast, a voice muttered from beneath them. Boruto started. He stole a glance at 3, flinched in surprise when he saw her staring back at him. Did she just speak? Naruto asked. It's difficult, 3 continued, meeting Naruto's eye, but I'm trying. Trying to what? Minato asked. To put you in contact again, she said. Her brow stitched up across her forehead in concentration. Boruto couldn't breathe. Did you know, 3 asked, frowning, eyes closed, that there are hundreds of versions of you, all stuck out of place for the same reason? Hundreds of versions of us? Naruto asked, eyes wide. What? Yes, 3 said. Hundreds. All in the same predicament, all here waiting on me to make the right match. You each have your own home worlds, and I do not want to accidentally send you to the wrong one. Minato opened his book and began to furiously scribble away. Hundreds, you say? How do you know? What's going on? He paused, leaned forwards toward her. Tell me what you see. I need to know. 3 smiled. I don't know. It's hard to explain. She winced, but her grin didn't break. It's also quite difficult when I am having the same conversation with you in thousands of different realms. Except each one of you is asking different questions. Minato blinked in surprise, then wrote that down too. Fascinating, he muttered. The likelihood of encountering something like this in the field is impossible, 3 copied, speaking at the same time as him. Yes. Boruto's gut bubbled in anticipation. This was it. Everything came down to one last conversation, one last breakthrough, and they would be home. He could hardly remember the last time he missed his mother this much. I understand now, 3 said. I understand what happened. Oh? Naruto asked. It was during your ninja exams, 3 said. She paused, raised an eyebrow, and smiled. Chunin exams, I'm being told. It was purely accidental, but Naruto fidgeted. But I'm still sorry, 3 said, quiet and soft and far too self-inflicting. It was my fault. Not all universes are the same, in some, I became one far sooner than others. The other versions of me, the ones already connected to the great tree, we are all still connected in some way, regardless of where we are in our lives. So you're saying, Naruto frowned, that your strange time warpy powers happened because other versions of you that were already stuck to the tree influenced you? They didn't influence me, so much as I lost restraint, 3 said. It's rather difficult to keep yourself in control in trying times such as those. Naruto's face steeled. Yeah, he said. Yeah, I understand that. I wonder if this happens with every new one, Minato muttered. I wonder how many villagers here are actually from a different world, they just didn't realize it. It probably happens a lot, Naruto said. But when your community is so small, this was the first time a hidden sea villager had left the island, Minato said, nodding. When this incident happened, it was hard to miss. Especially considering how vastly different our worlds are. It isn't just that, though, she continued. My grandfather, none of what he did was accidental. Minato looked across the clearing at the man's untouched body. The strange black moss had grown over most of his skin, and it left him looking like a stationary shadow. He knew he would die, 3 said. She closed her eyes. He knew what would happen. He was helping you on purpose, because he understood what was at stake. What do you mean by that? Naruto asked. 3 lurched in her spot on the ground, spine arching and lungs struggling to gulp down a breath of air. I got it. She yelled, smiling. I found them. Minato scribbled more notes in shorthand in his book. Really? Naruto asked. Sakura? Kakashi? Are you there? They say they are well, 3 replied. They are asking if you are okay. We are, yeah, Naruto smiled. What's going on? What's new? Any developments? 3 paused for a moment, scrunched up her nose and thought. They are saying that your original bodies, in your original world, are sick. She tilted her head, as if to better hear a silent voice. No, not sick, but in dire straits. She looked Naruto in the eye. Seizures. Happening daily. They have stopped more recently, and Sakura is unsure as to why. Stopped? Minato frowned. I wonder why. What have we been doing the past few days that's different? Boruto asked, rubbing a finger along a smudge of dirt hidden beneath his chin. Minato's eyes widened. Hiration, he said. I hope they got the message, Hinata said to an empty room. She rubbed Boruto's hand. It's the only explanation, Minato said, scrambling through pages in his book, searching for a lost note. Yes, here it is. What is it? I've been keeping concise notes of when and where we've been since we arrived, Minato said. Naruto shot him a blank stare. Minato shrugged. Old habits from my Ambu days. Regardless, based on this schedule, I have an outline of exactly where we've been and when. And considering we've used my Hiration to get around, we have something to compare it to, Naruto finished, snapping focused. Does Sakura have a log of when our seizures happened? He asked 3. 3 was silent, as if waiting for a response from the other end. It was frustrating, like a drawn-out game of telephone, but Boruto wasn't upset. Instead, it seemed to raise the stakes even higher, and sent his heart stumbling over itself in his chest in excitement. Yes, 3 said with a smile. All right, Minato said. The most recent Hiration jump I have here, not including today's to get up the mountain, was 2 days ago, at approximately 7 o'clock in the evening. A pause. 3 shook her head. Not on Sakura's list, she said. Okay, Minato muttered, flipping around some more. All right. What about the day before, at around noon? 3 nodded. She's looking now. She blinked. 11:56? She asked, looking at Minato. Yes. Minato shouted. He spun in a circle. Yes. That's right. All right, what does that mean now? Naruto asked, skittish, eyes wide and hopeful. Sakura says that every time you have a seizure, 3 said, it seems like you wake up for a moment. But only for a moment. Minato froze. What is it? Naruto asked. Dad? Does the log you have, Sakura, have reports of how bad the seizures were at each time? The Fourth Hokage asked. If so, what's the worst one to date that's been recorded? The worst? 3 said. It would appear to be one large event that occurred a week ago. Minato snapped. He turned, grinned at Naruto. That's when we first arrived. Boruto's heart spun. A distant memory, once thought a dream, bubbled up across the surface of his mind like a sunken ship dredged up from the depths of a murky lagoon. He saw a hospital room, an army of nurses, his mother. I saw it, he breathed. I saw Mom. When we first got here. Minato was silent again. Boruto could practically see the gears turning in the man's head, could see the plan forming letter by letter across some imaginary page. I really hope that Sachikage doesn't mind this, he muttered, then stretched his arm out to the other 2 blondes. I have an idea, and as long as I don't accidentally start a war by appearing in another Kage's office unannounced, it might prove a point. Boruto took Minato's hand without question, but Naruto hesitated. It's the furthest Hiration tag I have from here, Minato explained. If there's a distance component, this will tell me. Alright, he finally agreed, and the moment his palm slid into Minato's, the world went black and everything came into focus. Help me hold him down. The hospital erupted into chaos, and Hinata could only stand back in horror as her recurring nightmare struck once more. The wailing of the alarms, the cacophony of shouting nurses and screaming machines, she let it all soak through her, weave around her like a smoothed stone in the pool of a gentle river stream. The sound stopped, but she could no longer tell if it was because she was fainting again or if it was because her heart couldn't take it any longer. Nurses swarmed past her, latching onto Naruto's arms and Boruto's legs and forcing them back into the beds. They zoomed by like the starry skies in the faraway, unoccupied lands east of the land of tea. Hinata swore she saw trails of their movement, echoes that forced her sluggish mind to remember to think, to feel, to breathe. Another nurse shot by with iron chains, and it was only with the sound of the metal linking together around their wrists and ankles that Hinata noticed she was walking towards them, too. She bent over Boruto, stared into his open eyes, and the world went silent again. Electric blue as the day he was born. They turned on her. "Mom?" Boruto whispered, voice like shattered glass in the enrapturing silence. And then he was gone again. They reappeared in the clearing before three sweaty, wide-eyed, and with thundering hearts. "I saw it," Naruto said, pale-faced and clammy. "Me too," Boruto exhaled. Three coughed, leaning over her chest as she heaved lungs full of air through her gaping mouth. "I felt it," she said. "You saw it, but I felt it." "You did?" Minato asked, wondering. He turned to Naruto. "Do you think that would work if we did it enough times?" "No," Three said. "I see." She gulped. "I'm the tether." "What?" Naruto asked. "I'm what's holding you back," she said. "This whole time, I've been what's forcing you to stay here. And I hadn't even realized it." "What?" Boruto asked. "I wanted you around," Three said, and him a simple smile. "And I'm glad I did." She went silent, her breathing steady like the low hum of a faraway storm. Boruto's head went light. "Try it now," she told Minato, and they disappeared again. More lights. More sound. More panic and indecision and sobbing that Hinata wasn't quite sure was her own until she saw the stains of tears on the sheets beneath her face. Minato returned to the clearing alone. His surprise faded away and left him laughing, amazed, and far too drunk on the moment to remember much else. He recalled Jiraiya, appearing beside him with a crowd of monks that had no doubt sprinted up the overgrown path as soon as the news had caught on. Their jubilation, however, was rooted elsewhere. "You did it, kid," Jiraiya said. "You did it." As they turned to leave, giving the clearing one last nostalgic glance, Three shouted out after them. "I know what happened," she said. "That Obito killed my grandfather." Minato's stomach dropped. Three smiled. "Tell him, please, that he forgives him." Chapter 22. 6 months later, the dust settled. 6 months later, after all the paperwork and all the rebuilding and all the patient speeches to impatient crowds, Minato Namikaze celebrated the end of his first year in office. The village threw a festival, and Minato watched from the top of the Hokage office as the fourth face on the monument was unveiled in a frenzy of applause and cheer. 6 months later, Kakashi and Obito left with Jiraiya on an excursion around the world. Minato and Kushina watched from the village gates as they disappeared into the haze of a muggy fall afternoon, three silhouettes casting dark shadows down the beaten path. Even from a distance Minato could see Kakashi swiping at Obito out of Jiraiya's view, and the other swiping right back. He smiled. Obito was troubled, for certain, but all things change with time. 6 months later, Minato explained his bizarre, sudden appearance in the Tsuchikage's office over a bottle of sake, and after enough drinks, the tiny man was eager to forgive him. 6 months later, the Hidden Sea Village and the Hidden Leaf Village formally ratified a peace treaty between their two nations. Minato remembered her strength and courage and tenacity, despite the odds. He wrote as much in his journal that evening before bed then, after realizing his mistake, crossed out the word 3 and replaced it with 1. 6 months later, after two mysterious shinobi appeared in his office and threw his life into disarray, Kushina gave birth to a boy with blonde hair, whiskers on his cheeks, and a fire in his eyes. They named him Naruto. The end.